Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4.
The 16 best teams in the world
with $700,000 up for grabs. Every day, these guys are grinding, they're practicing, they're strategizing, they're waiting for this.
We have got the world's elite here. This is the final stage in the Global Pro League. This is do or die.
I think people are going to come with a purpose. It honestly could be anyone.
There's going to be a lot of competition.
We're playing the best teams in the world, so every match is a grind.
Envy are going to do it! The 50-second deficit is not enough to hold them off.
This Cloud9 roster is not done yet.
Out of bombardment coming in, the final tick. Epsilon crushes E United. Welcome to the 100-point club.
Optic from down 5-1 win the round 11.
Anything in this game could happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. We are live with the final week of group play. Of course, this week for Group Green. Day one kicking things off. My name is, of course, Benson. I'll be hosting the studio throughout the weekend. Joining me, as always, is my beautiful expert panel. We have Call of Duty World Champion TP, former European professional player Momo, and Call of Duty XP chat. Why are you shaking your head at me, Mo?
I just love when you flirt with me, Ben.
Oh.
Really do.
Oh, Joe.
Yeah, call me beautiful.
Oh, you are.
What a great guy.
Dashing group of young gentlemen, that is for sure. But we are excited to get the final week of group play underway. And honestly, in terms of the big storylines, here is a look at our groups as they stand so far. TP, is there anything that kind of jumps out as a surprise to you when you look at this?
Not too much of a surprise, to be honest. I guess the one, maybe EG not making it in that first group over there, but the rest of the groups, it really could have gone either way. The competition thus far throughout the stage 2 has been so darn good. Red Reserve put up a good fight in the last weekend, but Splice, we really expected them to edge them out.
Definitely did. Excited, of course, for Group Green. That is going to be this week's action. Optic Gaming, Team Envious, Epsilon, and Cloud9, of course, all going to be competing. But before we kind of talk a little bit about that, we should talk about the Stage 2 playoffs prizing. Momo, so much money on the line.
Yeah, you can see there first taking 200,000, a total of 500,000 off $1 million. Incredible amount of money. And of course, yes, this is a Stage 2 playoffs, but you make it to playoffs, you're heading towards champs. There's so much money on the line, millions and millions of dollars just around the corner for these guys. But for the focus for these 4 teams, get to playoffs.
Obviously, Teep and Merc know what it's like to win on the bigger stages. Momo, for me and you, we can only dream, that's for sure. But there's definitely a chance in a couple of weeks' time where you could walk away with a serious amount of money if you win both Stage 2 playoffs and COD champs. Oh my God, that's so much money I don't even want to think about. But here, of course, I look at Group Green, Merc. I mean, expectations, I know it's a tough one, I know.
It's going to be an all-out brawl, man. I think Optic Gaming, obviously disappointing finishes for these guys over the past few months. Envy, even more disappointing. I mean, their worst placing ever at Anaheim just, a month or so ago. Epsilon, a lot of spotlight on them. They missed Stage 1 playoffs, but they go huge at Anaheim. They win Sheffield in Europe. And then, of course, to round it out, the new, young guns in Cloud9. How well will they do? They had a 4th place finish at Anaheim. They didn't beat the best of teams, I would say, but a lot of eyes on them.
Definitely excited for this week's action, that is for sure. We expect some pretty close games, and I'm excited to see which 2 teams do finally get out and secure their spot, of course, at the Stage 2 playoffs. Moving forward, though, let's talk a little bit about players who've impressed you guys and players you think need to step up. Teep, I'm going to start with you. Your player that impressed you was Priesta. Why?
Overall, Joe touched on it, one of the young guns on the squad, but at Anaheim, the guy was able to put on so much pressure with an ERAD, and I've been, highly praising a lot of good ERAD players throughout the year. I think you need one on your team at least if you want to have that, upstaging pressure, especially when it comes into those close quarter hard points. His Slayer number is so good, almost edging up towards 25. The KDs are about average, but I think the amount of aggression that this kid puts on at Anaheim, there's so many games where he could single-handedly put the team on his back, and for a young player to be able to do that, he's been impressing, even going back to last year, sort of an amateur rising up through the ranks. He's got his chance now here on Cloud9. He's been doing a great job, and hey, 4th place, it's a big improvement with that roster change.
Definitely a big improvement. Moving forward, Momo, touch on your pick. This was a guy that a lot of people said could have been an MVP at Anaheim.
Yeah, he really could have. I mean, Dave had that kind of moment where if Epsilon win the tournament, he gets MVP. You know, that kind of goes without saying. His Slayer rating across all 3 game modes, whether it be in S&D, Hardpoint, Uplink, is phenomenal. You know, he has stepped it up, and people are looking at this guy alongside the likes of Zero from Europe, and I kind of wanted to highlight him as kind of the European specialist. Like, to understand this team, Dave, when he's firing on all four cylinders, he will be on fire. He can bring the heat to any of these teams that he's playing against today. That's the man himself. He likes to wink a little bit as well. But yeah, he's a player definitely to watch out for this weekend. And I think Epsilon, just in general, I was kind of looking at this group and thinking, when was the last time we chucked a European team in with 3 Titans like this and said they can compete? And it was such a long time. You know, this last kind of 12 months has really shown a couple of teams, and Epsilon definitely one of them.
Europe definitely stepping up as a region, that is for sure. Moving forward, we'll touch on your pick, Merc. I believe you went Optic Gaming, Crim6.
Yeah, I went with Crim6. I just thought at Anaheim he had a really great event. You know, one of his best events, obviously a 1.22, a very high Slayer rating, that S&D, you know, something he specializes in. Just look at that smile. Look at that guy. You know what I'm saying? But sort of the big thing in Anaheim was he was running the NV4, something that was a little bit different. You know, sort of a controversial decision because he's going up against the likes of Octane, you know, of Dave. Should it be formal? Well, I guess we'll find out here. Even if they made that switch again, we'll see what's happened. But I just thought overall at Anaheim, he really stepped it up.
Yeah, Crim definitely had a fantastic event. Now, though, to the flip side of the coin, who needs to step up? TP, I want to start the discussion with you. Who's your pick?
So this is going to be a controversial call. I'm going with Karma, though. When you look at this Optic Gaming roster, the way that they play the game, albeit not right at times, they need to pick up slang. And when they do struggle and do get that, you know, 7th, 8th place finishes that we're not used to seeing from them, it's Karma that sort of lacks in the KD category. I think they have several other issues with some of the other players not helping them out at times, but at the end of the day, when you look at these juggernaut teams like Splice, like LG, all 4 of those players, specifically in the hardpoint game type, are all going to be, you know, above that 1.0 KD, hovering around that 1.1. If all 4 of your players are able to do that, it makes the game so much easier on you and the squad. So I think Optic Gaming, they have seeming to be working on their teamwork a lot, but you know, when Karma starts to fall behind, they start to lack. So
I think the big thing too with Karma, if you look at Optic Gaming at Anaheim, they went 4-0 in pools, like a perfect record. It's when they got to that bracket that he really struggled.
Yeah.
When they were losing, I believe he was the big difference maker. He had like a 0.6 or 0.7.
Right.
So that respawn kitty even got worse when they played those top teams. So he's definitely that player that has to step it up in the slaying category.
Karma, of course, 2-time world champ. No stranger to a little bit of adversity. Yeah. Expect him to have a good weekend here. Moving forward, Momo, your pick?
You know, I went with Josh again, another European, and again, can be looked at as a controversial kind of choice because when he went to Sheffield, he played fantastic. He won the event. It was great. But Anaheim, it was a little bit different. Yes, this guy brings a lot to the team which isn't recorded on a stat base. But I do think if he picks his respawn KD up, this team can top this group. This team can legit come first and, you know, surprise a lot of people. The one thing that I always say, whether he's performing on the day, that Josh, his communication, his hype, yeah, it's all great. You know, it's not on stats, but if he steps that little bit more up in respawn, this team is one to watch.
Definitely, of course, Josh, a European veteran, that is for sure. And last but not least, Murky, you went another 2-time world champion in the Indies to impress.
Had a very bad event, and I went with JCap, and this is one of my favorite teammates. We won a lot of titles together, but these stats are just absolutely horrendous. A 0.77 respawn at that event, under 20 kills in slaying. I mean, I get that he's the leader. He plays a lot of the objective. That 0.77, I expect it to be around like a 0.95, right? That's something that is acceptable in my eyes. So he definitely has to pick it up. He has to be the leader, which, you know, Envy needs, because Envy, the past few months, I mean, they were world champions, and since then, it just hasn't looked great.
I think as well, something to touch on, like Merc said there, sometimes Cap is that kind of one that isn't going for those super high scores or whatever it is. You look across the board, Karma, Josh, they've all got that kind of style about them. You know, it's not your formals, your octanes, or your high slate.
Right.
You're gonna have, you know, worse stats. I think Teep will be the first to say, you know, with all the championships he's won, he'll come out of events with a 0.9. But it doesn't matter if you're winning. So you kind of got to take it with a pinch of salt as well.
Definitely do. But of course, they are the players you guys think will impress, and also players that do need to step up moving forward. Though we'll take a look at today's schedule. kick things off, Epsilon versus Team Envious. Then we have Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. Of course, Cloud9 in back-to-back action as they go up against Epsilon at 7 p.m. And to close out the day, Optic Gaming versus Team Envious, the E-Classico, if you will, at 8:30 p.m. That one should be a good one. But we'll talk a little bit about that first series of the day, Epsilon versus Team Envious. Have you seen an improvement from Team Envious in your eyes since Anaheim, or not so much?
If anything, things have gotten worse. I know Cap took some time off for some vacation. I know the guys just aren't getting along too well in the team. Just some controversy. And, you know, I dealt with Slasher and Cap when things weren't going too good, and it's safe to say that, you know, some arguments can happen at times.
The toxic place.
Exactly.
Very toxic.
The toxicity comes into play, and you know, for a player like Apathy and John, they might not be the most vocal people in the world. So if you just sit there, you get on, and you just play to play, what are you really improving on?
Right.
You go back-to-back last place finishes in comparison to what you can finish. The worst placing in the org's history. Everything on a downhill spiral here for Envy, and you know. We talked about Cap having a bad KD. You know, it is unacceptable, but the rest of the players too, what have they really done to set themselves apart to get those good placings? You know what I mean?
Right.
John went from the COD Champs MVP to very, very average. Apathy started off this year, one of the best players in IW. At Anaheim, pretty average.
Yeah.
So, and Slasher's sort of the same. All these guys playing on an average level, getting average places.
This definitely could be their time to turn things around, but I believe the first game of the day about to get underway, so we can send it down to our casters for the series. It's Maven and Courage.
Thank you, Ben. Jack, you ready to go, buddy? This is gonna be a fun week. We've all been looking forward to this.
Everyone had eyes on week 4 from the second stage 2 was announced. Everyone knows how many veterans we have here. We calculated it. I believe coming into this weekend, of the last 3 weeks, there was 3 COD Champs rings in total. This weekend, there are 9. You count the 2 from JCap, obviously everyone from Envy. You then bring up Crim6. It is absolutely nuts to see so much talent, so many veterans, but then you look at Cloud9, you look at some of the breakout players, and Epsilon, a lot of new talent as well.
We're excited. This first series could set the tone because I know for me, like, if this is going to be a very interesting group, it comes down to Envy. What Envy are we going to see? And when you look at this team, they've had a bit of poor luck with their groups. I mean, look at Anaheim. They were in a group with LG, Epsilon, both finishing top 3. Red Reserve, we know what they're capable of, and they kind of tilted early, fell apart. Ultimately, I think bounced by Allegiance, which was unexpected. But if they come to play this weekend, I'll tell you what, buddy, this is going to be an insane set of matches.
Epsilon, what can they do against 3 top-tier North American teams? Yes, we've seen some shakiness from Envy as of late, but we'll see if they can get back on track here in stage 2.
And, you know, talking to Aches a little bit yesterday about this Epsilon team, he thinks this is a series Envy can win. Epsilon has been getting, from what I understand, they've had a week here in North America. They've been getting smoked in scrims by some North American teams.
Don't lie to the people. You just said this is a series Aches thinks Envy can win. When you just asked Aches his prediction, he said, I think Envy sweep it 3-0, make it look easy.
He did. Well, here we go. Envy finding the first 3 kills as they're breaking over top bridge.
Oh!
A team kill, though, does come in, but early controlled Envy.
2 kills of a team kill from John. That actually, after all of that, swings it over to Epsilon. Talk about the worst start you can have from Envy off the break.
How good did it look? For just a moment, it's like, they got the kills, they got the setup. Falls apart quickly. Now scare about.
Well, really quick, that's the question that gets brought up with the team issues of Envy. Yes, there have been some internal struggles. You've seen it already with the tweets from Slasher back in Anaheim. Then right there, that's one where John's got to get vocal with his team. Hey, guys, got a nade coming on in. It's going to be near that white car. Watch out for that. Get away from it. Instead, 2-player stack on that. Because of that, Epsilon are out by 30 seconds.
There was a nice start for Hockey as he started out 5-0, was getting close to bombardment, dropped just before picking it up, but a nice early lead for Epsilon. And I definitely am excited to see what these guys can do. I know they've had a strong resurgence here over the last couple months, but you don't get 3rd place at a major tournament unless you've got some firepower.
Listen, yesterday's hot mic was filled with a lot of spicy quotes. One of the biggest actually came from Dave on Epsilon when he brought up his thoughts on Zero from the side of Splice. Dave, a player who's had his name, up there this year as one of the best in Europe. Everyone knows Zero, though, has been atop that list, it seems, for the last 3-4 months. Dave this weekend has a chance to prove, hey, Zero's time has come and gone. I'm now the best in EU. And right now, his team's up by 50.
Well, exactly. Is this their chance to take over that spot, at least for a moment? Splice looks so vulnerable, utterly average in a lot of ways this past week. And you have a really strong finish here. Maybe you take the group. Heading into playoffs, that's got to give you some confidence.
Oh, 100%. 100%. It's now Vortex. He's trying to watch out for this mid lane as well as top bridge. You saw the awkward timing there. Thankfully, does get out with his life for just a brief moment. Epsilon up by 30. These next gunfights are totally key, though, as Envy are now beginning to pinch on in. They want these back market spawns. think they're going to get it for the moment as JCap gets first blood on Vortex.
Yeah, that was a huge kill by JCap. He actually gets both. Now pushing assist there on the third as Slasher backs him up. That's 4 in a row for JCap and a brilliant break here for Envy.
Envy trying to claw back into things. Streaks now being called in as well. That should force out a couple players from Envy. Does look like it'll take out one. Epsilon now, they should be pushing up on the bridge. They're actually playing quite passively. There you go. Now finally Josh will hold that sprint button forward. Apathy, he's just playing his life, wants to make sure they can push back in with the streaks of their own.
Was waiting to try and get a 4-man push, and unfortunately the rest of his teammates end up dropping around. I mean, we talked to JCap about who he expects to kind of go big this weekend.
Okay.
Who he's looking to have a strong performance, and he said John, which I think Aches had some funny comments to go back at, but he expects John to have a good weekend. And on the other side, Dave said Vortex. He's been very consistent lately. He's looking for a big result from him this weekend. We'll see who can get the edge in our first series.
And you saw in the players that impressed and players that need to improve, Josh actually came up with the players that needs to step up. He had some lackluster numbers for Anaheim. We've seen him at times, you know, be one of the most impactful players in Call of Duty when he's on that team, and be one of the players that kind of really falls behind, especially with this aggressive slaying that he has built around him.
JCap, last time we head to Graveyard, gets 2 opening kills to try and get the break. This time he's found 2 again. He's 11-7 right now, trying to tack on another. It's Apathy there to help him in another nice break from Envy. The good thing for them this time, you don't have a Trinity Rocket now available on Epsilon to break. You might be able to rack up a lot of time here, maybe get a lead change.
Oh, exactly. Unfortunately for JCap, his lane at top bridge is now being pushed. There's also a pinch developing from Vortex. How long can he hold on for? Trophy system defense saves him from 1 grenade. Epsilon with that first blood. JCap now about to be swarmed, and yeah, you see the NV4, not the weapon you want to have for that close range engagement. It was tied for a brief moment, but Epsilon should get close to cracking that 100-second mark at as we go into the final hill of the first rotation.
That's twice now that Envy's been able to tie it up, not actually take the lead, start getting over that hill. They keep trying to battle from behind, late and hard points. As the final bit of seconds going to go to Epsilon. They've cracked the 100-point mark. We'll hop over to Vortex's POV as he's able to pick up John here at the lower street. Checking scaffolding, one in the back. Slasher's got him teed up with the NV4.
Yep, and Slasher's just trying to stay alive right now. He's got to watch this lower street push for his teammates so they can get plat control. This is what I like to see from Envy. They've got every lane being pushed. Beautiful stuff. As John gets those 2 kills, they realize they no longer need that pinch. You have JCap now just staying alive on that top bridge area. Slasher searching for 1. He's got the kill onto Dave. Envy with a great retake towards this top hotel hallway.
Let's see if they can actually take the lead this time. That looks to be the case as they're still soaking up some inside a hallway. Have to dip out as the pressure is mounting. We're watching John just holding this closed door. They're already pre-firing it, trying to take him out. And again, they get so close, but not able to actually overcome it as Epsilon fighting back in. Back and forth we go.
You saw earlier, JCap realized he didn't need to go for a pinch, so he falls back and holds the lane for his team. This time, Slasher recognizes, whoa, they're about to push right on through. He then gets the pinch, picks up the 2-piece. Now he's fully streaked out, which is key for the second rotation.
It really is. You already saw the effect of the Trinity Rocket from the side of Epsilon earlier.
Look at this.
Let's see what you can connect on for Slasher. Trying to tee him up, call outs in, 2 down. This should be bridge control early for Envy.
Yeah, Josh is just doing what he can to try to stay alive, be a nuisance. Not going to happen somehow. Envy, they have still yet to retake the map. Apathy falls off the side. Even after all that, Epsilon keep control of the hard point.
Does that look like the opening bridge a little bit, right? Like things look really good. 3 kills for Envy, and then it turns into a bit of cluster, and they lose control. Epsilon's lead now, once again building. Hockey trying to put some shots in. Close to building a Centurion, just falls a kill short off of that Scarab as well. 3 kills though in the kill feed for Envy. Vortex, the lone man, will be dropped.
JCap spots Epsilon beginning to rotate, so they should know they have the rest of this time. And he actually cleans up 1, looking for a second here as well. Not going to happen that time, but either way, the damage has been done. The information has been relayed to his team. Envy still within 15 seconds, fighting for every second they can get now in this hard point.
And I think this first map's really crucial. Not only does it set the tone for the weekend in a way, but if you're a team like Epsilon that's come in and you've struggled in scrims a little bit in North America, or you're a team like Envy who's had abysmal results over the past couple weeks, just getting a first win could be absolutely crucial. I think even more so for Envious, just with the way things have been going.
Can we swap over to Apathy really quick to see exactly how he's playing right now on this map? 8-11, far below the rest of his teammates in engagements by a lot, actually, by about 8 or 9. Yes, he's been inside the hard point for a majority of them. Thankfully, does break right on through, and now he'll push for these spawns at back market. But Apathy, a quiet game from him so far. I feel like if he begins to turn things up, that's where Envy can see a lot of success.
Trying to connect right with the K-bar. Able to do it while mantling second, though. Not able to finish it, but most of the kills going the way of Envy for now. Here we go. Envious in the lead, 149 to 148, and they're pushing the back spawns. You've got FTL ready for John. The spawn out, they're pushing across bridge and the mid lane. JCap ready here in a good position to find one as they cross. Second, just weak. That would have given, it's only a couple seconds, but still, those are big kills to slow down the onslaught that's going to come from Epsilon.
This, for me, could be a huge opener now for Envy in this game. If they can get these kills in rotation, hold the hard point, really take this lead. Somehow, Josh has snuck into that hill as he's pushed across bridge. Apathy trying to stay alive top market. There's one player near him. I don't think he has any idea. Nice shot onto Josh, help out his teammate. Second engagement, gets him one shot, but there's two players there for Epsilon.
Can the remaining player hold? The answer is no. John gets cut down and Epsilon is broken through yet again. That's back-to-back times. It's been early control for Envious at Cathedral. Epsilon makes it look easy with or without streaks.
It's just those clutch moments, man, that right now Epsilon are just doing a better job at, especially near this money hardpoint. Apathy gets first blooded again. He's kind of the one pushing on through for his team, the first line of defense. Epsilon still narrowly holding on to this lead. They should be giving it up here as they rotate now towards this back broken side, but Envy, they just can't seem to win a rotation and lock it down for a majority of time.
I believe all streaks have been used for either side, so you'll have early setup now at broken building for Epsilon.
Some scarabs here and there, but that really
nothing
come into play to Hotel Hallway.
Exactly, nothing big, but you do have camo for Slasher. See if maybe he opts to invest it. They're waiting to push. Look at that number 2 on the minimap, though. That's Dave, who spawns out in behind. If he gets a fortunate timing here, could cut down a couple players from the rear. Spots out one for his team. There you go. Easy pickings as they cross. Well, I say it's easy pickings, but the cover there makes it a bit more difficult. He does tag up a few, though, and it's Hockey and Vortex cleaning up everybody.
Wow, the shots from Dave. Everyone on Epsilon winds up picking up a kill there, except for Josh, who just sat in the hard point for his team. Now at 90 seconds in the hill this game. John trying to see if he can clear out this bridge lane. Dave still just staying alive for the side of Epsilon.
You have a window here to maybe pick up 20 or so seconds if you're Envy. There was one player remaining. He's now been cut down. You get the final time here. You bring it a bit closer, but not able to do so as they fight back over bridge. Epsilon trying to get in for the final couple ticks, but it'll be John actually from Envy. That will do it.
What a map from Hockey so far. 24 and 14, 70 seconds in the hard point. Of all the players we talked about on this team, he was probably the last you'd bring up.
And think about it. It's like that 5-0 start that got him the Trinity Rocket, that also turned into like 30 early points when they broke into Graveyard. He's been very impactful on the map thus far. Hill's going back and forth here. Slasher trying to locate one that went vertical on him. Finally finishes it before being traded out. But this is looking to be a barn burner, going the whole way down the stretch.
Apathy just staying alive top flat. You can see Epsilon, they're trying to get towards their areas. They go for a break. Unfortunately for them, it's going to take them a little bit of time as Envy are still down by just 18 seconds. Slasher with the 2-piece of the NV4. The final cleanup, they spot the last player. That's a full hold from Envy. Now the lead swing can change right here if they can lock down the rest of this time.
And you got a couple people building towards streaks. Slasher has 3 in a row. Apathy as well. And again, Slasher's camo could be so crucial. Wins that one-on-one versus John. 300 now off the Trinity Rocket. Can he play for these streaks? He's already gotten a full set in this game already.
Think of how badly Envy wish they could get back that first hard point. We start off with John's 2-piece team kill with that grenade. It would make all the difference in this map. 2 seconds right now. Slasher still with his camo. Multiple payloads up for Epsilon. Top bridge should be the end of this map.
Oh, and I was almost thinking like maybe you consider investing camo to get fully streaked out. He got the time in the hard point. He was so close. They got 1 kill off the Trinity Rocket.
Oh.
But as he falls, it's John doing him dirty.
This is the John that they've wanted now, 25 and 21, Slasher 30 and 17. These are the duos that really went big, especially on that champs run last year. Dave, one final push, but look who's behind them. It's Slasher again, shooting them in the back. Camo's all that they have to go for this break. Nearly gets 2, but with one final push, that's all the hopes of Epsilon on this map.
They're trying to push forward, but everybody's set up from Envy. Centurion not going to do you anything here. Reactive out for Apathy. A 3-piece for Slasher, and game 1 goes to Envy. Woo. I think that's huge for this roster, buddy.
Slasher, the whole map was just kind of lurking with that NV4 and then explodes in the last 3 lives. I believe he had, what, a 5 streak, like a 7 streak, and then another 5 streak at the end. He had earned streaks earlier in that map. Double positive from Slasher right there.
And that's something, I mean, think about, I think they went 3 and 11 in pool play on maps at Anaheim, right? The only win they got was over Red Reserve and a reverse sweep. When was the last time they enjoyed just winning a game 1, kind of getting off on the right foot and maybe playing behind a little bit of momentum? They haven't had that feeling in a while.
The smile we just saw in John's face, it's been a decently long time since I saw that one, right? They not only win it, they fill their roles that they have to. I was actually really interested to see how few engagements Apathy had for the majority of that map. As at one point, he was down by like 8 or 9 overall just engagements total from the rest of his team, but he was leading in time. Apathy, typically someone you expect to be a little bit higher up on that list.
Yeah, but he's a guy that in the past has taken a little bit of flack for not always making the smartest play. Sometimes going for the hero play and hurting the team. Maybe if he's taken maybe a little bit of a back seat there, playing the objective, making those smarts heads-up plays, he relied on the rest of his teammates to go big, and they did just that.
You could think of a moment where really every player made a big impact there from Envy. In that game, John's two-piece at the end, obviously the negative impact off the first grenade on Bridge Hill, but you think of Slasher with the multiple streaks. There, 2 big pinches. He had the one in Hotel Hallway there at the end of the map as well to shoot the 2 players who were going to follow up after the camo. If Slasher doesn't pinch right there and get that 2-piece, Dave's camo is the entry. You then have 2 more NV4s from Epsilon ready to gun down whoever's on Envy. That ending of that map would have been much, much different.
And honestly, I mean, it could have been a more lopsided victory for Envy if it wasn't for, giving up the streaks early to Hockey, the misplays we saw at Bridge. Like, I know it was down to the wire, but a few mistakes from Envy, and that could have been more of a blowout for them.
Oh, definitely. But on the other side of Epsilon, it's a frustrating map 1 loss. I feel like that was one that you had the lead for, 9 of those 10 minutes, and then it just kind of fell apart at the end of the hands of Slasher. Hockey goes off. Can he keep that performance going? You got to shake that one off.
That was the hard point you had to win, though, if you're Envy. Breakout's the second hard point in this series, which, if we get to a game 4, Epsilon has been fantastic there. Talking to Dave, it's their favorite hard point. It's the one that they, I believe, something like 9-0 recently. They've been absolutely dominant on it. I don't see Envy beating them there, so it's huge that you get that first game 1 win in hard point. And now, can we get Envy and S&D like we saw all the way back to Stage 1, where they were one of the best teams in that game mode, and recently have been very lackluster?
Stage 1 they were. At Anaheim, they were abysmal. In the game mode, I think Apathy was the only one who actually had above a 1.0 KD. The rest of the team was like 0.75 and below.
That's similar for about every game mode.
Yeah, they were, I think, 1-6 in S&D overall. They looked like majority of the time they had no idea what they were even trying to do on the map. Hopefully it's something that they practice. Coming into this weekend, we know E United, prior to their weekend practice, some S&D scrims offline, like with streams down, just trying out different things against the likes of Cloud9. So I expect to see some interesting stuff right out from Cloud9. I was talking to Formal a little bit earlier on. Everyone has some tricks up their sleeves. They know how important it is to get top 2 in this group to play at playoffs next week.
And back to my first point kind of before we started, like, I just feel like so much rests on Envy here. If they play to their potential, literally any team can come out top 2. They're probably the only one I didn't have really any faith to do it. I'll tell you what, they win this first series, I'd be very, very impressed.
Hey, last weekend we were wondering, what Red Reserve is going to show up, what E United is going to show up. You could almost make that same case for any team here.
Well, yeah, it's true. I mean, I would compare Envy, if I was picking a team last week, kind of Rise coming in. They've been really, really struggling. We know what they're capable of. Rise obviously not able to do it. Can Envy do it here?
Well, already Envy trying some different things you're not used to seeing on this map. It's an all-out assault towards this B site. As JCap was going to try to go for a plant for Barnside. You don't see this ever.
Josh may have just got brilliant timing, but if you can't hit the shots, it does not matter.
I thought I was watching my gameplay there for a second. I mean, he didn't even get close to killing someone. Josh.
Okay, finally Josh is down, but now it is a quick 2v2. Slasher putting shots into one from behind. He tagged him up, but not able to finish it, so it will be a 1v2 here early. As I'll tell you what, Slasher maybe not hitting a lot of the shots, but he got so much information. The timing of the flank could not have been better.
Slasher knows one has a sniper, which...
Well, bye-bye.
Okay. I was going to say which could help him here if he gets a one-on-one gunfight and beats the NV4, but Hockey hits the shot. Epsilon win round 1. Jeez, with the timing Josh got, I feel like that should have been way, way easier.
Well, yeah, you saw it. I think it was, Slasher that was in top blue. Just perfect timing for Josh. And again, even if he's not getting the kills there, still a ton of information. Like, think about the comms for Envy once he starts putting shots in behind. Like, what the hell's going on? Yeah. You start panicking a little bit, things fall apart, and that's exactly what happened.
It was so strange to see them try to plant the bomb for barn. They don't have any barn control. And you think someone's going to be able to kill someone instantly if they just peek towards that area? Not sure if I agree with that one there.
Well, it was a 5-0 start for Hockey in the first game. Now started out 3-0 here as well. This time it's Apathy getting in from behind and everybody dropping from Epsilon. Josh now, nothing to work with. Everybody still up for Envy. All fall for Epsilon.
Folks, you cannot give up full map control in middle on Throwback. You need to have someone spotting it in some way. Even a United, who put barely anybody there, would at least have silly wall running near that bomb, just peeking, basically just poking his head out, calling out to his teammates what he sees there for a second. There were not a single set of eyes on that middle map push. Hockey had a sniper, so obviously his vision is tunneled down towards Lemon. an abysmal setup from Epsilon there. I'm going to call them out on that.
Well, great round, though, for Apathy. See what you can do on this side. Well, you're running into the MV4 a day. That's going to be scary, but at least you have Slasher to look over you from top blue. Mid-map for now controlled by Epsilon. You see Josh has pushed up very forward here. Now, can he get into top ticket, maybe make a play? Nobody home yet. But in a similar position to find something like we saw Apathy in the previous round.
Josh spots one. Apathy now dead. Quick trade, though, from John. Nice reaction time for him to put it to a 3v3.
On board with Dave. He sees a couple there, makes one weak, doesn't finish it. Shots coming in from behind, but he's still alive. Vortex able to cover his back for a moment.
How does that happen?
Envy wiped out, Jack. What went wrong?
Two players not watching underpass. Middle map control. First blood that came in was from Josh hitting middle map. Second and third kill was two more players hitting underpass. You cannot forget about that area of the map. Underpass is what kills teams when they don't communicate well enough.
Well, I know teams sometimes scared to put a presence mid-map. If you have a, a Nagathon or a Clayster that's so good at hitting that snipe over the top, you'll see them kind of avoid hitting the underpass. But we haven't really seen that yet. Now let's take a look at the breaks and take a look at mid-map control here early from both sides. So Envy looks to be at least sending one. Actually, it looks like they're both playing kind of passively right now, as the stack is going to be towards this B bomb site. The question is, when will the flank develop if Envy starts to make a presence there?
Dave. That'll be a very quick plant for Epsilon. As now they'll go ahead and set up 4v4. Envy gonna have to retake. Dave just gets out with his life.
Well, this time mid-map not involved at all. They have to try and take it back. 4v3 advantage for Envy. Apathy and Cruz starting to inch forward. Checking top blue. Sees nothing. One tucked away in the corner here. They don't spot it. Gives Dave easy pickings. Gets away with his life as well. That's huge. Hockey on the other side. Also finding one. JCap trying to do everything he can, as he's got two in this round. But now with 18 seconds left, has to pick up two players from Epsilon.
Another one of those scenarios where you just kind of think, why don't Envy just try to hop the bomb? Just try to make a play work. Instead, they're falling right into the pre-aimed weapons of Epsilon. So that's another round win for EU. So they're now up 3-1.
Well, to be fair, the only team we've really seen hop it a lot was Red Reserve last week. They were not scared to sit somebody on the bomb, as you heard TP kind of criticizing that a few weeks back. The hesitation with it, the ability to probably catch people off guard since it's not done a lot. And they got away with, we had, three maybe quote-unquote ninjas last week from Red Reserve?
Oh, yeah. I tried it once. Oh, it worked? Let's keep doing it.
All right. Okay, now offense back to Envy. They're trailing by 2 rounds right now. If you're just joining us, they were able to take the game one by... it was a close one, 250, 230. JCap trying to look over top us, see what he can target. Gets one bullet into the player back Lime, or sorry, Lemon.
Apathy with this ERAT again. He could just jump high over this wall and spot Dave down near the site. Got to do it at some point. Hawkey's gonna get pushed. 2 more players down there from Epsilon. They do swing it with the ERADs, never checked by Envy. The duo of Dave and Josh just shred everybody right there.
Yeah, you feel pretty good. You go over the top. Apathy and Slasher work together to get a kill, but tucked away in the pockets there, you have a couple of ERADs. Just slice them down as they get position. That round fell apart quickly for Envy.
Super focused on killing the guy Lemon. They forget about the people that are on the other side of the site. Maybe they don't spot anybody crossing. I'm wondering why they put no eyes there at all. Now Epsilon are up 4-1. They've won the swing rounds they need to. It simply comes down to winning your defenses from here on out.
John now with the snipe. He's able to counter snipe the rifle of Hockey, as the first blood will come in for Envy. They've got a big comeback to try and make happen here, but immediately your advantage disappears as Dave and Vortex both able to pick up kills. Apathy puts it back to a 2 versus 2. Josh, though, finding the final kill. 5-1, they're rolling.
What was the challenge from Slasher right there? They knew at least 2 players were sidewalk. He just jumps top train and gets shot at by 3 from Epsilon, and there's no opportunity for Envy to trade a single kill.
Those frustrating rounds, man, that you can't let slip away when you get an opening pick like that.
This is what Envy looked like in S&D at Anaheim, and it's why they went 1-6 in the game mode.
Offense now for Envy. Must-win round. Or can Epsilon close it out? FTL available for John. Vision now from Hockey and the Sniper. Just a little bit off of the overdrive. Passive defense on one side of the map for Epsilon. Now they're starting to hit mid-map. Here comes the Flood. Apathy gets great timing, puts some shot to Dave, able to finish it. Two there. Third almost gets gunned. Josh finally traded out. Now it's Aki and this sniper rifle with a lot of work to do.
That's the adapting that you love to see. They put some pressure middle map. You know, they stop what earlier in the game would have been a round-winning push from Epsilon. And just like that, it's Hawkeye all by himself trying to retake a site in a 1v3 with everyone behind cover.
This certainly looks to be impossible, but he has found an MV4. Tries to pick one. Nice shot. Under 30 seconds to work with. Spotted another player, but wrapping back to mid is Envy. They're able to find the final kill and stay alive in the game too.
5-2. One round at a time is the mindset you have to have in Search and Destroy. Here's your final kill cam for the two-time Call of Duty World Champion, JCap. As we'll move on through to round number 8.
Defense now for Envy, trying to stay alive. You see Slasher not having a great game, so unless he starts to explode, likely not going to see camo in this one. He sees 2 and 5. Let's see what the offensive pressure looks like from Epsilon as they've taken control of bike path. There's a flank coming through quickly. These should be easy kills. Everybody flooding through mid-map. We've talked about it all game, and there's the opening pick from JCap. There's another one from Apathy. Things falling apart for Epsilon.
Underpass exposed again. They get punished because of it. Josh is able to get one before getting out. Oh, nope, not going to get out with his life. 5-3, Envy staying in the game.
Oh, we've seen a couple 1-5 comebacks this year.
We have.
Trying to think, what, Optic LG at Anaheim? Can't think of any.
Retaliation, right?
Yeah, I can't think of any that happened over the past couple weeks in stage 2. It is very infrequent, but Envy riding high off the game 1 victory. See if they can do it here, round by round. They're trying to claw back in. Now it'll be on offense. We'll see Apathy very close to that reactive armor, just a couple kills away.
Oh, this should be. Whoa, they didn't spot him. Dave just ran right through Train and he wasn't killed. Envy though, yeah, okay, so they at least saw him. They know he's pushing here. Yep, look at how they're trying to pre-aim their middle map, their underpass, their ticket. They're making sure they can't be punished in this area again. Right now they're yelling that Slasher has to be the one to make the play.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Slasher starting to hit the flank.
He should be telling his team, just stay alive, just stay alive.
Does he let me change this? He checked the corner though. It's such a common spot.
He's got to. How do you
doesn't check it? He doesn't check it, and he will drop first kill to Hockey. Envy now have to clutch up on a 3 versus 4 to have a chance in this.
Nope.
That's reactive use.
Once Slasher dies, once Slasher dies, that round is done. That round is entirely reliant on him getting that kill. Nice job by Epsilon. They keep themselves in the series tied up 1-1.
Well, how many times do we see when somebody pushes through on the flank? That's the first place you check, right? Just kind of the top of the roof.
Yep.
See if somebody's there. And we hopped off his screen for a second, so I don't know if maybe he glanced and missed it, but it looks like he just pushed out, was trying to get there quickly.
We didn't hop off the screen. He just didn't check it.
Doesn't check it and gets punished. Epsilon now tie up the series 1-1. So any momentum you had from that game 1 now evaporated here for Envy. Again, the game 4 going to be very scary for them. Uplink though, God, I don't know, man. I felt the series was going to go to Epsilon easily, personally, just because they've been playing so fantastic lately. But
there's one silver lining here. Ace is wrong. It's not a 3-0 for Envy.
It's true.
That makes me feel a lot better about how the rest of this day is going to go. Remember, up next, we have Optic Gaming going up against Cloud9, but right now it's our first matchup of the weekend. Envy going up against Epsilon. It's tied 1-1. When we come back, we head on over to Uplink. It is the final week of week... Whoa, that made no sense. It's the final week of week what? No, hold on, let me reverse that. Welcome back. It's your G Fuel key player matchup. This one's between Epsilon and Envious here in week 4. Dave and Slasher, though, our matchup here in Uplink. These are the points from the season, the juicy part of the COD World League as we've been going with the Infinite Warfare season since November. Look at some of these numbers, though, throughout 2017. 55 total points for Slasher. That incredible 1.05 uplink KD shows how consistent he's been event to event. But Dave, his numbers have absolutely improved as the year has gone on, now breaching that 1.0 uplink KD ratio. We'll see which of these two prominent ARs can step up big for their team here in Game 3. This has been your G Fuel key player matchup.
Josh bringing to the team, he goes the extra mile. With our last teammate, we didn't practice that much, and he allows us to play online a lot more. And he's also a great leader. He brings so much more to the team than just like individual.
He brings a lot of that team leadership in game. So in those intense situations at the end of the map when it's proper close, he'll keep our heads calm.
I think the main difference, from when I've joined and the start of this game, is they slapped off. 4-foot Chum was their first big place in a major, an international event. So I think it got to their heads a little bit. I just always knew they're such good players on paper and had so much potential. They just needed to have someone bring it out, and I think I've helped them do that all.
Welcome back. It is Epsilon going up against Envy. Epsilon battles back in the Game 2 Search and Destroy, type the series at 1-1. We're now going to be headed to Frost Uplink, and I know for the key player matchup, we're talking a little bit about the ARs, but here, the ERADs are going to be the difference makers. Who's going to have the edge?
It's almost like it's the AR who does best with an ERAD in some scenarios. Yeah. Which guy can really begin to pick up that pace? One thing we haven't talked about a lot is this Envy team. They've been together since last year in the CWL. They won our champs. They're facing off against Josh. Josh faced him in the COD Champs Grand Final. We haven't talked about it at all. These guys have been involved in some of the biggest Call of Duty matches in recent history, and it's great to see them still playing at the top.
Well, Josh looking to take another EU team on a title run here. They've been excellent as of late. But they're in a nail-biter right now, tied up 1-1 in our first best of 5 to kick off week 4 of the green group. We'll look at the splits off the break. We'll be on with Dave. Just trying to line up. He'll be the K-Bar on this team. Apathy, who had, you talked about pretty low engagements on Retaliation, which can happen, but here, he is certainly, okay, well, he just scared somebody off the edge of the grenade, and that's going to be 3 down early. Envy now with pressure forward. The toss away. It is picked off, though. Not going to go through. Still some aggression here, though, with Slasher in a position to maybe make a play. Apathy then on the backside. 3 down. Drone up. Drone through. 2-0 early for Envy.
ERAD's Apathy. 2-0 start. The brilliant shots there at the end. The help of John as well. Look at that. Envy off the 2 respawns. They get good breaks. One was kind of destroyed off of a 2-piece team kill with a grenade. This time around, John didn't mess up that flechette. And because of that, Envy have a 2-point lead.
We talk sometimes about matchups and just how teams play different styles. And Epsilon's the one team's probably been called out the most by North American teams, playing a little bit of weird, throwing them off.
See, I love this. Really quick. JCap has already made the shot call for his team to push through shift. He has pushed through that entire lane and gotten to the side of Epsilon's base. As they were rotating back, JCap was already there pre-aiming. There was a fully cleared lane to push the dunk. That is a fantastic shot call from JCap right there to give Envy another dunk.
Well, they've got a 4-0 edge just over a minute into this one. Apathy getting pushed, trying to deal with the pressure, not able to do so. It's now Drone and Hanaaki, his one person to deal with, tries to slide in for the melee, not able to do it, and the defense will hold strong for Envy. Solid stuff there to hold the line.
9-2 from John. Great first respawn for him in Hardpoint. Now do we get it again in Uplink? This is your COD Champs MVP from 2016. Still middle map with this ERAD. Already gets one shot. Yeah, he's in full aggression mode right now. John, if he plays like this throughout the entire weekend, this Envy team could be back in 4.
Let's see if the 4 streak can tags up another. Shooting lasers right now. And Slasher with Drone here, backside of research.
Smart.
Just waiting, getting it down, getting gun up.
So they know right there, Slasher, if you're wondering why didn't he just go for the wall run and try to hit a 1? Epsilon had 3 players in their base, and that is one of the easiest interceptions there is in Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. He just knows, let me stay alive, let me keep this lane pushed out for my team. Now because he lives, look what he can do with his squad. He can push through research. He's now pinching with a K-bar, has the ERAD out, does die to Dave, but either way, at least he was there for a presence in the map.
What did we talk about at the beginning? Like, what AR player can make a transition, rock with the ERAD? Look at JCap right now. He's sitting at 8-6. He's had so many kills in aggressive positions. That's another dunk. Epsilon getting blown out right now on Frost Uplink.
These dunks haven't even been close. That's the thing. Envy have had full control. A lot of it starts with the slaying. Everyone positive. 4 dead again. That's 3 times in a row where Epsilon have been 4 dead for not just 1 or 2 seconds, Maven, but for...
Oh,
okay.
Well,
that's fine. They wanted to dunk. They got those kills because they wanted to dunk it. See, there's John. There it is, 8-0.
John now with 4 points. Also 15 and 5 triple positive. Slasher just tagging people up.
Guys,
the K-Bar has the E-Ride in his back pocket as well.
Envy are on pace to outslay Epsilon by 50 kills in Uplink if they keep this pace up. It's not going to happen, but if they can keep killing like this, they will outslay by 50.
This is a slaughter, absolute slaughter to kick off the first half. Slasher already in an aggressive spot. Streaks now coming in from John. He's trying to make a play. Slasher does find 1 kill. Apathy involved as well. Thrown out. There goes John. There's the streaks. This is another dunk. 10-0. What the hell is going on?
Epsilon, turn on your aim assist. You have to. There's got to be something wrong. I mean, you have 3 players double negative nearly after those couple of kills. Thankfully, they saved a few of them from that statistic. They are pushing forward with the drone. That should be a dunk from Vortex. There you go, a quick little rebound, but already the damage has been done.
You know, we talked to both teams, and they've both been boot camping, right? Epsilon's been out here for almost 2 weeks, and we've heard the scrims haven't gone very well. I talked to Cap about Envies, and he's like, it's been hit or miss. He's like, we start out well, and our communication's on. We're not screaming at each other. We've had some decent games. Things fall apart. It's been very poor, but I'm wondering if you're Epsilon and you just got hammered these past couple weeks, if it just, I don't know, shook you a little bit maybe.
Vortex took a strategy out of my book right there, which is tunnel vision so hard on trying to find the player that you jump right off the side of the map. So unfortunately, he'll have to come back off spawn. There he is now as he'll grab that drone. 28 seconds left inside 1. Envy have slowed down just a little bit, but either way, still a 4-possession lead on a map like Frost. That is nothing to shake a stick at.
You maybe get some late points here, Jack, for Epsilon. Dave has drone. He's getting pushed. You just hear the lasers of the E-Ride coming through. Teammate was there to help him out for a moment, but as everybody drops, that's going to end the first half.
It is scary how much better Envy look inside Ship Bay than Epsilon. They just smoked Epsilon on that entire side of the map for the last 5 minutes.
What the hell is this weekend going to be? Like, if Envy's going to play like this?
Dude, this was Envy. Envy hated Frost Uplink more than anybody back at the start of 2017.
You got to think, like,
what is life?
Once Fnatic got through, remember week 1, and we're talking about how many teams could now get through for EU. Obviously, Splice gets through as well, but it looked like you were thinking maybe Red Reserve gets in. Epsilon felt like a lock to some degree, as good as they've been. I know it's only 1 series, but you drop this to Envy. Not starting off on the right foot.
Follow John again on pace for 40 kills this game. He's 21-9, a big part of the reason why Envy were outslain by over 20+ kills in just 3 minutes. Slasher trying to stay alive middle map. K-bar in hand. They're running a 2-2 setup. 2 E-Rads, 2 K-bars, all out aggression. As now Apathy will continue to clear this middle lane for his team. It's 2 down at Epsilon. Thankfully, Vortex swings the tide back in his team's favor.
I know it's everybody right now, but the thing that stood out the most for this team last year when you're talking about Envy is Apathy and John were just a wrecking ball, man. What they could do together on the map was unparalleled when you're talking about the end of the game. If they get back to that form, I had as little faith in this Envy team as I think anyone on the planet coming into this weekend.
Well, think of when...
Prove me wrong, please.
Think of when teams have really started to break out and look in their best form. That has always seemed to be a similar case, especially in the more faster-paced Call of Duties. When FaZe really begun to make some big noise for themselves, in AW, it was Zuma and Attach, the duo going off. You think of Optic when they started to get into form. You know, you have Seth flying around, and you could put a submachine gun on any of that team's hands, and they would have a duo that were arguably the best in the game. Envy on their Black Ops 3 run, they now do it, and even with Splice, when Splice wind up showing up big time, you've got Bance and Jerd flying around the map. Good luck stopping them.
You know, talking to Aches on Hot Mic last night, we were talking about Priest a little bit, and he was just saying, like, you have to have a dominant SMG. You have to have a dominant E-Rad on the map. Like, you have to. It's not like early in the game where you can get away with not. A lot of people didn't really like using it. You absolutely have to now.
Just think of what a relief it is for your team. When you have this is JCap. I mean, we joke about JCap can't shoot straight. Apparently with an E-Rad, he's beaming everything.
He's 25 off the bombardment. He wants to pick it up now with the Trinity Rockets. I love this. Just getting him off a spawn, not allowing them to even get back for drone control. Tags up one, spots it, finds a second. Gets the bombardment as well. Now just trying to get to a good angle. He sees his teammate.
Oh, they never got the drone off the map.
Oh my God.
Throws it in for the, don't do it to him. Okay, Hockey does finally stop him. JCap now 26-15.
It's funny. Like,
oh, isn't this the map that he once went off on as well?
Yeah.
Earlier this year?
It's amazing. And you say, like, what AR player is going to transition over well with a sub? JCap has been crushing in this one. Is there time to come back if you're Epsilon? Sure, but there have not been that many offensive opportunities. This is another one they're going to have. Slasher trying to deal with it all. The dunk will at least go in. So now you're going to be trailing by 7 points, starting to build towards a couple of those key payloads as well.
This is great from Envy. Bring it, Cliff. This is the furthest point on the map that they could be from Envy's portal. Right now, Envy have a 4-possession lead. They don't need to get any. They don't need to put on any more points. If they're going to keep the aggression up. But hey, even if they drop the drone right now, okay, what are Epsilon are going to take 25 seconds to just get near Envy's base. Look, they just picked up at 2:04 on the clock. Let's see what they can do.
Dave just earned camo. They picked up a couple kills in mid-map.
12
seconds. They turn this into a dunk. Could be absolutely crucial as he drops. You won't have camo to invest. You're going to go for the tough 1-point toss. You talk about how easy this is for the interception. It's up. It's real high. Tries to go over, not able to connect, but drone will actually end up getting reset.
That took,
as it hit the moon.
That was 30 seconds. That was 30 seconds it took for that. Envy, just keep grabbing the drone, bring it towards Cliff. If things really begin to go south, you've got a bombardment as well to follow you up. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Envy, because of the explosive start they have here, they basically secured themselves this map win in the first 2 minutes of this game. Unless they have a colossal collapse, this one's done and dusted.
It's been all Epsilon lately. But will it be too little too late? A couple kills now coming through for Envy. They clear everything out. Hockey really the only remaining man. 60 seconds, 5 points. I don't know if it's doable.
I don't think so either. And now finally they start to bring it back into ship, and this is where Envy really got their big slaying advantage inside one. John and Cap now the duo. This map, you think back to the hard point, Slasher and John were the duo there. Again, a quiet series from Apathy, which you don't say too often, but you know what? If his team's succeeding, all that matters is W's. He'll just keep playing to what's been working so far for them in these maps.
I think we're absolutely going 5 maps in this series.
Yeah, well, you mentioned, what's game 4 again?
Breakout. That's where Epsilon feels very, very strong. Yeah. There is a camo dunk there. You're down 3. I don't know how you...
They've already used overdrive. They've already used camo. There's only 17 seconds left. Apathy, he's going to just throw it away. Yeah, there you go. Okay. There wasn't
literally not enough time.
But good game. Envy take the uplink 13-10. Epsilon, if you only played for the last 7.5 minutes of that game, you not only win, but you win by a lot.
You turned it into another gear just too late, right? You said opening 2 to 3 minutes where Envy just came in with a knockout punch and really took control. What do you say, outslaying by 20 kills in that one early. John, JCap, Apathy, everybody was going off in the slaying department. It was just too slow of a start there from Epsilon.
It was 2.5 minutes where Epsilon could never get control of their spawn. They could never get control of their base. They never had an open lane to push out. They could never contest drone in middle map. Envy were assaulting from every single area, and because of that, they scored 10 points in just over 120 seconds. The final win, though, is only a three-point victory. So from a 5-possession game down to a 2-possession game, you could see as it went on, Epsilon began to fight back into it, but again, too little too late.
Yeah, you almost mounted a spectacular comeback. At least that's maybe something to take away if you're Epsilon. Yep. You brought it back. It was competitive. You didn't get completely blown out like it looked like it was going to go if you talk about the first half. But now it's going to break out hardpoint. Somewhere where Epsilon is spectacular, and we expect them to be phenomenal here. We're going to have to see which of the 2 boot camps really pays off here as the series starts to go down to the wire.
If I'm not mistaken, Dave's pinned tweet is a point from him in a scrim where he jumped off the side of the map, reset himself towards cell block. These guys just love breakout hardpoint. It's just one of those game types that it comes up and you're like, okay, we favor Epsilon here, no matter really who they're facing. Envy, what a way you could play spoiler, though, by winning this map, beating them on their best, and really getting your confidence up for your game against Optic that you'll have later on tonight. They'll be the final series of the night. For you, Epsilon, what you've seen so far, they've dropped 2 respawns. Both have been pretty damn close, though.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if it's kind of that game 3 tells the story. It's just been kind of a slow start in a couple of these games for Epsilon, or if Envy is going to be more of the potential that we expect from them. Like, we know how good this foursome can be.
Yeah.
We have not seen it for so long that we've kind of written them off. I said similar story to Rise. Like, Rise, after winning Vegas, I kept faith in them. I kept faith in them. I kept faith in them. Eventually, I was like, I don't believe this team can win.
Yeah.
Same for Envy. Like, we did our roundtable, and I was like, I was like, there's no way Envy gets top 2. I was like, any other 3, absolutely. I just don't see how they can do it.
You guys showed the Champs Curse video yesterday on Hot Mic, which some people believe in, some people don't. I'd love to hear everyone's thoughts in the chat. You guys think that is the COD Champs Curse a real thing, or is it all just fake and teams just kind of fall off after they get that taste of?
I think it's mostly BS, but it's fun to chat about, right? They talked about it a little bit, and I think what did Krim say? It's just like with the nature, of Call of Duty, with titles changing, with teams constantly changing. He's like, I don't think anyone's going to win a Champs one year and then win it again in the next game. It's so tough.
That's from the winningest player of all time.
Yeah. Which might be scary for Optic fans, but I agree with them. That's going to be so difficult to do because you don't have many teams that stay together longer than a year to begin with, so there's not even the potential for that. But this NV team, what a great storyline it would be, though. If they won Champs last year, they were good at like 2 events this year, and then all of a sudden, come Champs time, they're turning it up and they're in the conversation going into Champs. That'd be amazing.
NV weren't always in the conversation last year, but the moment they began to get in the conversation was when they took home the CWL Stage 2 title last year.
What a weird final. That was NVDT.
Yes, that's where they really begun to kind of figure things out.
I love you, DT.
That then transitioned right on over to Champs.
I don't know how they got there.
They did. I don't know what Merck said. I just agreed with him. Do you know what he said?
No, I couldn't hear him either.
You took an ear. Yeah. I thought you had it there either way.
The only word I heard was Orlando.
I just look at Merck and I just look in his eyes and I kind of can't hear anything. It's just so handsome.
Mesmerized. All right, kick things off. We're watching JCap, who just had a spectacular game on Uplink Frost. Kills back and forth, but it's going to be a 2-piece for Dave before Apathy able to shut him down. Only a couple points so far as Epsilon got in for a few ticks, but
all that happened was the spawn flipped. That's the only thing that happened in that entire scenario. Now Envy will get control. So at home, if you're wondering, my team in scrims, we can't get a ton of time on this middle hard point. What do we have to do? This middle hard point all comes down to controlling this area that we just saw John and Apathy engaging from. Out in Showers. If you can get Showers locked down, you can then have that crossfire right there from Slasher. Look what Slasher does. He kills Josh out of the hill. Now he'll stay alive and wait for some reinforcements. For as long as he's keeping the enemies out of the hill and letting his teammates get back towards middle map, now Envy can go ahead, hop on in. Obviously only 5 seconds left, but either way, only 14 seconds on this first hill.
Yeah, overall, I think that works out great for Epsilon, except the fact that how do they get 2 players to spawn out? The push comes through brilliantly for Envy. I was going to say, at least you flipped the spawns there, didn't give up a lot of time, but Envy just bust on through so quickly.
And Dave just backs up out of Garage, which gives John that close spawn there for Envy. We've seen some awkward spawns the backside of this map before, but this one really couldn't have worked out worse for Epsilon in the long run. Wow, this game can get blown open quick here.
I'm shocked. It looked like when you just took a look at what side of the map was controlled, Epsilon, you think set up nicely, but Envy handled business, and now Apathy looking to tack on more damage, but he will end up falling. 2 kills for either side. JCap still inside as he's going to cut down Josh. Also, Hockey, see you later. 2-piece for the cap.
For the cap.
For the cap.
I like that. For the cap. 54-4 now. Envy up. And they still have bodies here near the new hard point. Thankfully, Dave with that Envy 4. He's 6-4 right now. Vortex cuts down Slasher, so they have a full setup now. Here is their chance to get back in this game. Can Epsilon find the full 60 here?
And we know there's a map, there's going to be crazy swings. It will be here on Breakout. Vortex, though, man, this is going to have to deal with a lot of pressure here inside of Medical Bay. Just waiting for those arrows on the minimap
Hockey's
to
at the big gunfight. There you go. Hockey stops the pinch. Now everyone from Epsilon can continue to pre-aim towards Medical Bay side.
There's Vortex, 2 easy ones. He was waiting there patiently. 3rd inside. See you later. Wipe clean is Envy and Epsilon. How quickly you can mount a comeback here if you get a full hold. There's a pinch now. As Apathy spawns out, he's going to be able to hit through caves. They've got one more crack at this. You got to keep that spawn, though. If you're JCap and you keep spawning back Helipad, now let's look at it. This gives Hockey the chance to push Helipad, spawn them all the way across. Now you can chain into Commissary. That's literal worst-case scenario there for Envy.
Folks, there's the benefits of setting up the way you want to. Remember how I mentioned they have a perfect setup for a full 60? All Epsilon have to do is pick up middle map flank, which is what Hockey did, and then the rest of them just kill Envy as they're running out of choke points. They have 13 straight kills now in the scoreboard as they've just gotten the full 60. It was 64-4, now 67-62.
Yeah, that massive lead disappears, but good job at least winning some gunfights right outside of Commissary, which allows Apathy to now get inside. I think he was calling in a Scarab to try and check the wall run. Yep, there will be the Scarab. They'll spot a couple here outside of Showers, at least slow down the onslaught from Epsilon for a moment. John able to hit the lower wall run. It streaks in from Vortex to try and get the break. You've got to turn this into points. Aki, though, as he falls off the map, is that going to be things falling apart for Epsilon?
This is one of the weirdest setups in Hills I've ever seen. It started off with Slasher flanking middle map with an NV4. Then you had John pushing the wall run, which never happens on Commissary, I think out of a panic because of the Trinity rocket. Somehow, in the end, it looks like Envy will get a majority this time, as Epsilon are going for one final push with just 7 seconds left.
With how it first went, yeah, if I would have guessed that it'd be a complete swap of points right now.
Yeah.
When Epsilon originally had Commissary, I thought they were going to start to blow the doors open, but Envy able to fight through, and also Slasher, we have to keep an eye on right now because he's on a 4 streak. He's getting very close to picking up Trinity rockets. He's going to get the initial time, so now just 50 points off, looking for an easy kill, but it's Apathy. He's getting loud, they're getting hyped.
So if you're wondering, you know, even with Epsilon leading a little bit and slaying by a couple kills, you know, how are they down in this game? Envy have beaten them on 3 of the 4 hard points we've seen so far. The only reason why Epsilon had any score is because 60 of their 67 points have come from Graveyard. Outside of that, they've scored 11 seconds between this top middle hill, between Cell Block, and between Commissary.
And the scary thing too, well, I mean, maybe it's a bright thing for Epsilon. You've had early setup a couple times, like when you think about Cell Block the first time through, they were there, Envy broke through easily. Same can be said for Commissary. If you get a more solid hold like you were able to do there in Graveyard, I mean, you could really tack on some points, but the question is going to be, what can Slasher now do? He is getting trailed, spotted. They don't check the corner. They lost him. There he is.
There you go.
Hi, pal.
Yeah, they saw him just as he was turning the corner. Unfortunate for him. Now Envy will have to do what Epsilon tried to do last time but failed to complete, which is a full retake from this top side of the map. You've got a pinch developing on your mini-map on the bottom side of it from Slasher, but it's Apathy who gets first blooded, and whoop, an insta-kill from Dave with the 3-piece.
My God, Dave cutting down everybody. How close is he now getting to streaks? Just a couple kills away, 150. Now off the Trinity Rocket, he's getting awfully close to Camo, and he has the ability to take over on maps like Breakout and Retaliation. He's 15-8, make it 16-8. Over a minute to go in the hard point, and Epsilon right back in this one. We're gonna have ourselves a lead change in just a couple ticks.
He is the exact opposite of me. He's handsome and good at Call of Duty. Can't say that about myself.
He has been impressing me so much as you continue to underwhelm me.
Vortex now in the hard point. Epsilon are up. As we know, they smoked Envy on this hard point the first time around, but this time they will not have the setup they want. Instead, it'll be the boys in blue now here. 137 to 118 will be the score as Epsilon go ahead and try to push out Medical Bay.
We talked about JCap, you know, that .77 KD and respawns at Anaheim. So far in the series, he hadn't been hurting you, right? Right now, though, 7 and 14. This is not the performance you need from him. He just had a brilliant game with the E-Rad on Frost, too. You put him here with a gun he's more comfortable with and get dominated.
Vortex gets 2 kills. FTL jumps straight into the sky like a Marky B type play, and then dives back down for the 3rd. Breaks right on through with just his E-Rad presence there. Now up by 26 is Epsilon. This is their chance to take this game.
Still inside is Vortex. Doing a good job with the E-Rad before he falls. Apathy now with a 2-piece to bust through. They've got the control. But you see those blue areas on the minimap, pushing forward, making sure they get the spawns there for Helipad. Do they need to take another crack at this? No. Just get the cutoffs. Make sure you have Commissary locked down. You should have some very easy kills here in transition.
This has got to be frustrating for Slasher. He's been their one constant across the 3 respawns. He did great in Uplink, he did great in Hardpoint, and now he's really pulling a solid performance here at Hardpoint again. But JCap and John falling behind and slaying. Finally, as they get a couple.
How?
They've just wiped Epsilon, and Maven, you look.
It's just back-to-back times that you're set up so well.
Oh, that can't happen.
And you just get destroyed. Now, oh God, every time I look at it, I'm like, oh God, this is gonna be a solid 40-point Commissary for Epsilon.
Wait.
And Envy makes it look easy, but now fighting back across is Dave.
What? How does that happen?
And the camo to get away, and another gunfight, though. Cap gets the better of him.
Apathy trying to flood on in. He now earns his reactive armor. He'll stay alive for the moment. The low wall run cut down. The last player there is Josh. He's now dead as well. I was wondering how that even happened. Envy had Slasher watching their entire mid lane, but they still had 2 players stacked over there instead of helping watch the wall run. Not sure why they were doing that, but either way, the lead swap should come into play if Slasher gets in this hard point.
How much is this like game 1? We had a ton of lead changes there. It was always close. No one able to get really a significant lead throughout. We see that. Again on Breakout, 5 seconds left. Epsilon going to be enjoying a very minor lead as we now rotate out to our 3rd set of rotations, Jack.
I can imagine the rest of the pro players who are involved in the CWL currently sitting on like Mumble at home watching this like, bro, what are these guys doing right now? I think that was my nameless impression or Ricky. I'm not exactly sure what I was doing right there.
If they had a child.
Yeah, right. Whoa!
There's the reactive.
That was reactive armor.
Yeah.
Was that disgusting? Yes, but he did have an obscene amount of health to do that.
Yeah, that does not happen without reactive, but it ends up being a key time to pop it, as now he's going to be soaking up some more time. Been leading the way in the objective. He had a lot of time in the game. 1 hard point here, just shy of 90 seconds. Nice grenade from Dave, though. Over the top will slow down the streak that you saw building for Apathy. John trying to push out the other side. Him and Cap have been struggling, but they are starting to go clutch down the stretch.
Yep, John really turning things around now. Trying to get in this hard point as well on a 2 streak. Has one player next to him. Slasher watches over. 197 to 173. It's been 60 straight points now for Envy in this match.
Slasher, how close is he getting to streaks? He's 21 and 14. He's on a 6 streak. Can we check Slasher for a second just to see? Okay, so he's 125 off. He's got camo, gets the points here. He should be getting streaks, and that could be the key to closing down this game.
I mean, you got to think he wants to save the camo, but gets the streaks without needing to use it. Pushes out to the wall run as well. Okay, might have gotten a little bit ahead of himself there. 210 to 173, 42nd game. Envy looking to close out the series here. I can promise you they do not want to go to a game 5, especially with how bad their S&D looks.
John now inside, trying to make plays. 2 kills, nice shots. Is John coming alive? He was neg 10 now, bringing it back to nearly even. Remember, Slasher got fully streaked out in the game. 1 hard point, doing it again here as well. How pivotal are those going to be down the stretch?
J-Cap now getting flooded again. He had a 2-piece here earlier in the game. Slasher's got his help. Everyone dead on Epsilon, and Envy are going to win the race here to cell block. They're going to win the race. Oh, sorry, not to cell block, to Graveyard. They're going to be the first ones here. Streaks now coming in. That was a headshot with a Trinity rocket onto Dave. This is done. This map is done. This series is done. Envy are going to take it over Epsilon.
And I hate to correct you from earlier, but I believe Pat did actually say 3-1 for Envy.
Wait, he did?
Yeah.
I thought no, he didn't.
Did he say 3-0? I thought he said 3-1, but he's a magician. Envy is going to do it. What a hell of a way to kick off week 4.
Woo-wee. Do we know how badly Envy needed to start off their weekend with that? In a group where you'd think anyone could wind up taking top 2, Envy come out and beat one of Europe's best across 3 respawn game modes, and that man on your screen, Slasher, was on point throughout all of it. If he continues to play that way this weekend, we could have an MVP on our hands.
Just Envy in general. I mean, I know it's 1 series, but I don't want to say people are shocked, but with the way Envy's been, when you're coming off your worst finish of all time in Anaheim, there's got to be a bit of shock there. And this just, what the hell is speaking?
Are we going to see like another FaZe from stage 1 type of weekend? Remember, FaZe only won 2 search and destroys. The last one was to qualify them for the top 2, where all they did was win respawns. With how Envy look right now, that could be the same case here.
I want the scenario from that week where it was, what, everybody 2-2 going into the final day? Or is that what it ended up being? That was insane.
It was nuts. But either way, Envy take the first series here on the main stage. That's going to do it for us at the casting desk. For now, though, we've got to hear how this series all broke down from Benson and his crew.
Thank you very much, Jack. Thank you, Maven. I think it's fair to say a surprising result in our first matchup. I think a lot of people may have had Epsilon pegged to beat Team Envious, especially when you look at recent results. But it is the boys in blue that come out on top. A 3-1 victory over Epsilon to kickstart week 4. We'll go ahead and break down that series now. Of course, it all started with map 1, of course, the hard point on Retail. And it was a close one, 250 to 223. And I think the key really was Envy, even though they were down at times, they never kind of let the game get too far away from them.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember, but E United last week, sort of their first match on Retaliation, it was sort of the same thing. They were never leading throughout, but they stayed close, and I think that's very important for Envy for this weekend because they're a team, and we talked about it in the pregame, they tilt, and they tilt hard, right? So this is a team where if they can stay in the games and they're able to clutch up like on that last bridge hill, it's going to look good for them. So a solid game 1 from Envy.
Definitely was, and one of the keys to note really, Momo, from your point of view at least, was there was just so many hardpoint breaks from both teams.
Yeah, it started off with Epsilon using Trinity rockets to break through on Cathedral, then kind of taking streaks out of the equation. Broken got broke. You know, the Cathedral got broke every single time by both teams more than once. I felt like watching these 2 teams play, there was moments of brilliance and then moments where it was just a mess. And I don't know why that was, whether it was just 2 teams kind of going head-to-head and just butting heads almost. But I definitely saw flaws in both teams here in their defense for sure.
And obviously, you mentioned moments of brilliance. I think it's fair to say the final couple of hills, Envy played out pretty much perfectly, team.
Oh, it's fantastic. When Apathy is your lowest KD overall, you're going to have a good time, especially on hardpoint. And then Slasher went sort of God mode on the last 3 hills in specific. The fact they were able to rotate to those hardpoints in tandem with each other, their setup on the hotel hallway was fantastic. Apathy was looking towards towards that top bedroom. Slasher just looking down the hallways, just really easy kills for them. So, you know, I wasn't really sure what to expect from this Envy lineup. They're proving me wrong, though. I thought they were going to come out here and kind of flop again, but obviously from that series, they're here to play and possibly take a top spot. Impressive win.
Very true. Of course, Envy go 1-0 up in the series. We then head over to map 2, Search and Destroy Throwback. This one, of course, Epsilon do take 6-3 the final score. Hawkey started off 6-1. A great start from him. But in terms of Envy's start, Merc, it was a complete mess.
Yeah, Teep and I were talking about it. It just seemed like they've played this, like, almost the style that teams were playing at it a few months back, right? Like, it just seemed weird. And there was a lot of rounds where, just for instance, Apathy, like, he hit top ticket booth and he'd come down and get a 2 or 3 piece. But then the next round, like, they allow that to be open. It just seemed very sloppy from Envy. Epsilon doing a great job, though, just executing well on their offenses, trading well. You talked about Hawkey. Hawkey also had an amazing game #1, but Josh, again, the big difference maker here at 9-6.
Definitely a great performance from him. Of course, Memo, you noted, obviously, snipers in Search and Destroy. We've been pretty hypercritical throughout the entire year of, you know, how valid are they. But there was some moments that impressed you.
I'm always very critical because I hated that teammate on my team using a sniper. I'm like, oh, you just got blooded again, or like you're being useless. The one thing I will say is the usage from Epsilon sniper. Hawkey used it from the start. It worked. He used it again. It didn't work. He put it away. I like that. You know, he tried something different and it paid off. The one thing I will say is Envy kind of like used the sniper to counter their sniper, and I don't think that's what you should be doing. You know, the one thing I did love was the fact that when they recognized the snipers there, Apathy and John were just like, boom, we're going. Like, we're pushing mid, we're being very, very forceful. And I think that was almost the downfall of Envy. I think they were reacting to almost Epsilon's style of play.
100%, I agree with you, and especially those rounds towards A where Epsilon would take that bomb over there, or sorry, on the B side towards Silo. The fact that Apathy was the only one there with an NV4, they would back him down, and then Envy's plan after that was, what, to play a retake? It didn't really make too much sense for me. You've seen it so many times. When you get that bomb down towards blue side, you just back up, and the other team has to run all the way over towards blue. There's several rounds like that for Envy where they weren't really contesting the bomb sites properly, so it just kind of was a mess of a search and destroy for Envy.
Very true. Series, of course, tied 1 map apiece. We then go over to the uplink Frost. Final score 13-10 in Envy's favor. And I mean, this was a little bit of a messy map. I'm going to be honest with you, boys. It was kind of confusing at times. We had players flying off the map and just some very interesting uses of FTL specifically. But again, it was a super slow start. This time it was a slow start for Epsilon, however, Merc.
Yeah, I mean, John, JCap, Apathy, all these guys just playing so exceptionally well. And this is something that we talked about, you know, just the ERAD usage. And going into this, I think you give the ERAD advantage to Envy just due to Apathy and John. Even JCap, he probably performed the best. And, you know, if he's able to do that, you know, with an ERAD, Frost is going to be tough to beat on. Where Epsilon, Vortex, that's your main ERAD player. He has a 0.52. He definitely had to step it up in the slaying category. However, I mean, you see that 8 points there from Epsilon in the second half. They still were in the game. I'm not sure if Envy sort of, you know, just slowed down. They just felt like they had a comfortable lead, but it was pretty sloppy from both sides.
And to that point, it was a very high-scoring game, Phil, but it felt like there was a ton of mistakes in there as well.
I just agree with Joe and yourself saying it was just a mess, sloppy. You can use so many words to describe it. There was great plays, yeah. John and Cap, actually, for me, like at the start, they were just beaming. You know, everyone was going down. They were, you know, just ERAD after ERAD and the wave after wave. It shouldn't have been that close. It really shouldn't. Envy, when they slay like that, and you know, you've got the likes of Apathy and maybe Slash and not having the best of games on that one, but he's not meant to. You know, that map doesn't favor him. It's where, you know, they should be winning, let's say instead of 13-10, it should be more like 8-1. You know, it should be more convincing, more controlled, more disciplined, and I just felt like it was like, oh yeah, we scored, oh, we just lost 2 points, okay, doesn't matter. And I think that was kind of the story of the series. The hard point I felt was sloppy, the S&D from Envy was sloppy, and I don't know. You know, someone's got to win, but I just feel that Envy should have closed that one out a little bit more convincing.
Probably should have done it. And for Epsilon, it felt like they kind of collapsed at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, that first half didn't make much sense for me at all. They would rotate back to their base, which is exactly what you want to do, but they'd stack multiple people towards that ice side. There were several situations where Slasher would be the last one alive with the K-bar over towards Ship, and they weren't really doing anything to deal with him. He would, you know, had multiple chances to pick up back-to-back three pieces, people just body stacking on each other. It's like the communication just wasn't there. That first guy wasn't prepared to, like, take that first gunfight, and then the second and third person weren't there to get the trade either. A very odd scenario in that first half. They did bring it back, but I guess they couldn't stop the schnappling.
And again, like, Epsilon, 3 players in one map falling off. I think Vortex or Hawkey twice, you know, it was off the side of the cliff. And it wasn't where...
That was the best one. He just saw him.
Yeah. Like, the crowd just started laughing. I was just like face palming on this deck. I was like, it can't happen. And that, like, I could have wrote sloppy or messy or whatever down so many times. I'm just hoping it's day one, game one, you know, and it's a bit of nerves. Maybe I'm not sure. I hope they get that out of the way. We get to some, you know, some good Call of Duty, because I didn't really enjoy that. I'm not gonna lie, watching that was quite painful.
Definitely was. Moving forward, though, we'll talk a little bit about map 4, of course, the hard point on Breakout. This one, I mean, 250 to 175 in favor of Team Envy, but Merc, this is probably Epsilon's best map in terms of hard point.
Oh, no, I think it is, and I think they've made a few statements about it. I remember Anaheim, they dominated Luminosity like 250 to like 70 in pool play, so this is a map where you thought, all right, this game is going game 5, but this man on your screen right now, Apathy, had a monster game, and I think Envy, again, just did a great job coming out early, but then they broke kills when necessary. They were able to break the first and second commissary. I really think that changed it around. Slasher then was able to pick up some streaks, and you can see here, that's where Envy won, that commissary hill. And, you know, Phil, you were talking about that hill number 1. You just felt like Envy was dominating it.
Yeah, I was kind of saying, kind of third rotation. Wait, hang on a second. Has Epsilon actually got a point on this rooftop? Because it just didn't seem like they were in the game. And then, not only that, but if you don't dominate rooftop, usually it flips and you dominate cell block. It didn't. Envy controlled that as well. Grave, granted, Epsilon came back. But I've got to say, Commissary was the way they lost that game. They got broke twice, maybe 3 times, Epsilon, and that's so unusual for them as well. They just like lost the important gunfights where they should have just been more set up and more. Right. I don't know.
It's just weird. Even on Retail, you talked about it, how these guys were just breaking each other back and forth on those hills like Broken and Grave, what we're just not used to. You're used to like, oh, this is 60 points. You even heard the casters talk about it. Hey, they rotated, they got all the kills, but then it was like, oh, Envy just allowed Epsilon to get into the front and break him. It was just a very weird map.
On that as well, the one thing going, the first rotation onto Commissary, Epsilon, they had all of the Grave, then they rotated, and I think Maven was kind of saying that is the worst case scenario for Envy. I was like, they're not only going to get back into the game, they're going to get streaks off this. They're going to go near the payload. They lose it straight away, and instead of going plus 35, they go negative 35, the difference of 70 points. And that, for me, I was like, they've just thrown that away. And it was just back to rooftops. Oh well.
One of the biggest things, too, is the amount of players that died off of streaks throughout that game, too. Yeah. Slasher twice was 50 points away. Dave used a really bad camo when he was on streaks towards the back to try and win Commissary after getting a 2-piece. When you break a hill, there's no need to pop the most powerful ability in the game in camo. There's just several decision-making issues from both sides, and we know how powerful streaks are on Commissary, on Cave. There's several situations where these guys would over-challenge. Apathy did it at middle. He instead of jumping out of the hill and getting to a safe spot, he just jumps out, gets naded. Just scenarios where we're like,
stood there.
There's too many scenarios in that entire series where we're just like, why?
Yeah,
Where's your head at in a scenario like that? You got to get those streaks. You got to make the calm play in the scenario. But overall, Envy, the slang was there.
Yep, definitely was a great map, of course, coming from Slasher in terms of your kill column. But Envy, take the first series 3-1.
I just think that was huge for them, for their momentum. Obviously, they come off a boot camp. I think that's something we really haven't touched on, where they were together for about 10 days. And, Cap and the other guys were saying you've had some good days there. We've had bad days there. You can only imagine, but at least they put that effort forward. So hopefully it pays off for them this week.
It definitely does. Of course, we are now just a few weeks away from the biggest event of the year, the Call of Duty World Championships. And we are all so excited. For now, let's take a look and find out a little bit more.
Can't wait to throw those rings on combo. Back to the back. World champion. Attach is on it. He's on it. The Centauri's gonna fall. And Attach is gonna get the defuse. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2016 Call of Duty champions, Team NBA.
Orlando, Florida, just a few weeks away, and you can purchase your tickets at mlg.tv/CWL champs. But moving forward here at day one of week 4, stage 2. Up next on the main stage, Optic Gaming take on Cloud9. And I'm excited for this one because I don't really know what Cloud9 we're going to see. Obviously, you go back to stage 1, it wasn't pretty for Cloud9, that's for sure. But have they improved, or how much I should say, have they improved since then in your opinion?
Well, we go to Anaheim. They have a roster change coming in, Exotic and Priesthood coming in, some 2 young guns to really revitalize this roster, and they definitely do it. They get that 4th place finish, but me and Joe have talked about it a lot here on the desk. What was that level of competition? I would say they got, a very favorable bracket for them.
True.
They did play some top-tier teams, don't get me wrong, some top 8 caliber, but I feel like Optic Gaming is a completely different beast when it comes to slaying. I don't know if Priest is going to be enough in that sort of, high-paced sort of gameplay overall, especially in the hard points for them to compete against a team like Optic. And Cloud9 is known to start a little bit slow in these weekends.
Very true.
Against a team like Optic, they're going to take full advantage.
Yeah, you got to come out all guns blazing.
Right.
You're playing Optic Gaming. But on the flip side, of course, Optic Gaming, a team who we're so used to saying the #1 team in the world, the best team in the game. We've not been saying it recently, and I mean, you go back to the Stage 1 playoffs, it wasn't the best performance from them there either.
No, not at all. I mean, it feels very weird saying that, Luminosity, the Splices in the world, they're the #1, #2 teams. Maybe not anymore with Splices, past weekend, but, if you look at Anaheim, didn't perform well, but they started off great. 4-0 in pools, 12-0 in pool. You can say they did have a very weak pool. Then you go into the bracket, they lose a game 5 to Luminosity, +2 hard points. Then they drop, they beat Rise, and then again, they lose 2 hard points and a game 5 S&D. To me, if you're an Optic Gaming fan, you're kind of happy at that because I feel like hardpoint is the easiest thing for them to fix. It just revolves around the slaying. So, we'll see. I think their hardpoint will be much more improved, between that time from Anaheim until now. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Definitely hope so, at least. Obviously, something to touch on. And obviously, I think it was yourself that picked Commer to step up, I believe. Well, we can take a look at a First Blood leaderboard in Search and Destroy. And Commer himself actually finds himself sitting pretty, I believe, at the very, very top of that. You can see First Blood 64. Now, these stats are from Dallas onwards. So bear that in mind when you look at it. Optic Gaming, I mean, they dominate your First Blood leaderboard. Is that a surprise to you there, Bebo?
It actually is. I mean, their recent performance, both, say, playoffs and Anaheim in particular, the time basically where we've not been calling them the #1, you look at that and the whole SD win championships, when you get in First Blood,
should be winning rounds.
you should be winning every single S&D. We've seen the amount of times we've said Search and Destroy, 9 out of the 10 First Bloods, they win the round, and you'd expect them to do that. But it's... that confuses me. I'm not going to lie. That confuses me.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I think this is Optic, this roster, I think this is their best Search and Destroy game in the past 3 titles, to be quite honest. The fact that Formal sort of took over that in-game leadership has done wonders for them, honestly. They're having issues early on in Infinite Warfare, and then all of a sudden, they completely turn it around, and now Hardpoint is their issue. The fact that these 4 players are having an issue in Hardpoint blows my absolute mind.
No, yeah, I just think that, you look at these maps, Retail, Hardpoint, I think that's going to be tough for Cloud9 because I just think Formal sort of with that MV4, Crim6 as well. But we're going to have to see how much can Assault play, how much of a major role. Throwback S&D is another interesting one. I feel like we've seen Optic play very well, but we've also seen them play very shaky. I remember, I believe they lost that against Enigma 6 at Anaheim, so see how much they improve. Going to that Frost uplink, though, I'm a little bit scared for Cloud9. That's a scary one.
Yeah, I'm excited. Obviously, Pat definitely feeling confident. He was on the desk earlier on, just kind of giving us a little bit of a chat. Yeah, it's very true. One of the most confident players, that's for sure. But first game of the day, of course, now fully in the books, and it's going to be a big congratulations to Team Envious with the strong start as they secure their first win here at Week 4 of the Stage 2 for Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. Up next on the main stage, Optic Gaming take on Cloud9 in both teams' first match of the weekend.
Welcome back. It is time for Optic versus Cloud9. Let's take a look at the G Fuel key player matchup.
Formal's been dominant all year long. You see his stats in all 3 game modes. He's one of the best players in Call of Duty. On the other side, it's Assault. He's very good in the respawn game modes, needs to pick it up a little bit in S&D. If Cloud9 is going to upset Optic Gaming, Assault's going to be a big player.
Formal versus Assault. That'll do it for your G Fuel key player matchup. Let's get into the game. Here we go. It's Retaliation hardpoint. On one side of the stage, Optic Gaming looking for some redemption off a tough month. And there you have your 4th place finishers at Anaheim and Cloud9. My question for you, Matt, have you seen enough of Cloud9 to be impressed yet? I mean, they didn't have a lot of big wins, really, on that road at Anaheim?
You said like 4th place at Anaheim, and it really just kind of hasn't stuck that this team got top 4 at our most recent event. Feels like there's still a Cloud9 who's battling back, you know, from Vegas and a lot of really bad performances at the beginning of the year. But man, Cloud9, they could be a big player in this group. I think this group may have obviously very tough. I think we're going to find out how tough it is with how we see Cloud9 play here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see maybe the changes for Optic Gaming. I was talking to Krim on Hot Mic, and he was saying how the team, the big thing, when you have 4 guys that are so talented, kind of hurts you. Like, who's going to play that unselfish role? Who's going to maybe not go double positive at times? And he was like, it is literally going to be me and Karma flying at people, Scump and Formal looking to pick up the kills. We're not going to be worried about KD. We're just worried about victories. Interested to see how it plays out.
So that's all well and good, you know, playing that type of play style when you're winning. I think when you're losing, that's when players can really get frustrated. You see Aches just putting down shots and not connecting on anything, as this hill's been really split. But I think Optic Gaming, it's really important that this team gets a, not really a win here, but gets first in the group, goes into Stage 2 playoffs, performs well there, because I think that's where you'll see a lot of questions. You know, if they don't play well and they kind of struggle and some players are still struggling, I think that's when you'll see some of these guys get upset.
Well, a nice first hard point for Optic, Matt, as they get out to a 24-10 lead. We'll now head to Lower Street, and it's initial control here for Cloud9. And this is something they struggle with on this hard point in particular, is not getting control of Plat and then looking for the retake. Right now trying to do it. Nice shots from Formal down range to find a kill. Guns Aches as well. The NV4 looking strong here early for Formal.
Yeah, with the NV4 against a K-bar in that situation, Aches really doesn't have much of a chance against Formal in that gunfight. It's going to be Exotic, though, coming off spawn. Picks up the first one for Cloud9. See if they can break in here. You have Scump up top with the NV4. And now, speaking of Scump a little bit yesterday, he really loves running the NV4. Would not be surprised if you see him run the NV4 on more maps this weekend.
I saw his YouTube video. It was a best NV4 on Optic. We'll see what Scump can do, but he is 7-3.
Maybe some shots there?
Yeah, 7-3 right now. See if he can continue. They rack up all the time really at Lower Street. But now the question is, can they fight through the initial control for Cloud9 at Graveyard?
Be Scump picking up one. The rest of his teammates fall. It'll be Krim here stuck in market. It's a good rotation from Cloud9. They're playing this the right way, Cloud9. They're going for the long game, right? They don't need to take a lot of the time there on that lower market. They're playing here for Cathedral. They can get right back in the game. And to be quite frank, I mean, if they have a good first start of the game from Assault, this is a Cloud9 team that could find themselves in the lead, but there's 2 quick kills from Optic Gaming, and here comes the pinch.
You got to think this is a map, though, that Assault's eventually going to get on a rhythm, right? This is one that definitely favors his strong suits. Exotic, though, is the one inside the hard point, trying to bounce back and forth and deal with the pressure coming through for Optic Gaming, but it's Scump and Krim on the kill feed. Next person up from Cloud9 was Precinct. He drops as well. So you pick up, what, 20 or so seconds if you're Cloud9, but eventually that consistent pressure from Optic Gaming busts on through.
Yeah, and it's not good for Cloud9. It's now Krim 6 has streaks as well. It's kind of odd to see you guys 6-3, but he's on a 5 streak. A lot of those kills come inside of the hard point. Be able to earn those score streaks. So we'll see those later in the game. So it looks like Cloud9, they rotated again early over towards Broken. They rotated early to Cathedral last time. It's a nice spot here from Karma. He's able to get one, helping Formal as well play for these back spawns.
Karma right now just trying to play his life as they're looking to break through. This is back-to-back nice setups early from Cloud9, but last time you saw what happened. Optic Gaming eventually was able to break through, and they do that again here as Karma continues to look hot. 10-7 on a 3 streak. And it looks like it doesn't matter what the controller setup is early for Cloud9. Optic has had no issue breaking through.
Karma is such a key factor for this team. Like, obviously, we've talked about it a lot, but if he plays like this and he kind of goes around even, a little bit higher than even, I mean, you're going to get a good game from 2 of the other 3 guys, most likely. I think that it just results in easy Optic wins. It's when Karma struggles, that's when you see this team really struggle to pick up wins in respawn game modes.
That's certainly true. Exotic, though, on the back of a 2-piece, was able to get late control now inside of the Destroy building. Is Cloud9 trying to claw back in this one, is make sure Optic Gaming can't open too big of a lead here to put them away. They're still fighting in this one, but what stood out to you the most here maybe early in the game?
Well, Cloud9 keeping themselves in it. I mean, they're not getting blown out of this game, but you haven't really seen a lot in terms of positives from them. I mean, they're keeping it close. That's about it. The side of Optic, you're seeing a great game from Karma at the beginning. Same with Scump. It's resulting in a good scoreline here as you're going to see Karma push through. Tags player up. He's going to be starting to work towards streaks, but Aches cuts him down the hotel hallway. You do have those streaks on Crim for later in the game. So if this does remain a close game, let's say Cloud9 gets Cathedral control or back broken again, they can easily use these streaks Optic and break the hill.
Well, every player positive for Optic, every player currently negative for Cloud9. The lead now up to 50 points. Scump getting in behind, locating Priesta there. And when you're talking about Optic and players that really need to step it up this weekend, I think Karma's really looking for some redemption, right? He had a brutal Anaheim. Really, I think looking to prove people wrong. There were people tweeting, oh, Karma needs drop. There were people going back and forth because he just was really struggling in the respawn modes. So far, at least in this first game, they're looking good.
I mean, I think whoever plays this role, as a nice 2-piece comes in from Exotic, whoever plays that role on this Optic team is going to not have great stat lines. I think regardless of whether it's Karma, another player, you sub some guys in, put him in a different position. I feel like whoever is kind of that bait or the first man in is going to struggle in this lineup as Assault lines up 2. He's brought his way back to even, but now you have Aches, 9 and 15. Now we need to see him pick it up. So Cloud9, I think the key that we see with Luminosity, why they're able to beat Optic, is because you get a balanced effort from all 4 guys. All 4 guys play up to their potential. Cloud9, they're going to need that here in this first game to beat Optic.
Yeah, Aches surrounded by young talent. Looking to carry him through this first game. He just can't hurt you, right? He just needs to have games that are good enough to keep you. You don't expect him at this point in his career to be dropping a 1.5 KD.
And this is what was scary about the beginning of the game, is that Optic let Cloud9 hang around, and now Cloud9 has taken the lead, and they've rotated towards that lower market. See the number 1 on the mini-map, that's Priesta. He wins a big gun battle against Formal inside a bike shop, so now lower street will be controlled by Cloud9. This is great from 2 perspectives. Obviously, you get a ton of time here on lower street if you're able to hold this. Potentially, you also force Crim to burn one of those streaks a little bit early.
Oh my God, dude. We talked about Assault at 1 and 5. Well, he's got 5 kills in a row right now at 18 and 13. It's exactly what we said. This is a map that plays to his strengths. He is going to pick it up eventually, and he has absolutely done it. What was once a 50-point lead for Optic Gaming, now a 30-plus point edge for Cloud9. They have roared back at this one, and they have had a perfect hold here at lower street. Finally, Optic looks to break in unless Priesta says something about it.
He gets one, but with 15 seconds left on the hard point, they can rotate over towards Cathedral. You do have those streaks on Crim, but Cloud9 has given themselves a big of a cushion here to give up Cathedral, give up a ton of time there, and then you rotate over towards Broken. Here's going to be the Trinity Rocket coming in from Crim. Doesn't get one. He's only going to get one there with Assault inside of the hill. It's enough to break it for Optic Gaming. Let's see how Cloud9 answers back.
Yeah, gets a kill, makes sure that player isn't able to maybe pick up one, spawn anybody out, then he'll spawn all the way across the bridge and have to fight back through. A Scarab from Priesta needed to be used very early as it was Crim 6 on the backside of Curb. That does get traded out. They have to clear market and the back street. So far, doing a solid job. Aches, Exotic, everybody involved in the action. But now the bombardment invested. He gets all 3. He gets all 3 with 30 seconds left.
But you're okay with that. 25 seconds left. Optic will maybe get back to the hill with, 20-18, so they get it right now with 21 seconds left. When you give up this time, Cloud9, you're still in the lead. You've gotten Crim to burn both streaks. It's a really good exchange here from Cloud9.
Yeah, the big thing is you get them to use both, right? That's absolutely huge. Yes, you get some kills. Yes, they kind of work out for Optic in a way that you get time behind them. But yeah, I think if you talk about who gets advantage from that, you got to talk about Cloud9.
But I mean, you give up those last 20 seconds. If you pick up some kills on the rotation here, although it looks like Optic picking up a lot of the kills they need going over towards Broken, you're able to hold this. And then those streaks really didn't do much for Optic Gaming, but Optic gets a big break here on Broken.
Yeah, this break is where, those streaks all of a sudden don't really hurt you when you're able to break in and destroy buildings so quickly. Aches is still up. Teammates need to get to him, doing a solid job trying to stay alive. But the flood from Optic does come in. 184, 184. We have had some very, very close hard points so far to kick off day one. This, yet another.
And the camo comes in there from Assault. He's able to get Scump inside of the hard point as he's calling in the Scarab. 3 kills come in for Cloud9. It's just Formal in the back. He gets gunned by Assault, who's currently on a 3 streak. A big break there from Assault. It's going to give Cloud9 the last 20 or so seconds of this hill as we go over towards that hotel hallway. Let's jump on with Assault. He's currently on a 4 streak. A few of those came inside of the hill. See, he's getting very close to earning streaks.
We'll see if maybe he can get some opening picks when we get into hotel hallway. There's the final tick. And now the onslaught on. It's Crim6 in a good position outside curb to find the kill. Make sure no streaks will come in. Optic Gaming fighting from behind, 20 points. Formal picked by Priesta. Is that the opening that they need to make a play? Kills just back and forth. 2 for Optic, 2 for Cloud9. Now a one-on-one inside that Scump is able to win. There's a team kill that comes through from Aches onto Exotic. Reactive armor now popped. 1 taken out, but dies almost immediately. Next payload up is going to be Camo here for Karma.
And I think you save the camo. I think you save it towards Bridge, because we are going to go to that Bridge hard point. And I think there's the potential for Cloud9 to pinch and spawn you all the way out. You're going to need that camo to contest or get some time later in the game. But it was Formal on the hill for OG. He gets taken out by Assault, who funnels in here for Cloud9. He's picking up a lot of shots on some players. It's going to be 2 kills there for Assault. In 7 seconds, we're going over towards Bridge. It'll be Cloud9 with the lead, with a chance to close it out here.
I believe all streaks, at least major ones, have been expended. You'd love to have that bombardment or Trinity now for a break, but Optic will be the first team inside. Formal trying to wrap behind. Remember, you still have this camo now for Karma. Gets 1 kill, spots a couple there in the back going vertical. Trailing now by 10 points. It could all come down to this at Bridge. You see all the blue X-rays starting to mount forward. A lot of pressure on here for Karma to make a play.
Aches picks up 1 inside the hotel. That's going to force Karma to pop the camo. He goes around. Now he's behind the members of Cloud9. He's not going to be able to pick up anyone up, but it's going to be Crim and Formal in the feed with a kill apiece.
The question is, did it provide enough of a distraction here for everybody else at Optic to find kills? The answer is yes. Scump rips off 2 heads. He's 32 and 25. 7 more seconds now needed for Optic Gaming. You have to pop reactive armor. Karma in a nice position there to cut him down. Back and forth we go. Hardpoint now taking control of Cloud9 for the moment, but there's 1 player left up. It's Assault. Got to take a look at the next hardpoint if we even see it. The final tick does go through. That was the last second on the clock. Optic with just enough, but I saw you pointing at the map. I think they had a player there ready at Lower Street anyway.
Yeah, it was going to be a one-on-one at Lower Street, whoever got control of that, but doesn't matter. Cloud9 not able to get back on Bridge. Optic Gaming comes back, holds on to the first hard point here in our series, but I gotta tell you, they did not look like a clean win there for Optic. They were in control a lot of the game. They let Cloud9 battle all the way back. Now, Game 4 in this series is a breakout hardpoint. It's one that Optic, they've talked a little bit about, they've struggled with recently. I would definitely be worried for them if it goes to that game, if Cloud9 can just extend this series a little bit.
Yeah, the next map, though, will be Throwback Search and Destroy, and Throwback, not a map that always plays in the favor of Optic. It's their worst uplink by a landslide. I think there's something like, they have like 1 loss when you look back over the past couple of months when you talk about Precinct. When you look at Frost, they've been very good. But Throwback Search, Throwback uplink, it's just a map that they haven't been really that great out over the course of the year. A win here would be huge, but I want to talk, forget the Optic side for a second, the first map win. What did you like about Cloud9 that you saw there?
That they were able to battle back. I feel like it's a Cloud9 team that, obviously, with the other roster where they had Ricky and Lacefield, if they go down a little bit earlier, they would just collapse. You saw Assault bounce back in a big way. If Assault doesn't get killed by Crim coming out of Broken, he earns that Trinity and then maybe the Scorchers as well. It's a completely different game. It's a huge kill there by Crim on Assault, but Assault really bounced back there in the Game 1. start to heat up towards the end. They need him in the respawn game modes in such a bad way.
That was a big kill from Krem. I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
That's in a position where Assault's not even ready to be gun up, right? He's just thinking about running into Hotel, getting set up, maybe picking off a head off a cover. Doesn't get in that position as Krem cuts him down. But now to Search, if you're looking at Cloud9, I think one of the main reasons you acquire a player like Exotic is he's very good in Search. They're going to need him to be excellent here. Don't always expect him maybe to go off in the respawns, but that's the guy I'm looking at when you're talking about Cloud9, a young player, a great Search player. Who are you looking at for Optic?
On the side of Optic, I think you're looking at Scump. I want to see how he plays in Search and Destroy. I feel like over the years, he's definitely improved as an SND player. But I feel like, you know where you're going to get from Formal. I mean, Formal is just a beast in Search and Destroy. What was his KD through like group stages at Anaheim? It was like something like a 2 or it was like something stupid.
Through groups. I mean, to be fair, all of their KDs were insane until they got out of groups, and then things kind of fell apart. But it's actually been, I think, kind of interesting for me when you look at like Dallas playoffs, Anaheim for Optic. It seems like it's been kind of two different guys in Search and Destroy that have stepped it up. I mean, leading the leaderboards at times have been like a Krim and Karma been their two tops in S&D. Then the next weekend, it looks like you're looking at Formal and Scump to carry that load. I mean, they've certainly been more consistent throughout the course of the year in Search this year compared to last year. It was the thorn in their side for pretty much all of it outside of the first couple of months.
I mean, you go back and look at XP last year, I feel like the reason they struggled at that event, they end up losing that event, is because of their Search and Destroy.
They won 2 or something like that.
They were abysmal. But you look now, this time of year, as we're getting ready to go to COD Champs, their hardpoint hasn't been great. So it's like, it seems like this team has always had one game mode that really kind of faults them.
Well, what's interesting is their hardpoint was very good, but then I believe in the 2 series they lost at Anaheim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they lost both hardpoints in both those series. Yep. And that was kind of insane to see. And, we talk about it sometimes with this Optic game, Optic team, it's almost like you have so much talent that you can kind of cruise throughout most of the year, and it's like once people start to catch up, it's like, all right, we need to now turn into a second gear. So I'm wondering if maybe this past month of failure might help them in a way?
I also think there haven't been many teams in recent history that have had the talent to kind of go at them. That now there's like an abundance of teams that have the talent to really contest them. I think it definitely changes their gameplay and how they have to approach the game.
Well, it's 2 kills early from Priesta and also from Eggs. Krim 6 and Scump going to be the 2 remaining players. Now all going to fall on Krim in a 1 versus 2. Plenty of time on the clock to try and make a play. I think he did just spot 1 hit underpass. See if Krim can clutch up here. He knows there's one at back boss. Not able to finish the kill. Does turn. Able to pre-end that one. He's tagged up, and over the top comes the final Cloud9 player. That's a round you had to win. I mean, you got the first 2 kills for Cloud9. That's not one you could throw away, especially in a 1v2 fashion for Krim 6.
I almost feel like once he got Exotic weak, he needed to just challenge back bus and get behind the bus. I feel like that's the only way. But
either way,
I don't think you close the gap that fast on Exotic. Like if you were to go out and like slide, I don't think you make it across before they're able to turn off a bomb and pick him up.
Okay, well, we talked about Exotic and pressure on him to be solid in Search and Destroy. He starts out with 2 kills in the first round. Scump getting aggressive mid-map. We saw a lot of holes being just cruised through in our first series on this map. Kills going back and forth. It's Priesta there with 2 as he's slipping and sliding with the ERAD. It's suddenly now Formal's chance for a 1v2. Makes it a 1 versus 1. He gets challenged from the edge. Can't snap. It's Patrick Price clutching up. As it has come down to a couple of tough 1v2s here for Optic early.
I feel bad for the first player on Cloud9 because they got baited pretty hard by Priesta, but Priesta makes up for it because he's able to pick up 2 kills. He's playing that short corner with the submachine gun, and he lets Scump just get a little bit further up that the second player doesn't expect him to be in the corner. He's able to get 2.
I'd say if I was a team, I'd be like, bait me all you want. As long as you're getting the kills.
As long as you get both of them, I'm okay with it.
I don't care, but those times where you don't get the kills, you're probably going to hear it. Okay, now offense for Cloud9. We'll see Aches' POV as he's checking top ticket, not able to connect. Karma repeaks and challenges. Both players going to be backing up for now.
So that's a really slow play here from Cloud9. Now the first 2 rounds in this were really aggressive towards the mid-map for both teams. Just a lot of pressure, and now we see Priesta moving up fast again. See, that's where you kind of get caught off guard. I mean, he's there by himself, no real opportunity to trade it out. It'll be a round win for Cloud9. I feel like that's just a little bit of Priesta trying to do too much.
And I think that's Optic kind of reacting to it. Like, if he's going to be that aggressive there, okay, let's bait it out. They have 2 players stacked up at underpass, and they're able to clean him up. And you see the final snipe coming in from Formal as Optic finally able to get on the board here. now trailing 1-2 in our Game 2 Search and Destroy. If you are joining us, you missed a hard point that I'd recommend watching. Very back and forth affair, tons of lead changes, eventually won by Optic Gaming.
We'll stay on board with Formal. He has the sniper in his hand. It's going to be Krim getting first blood. I believe Formal actually saw that player come through underpass, the second one. So,
well, Priest is in a good spot though, Matt.
Yeah, he knows 2 players have at least passed through. Let's see if Priesta knows the player has not exited the bomb, but his teammates not been able to pick up any kills. This is an awful round for Cloud9.
Yeah, at first I thought he was going to try and peek back ticket and find a kill, but as things start to fall apart, teammates dropping around him, never given the option, and now Optic back-to-back rounds have tied things up at 2 apiece, as they seem to be doing a good job of countering, what you're trying right now for Cloud9.
Now I think the interesting part about this game is where Cloud9 goes. They've been so aggressive and worked the first 2 rounds, but now Optic's been a little bit more passive. They pulled out the sniper rifle. They've dominated those 2 rounds back-to-back.
Well, I know this is a very different roster for Cloud9, but sometimes I see the similarities. Like on this map, it would be, let's send Lacefield middle. Does he find a kill or does he die? Priesta, what the hell?
So I like that. They end up challenging Formal at that back lemon directly from underneath the bomb. Not many players are able to hit that shot with an ERAD and just get him down as quick. But if he's going to be back there sniping, challenge him. Make him hit a shot. I like that strat there from Cloud9.
Well, Aix dies in a spot he should not have. You now made this a winnable round for Optic Gaming. Got to play your life in that spot, or at least make sure you have somebody there to kind of tag team the player with you. As Karma wins one, it's quickly a 2 versus 2. They can't get the angle on him. Scump now here. As Scump gets a kill, it's quickly a 1v1 that Karma is able to win. And that is 3 rounds in a row for Optic Gaming. And what was it, a 2v4, I believe, at one point before Aix dropped?
You have the bomb planted for you as well. That is a round that C9 cannot lose. There's really no reason for Aix to challenge Karma there mid-map. I mean, you have the site, you have the bomb planted, you have, a man advantage. They have to come towards you. Well, there's no reason to challenge that mid-map.
Before he died, it seemed like a round that was, almost impossible for Optic to win. As soon as he drops.
Oh, it's I want to say an easy round, but
it's very winnable.
Winnable, yes. Now Karma fully streaked out. This is a very tough game now for Cloud9 to come back into.
Yeah, well, you see how big those pair of kills plus the defuse end up being for Karma. All streaks. Just a sliver from Camo. Priesta engaged. It's like they're baiting out his aggressive play, right? Just getting into spots where they think they can deal with him since the opening rounds. As several players drop for Cloud9, it's Exotic trying to turn the tides, but Scump will take his head off. It's Aix's turn now to try a 1v3 as Cloud9 suddenly getting rolled.
I mean, if Priesta is going to just fly mid-map, jump up in the window, let you know he's there, and then jump through the window, you'll just sit back and play for that all day long if you're Optic, right? I mean, it's a 50-50 chance, but still there's nobody even there with him. So if he kills the one guy, you just run up there, Scump runs up there, trades it out, and you're able to get him out of the equation.
How many rounds does it seem like Priesta has either gotten the first kill or been the first kill? I mean, that's going to be his role on the team, but you need more of those to start going in your favor, as it's just been complete control from Optic Gaming in the last 4 rounds. Let's see how teams opt to mix things up. Kind of a 2-2 split on defense right now for Optic. Priesta going to be the aggressive one again. They're just waiting for him. He's in a tough spot. He's going to keep on pushing through, tries to take the 1v1. There, he's able to win it. That's exactly what you needed from him.
So now they burn the Trinity as well. So you have a 3v3. Make it a 3v2 in favor of Cloud9. Exotic picks up 2 easy kills through the mid. So this is great for Cloud9. Now they, obviously this is a round that we think they can win. 1v3 in their favor. You have the bomb.
I would hope so.
Yeah, which is going down right now. And you burn one of the streaks from Karma. So it's a very good round here for Cloud9.
Time against him. Formal has to clutch up in a 1 versus 3. Hasn't seen anything yet. He's going to try and push through the back. This is one of the toughest spots to deal with, and they're going to catch him immediately. Good stuff there from Cloud9. That slows the bleeding, right? You were getting railed for 4 rounds. You get one on the board, and Priest, a big part of that, gets a lot of information and gets that first blood.
And think about how different that 1 round could be. You wouldn't have given up streaks to Karma, and you'd be up 1 round right now. So you'd be what? It'd be like 4-3, right?
Yeah.
4-2?
No, it'd just be...
Yeah, it'd be 4-3. Yeah. It would just be flipped. So it's a huge round, the one that Optic wins before.
And we talked about, Aix not be able to hurt you in some games, but Assault on the other side of that, like you started out really poorly in game one. You fought back. You started to maybe get a little bit of confidence. Not having the best game here, but now's a chance to make an impact on the game. Unfortunately for you, Formal's taken out a couple of your teammates, and you're tagged up, ping behind Lemon. He's going to get pushed out. Somehow still alive, but the FTL from Formal able to make the play. It's traded back and forth. The last man from Optic, though, clutches up in another 1-versus-1. A frantic round, but it'll be a 5th victory there for Optic.
I was surprised Assault was able to kill both of those players. Some nice shots from him behind Lemon, but Krim comes in, cleans up Aches. And Optic Gaming now run 1 round away from going up 2-0 in this series against Cloud9, their first of the weekend.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 was the single biggest question mark for me coming in. I know we've talked about Envy. I had low expectations. Those have been shifted a bit after the first series, but Cloud9, I still think a lot of us weren't sure what to really take from Anaheim, right?
I agree. I think it was a Cloud9 that you could have saw come in and play lights out, or have a lackluster performance. I still think even if they were to lose this series, I'm not too disappointed with C9. I think at least through the first 2 maps, they've been very competitive here against Optic.
Well, Optic now with a 3-versus-2 advantage. 1 player left. It's going to be on Exotic. A lot of pressure on him to clutch in this. The FTLs to get away, able to pick up one in the back. Can he snap on to the 2 remaining players? Just trying to play his life. Unfortunately, they don't slide close. They push over the top, and there is Optic's 2nd victory in this best of 5. They're looking strong. And the reason I know, I don't want to say people doubted Optic. We're never really going to doubt this team. It's just it's been weird for them not to be as much in the conversation of being one of the top teams in the world over the past month and a half. And I know just looking at Scump and talking to the guys, like they've been so excited to play. Like I know Scump's been watching like every single match every week, just tweeting out constantly, I can't wait to get playing some Call of Duty again. They were fired up, and for the first time in a while, really, I think had something to prove. The only other time I can think about it this year might be after Vegas, and people were kind of questioning them.
Well, there are 4 players who have always been on the top team or in the conversation of the top teams in the game. And for the last month or two, like you said, we've really just been talking about Luminosity, Splice, a few other teams. Optic's always still been up there, but if you were to ask who the clear-cut number 1 is, a lot of people would say right now Luminosity. Well, and I think they're a team right now that really wants to come out and prove that they can get back to that top spot.
So far, so good. 2-0 lead for Optic. It'll be Frost Uplink coming up next. We'll see you after this quick break. Welcome back. It's time for Game 3. Cloud9 trying to fight back in this one. 0-2 deficit right now in the series. Unfortunately for them, it'll be on Frost. If you talk about Optic Gaming in Uplink, they're 9-1 since Dallas on Precinct. They are 7-1 on Frost. Only one they've struggled, as I mentioned earlier, was 3-5 on Throwback. So unfortunately, we're going to Frost if you're Cloud9.
We're going to find out if Cloud9 has any weaknesses here in their slaying game, as this is one where you cannot have a player kind of hide back with an NV4 and just kind of pick players off at range. This is a map Frost uplink that is so fast, a lot of ERADs on both sides. They are not going to be able to hide, not going to be able to put one player in the back, kind of let him stay around even. It's going to be Optic Gaming forcing gunfights from the start.
A one-point toss is away and good. Is Scump able to put it through, and Optic strike first. We talk a lot about submachine guns on this game, but so far it is 4 kills in a row with an NV4 for Formal before finally dropping. You'll see a lot more ARs out on the opening break. You expect to see some changes as we get further into this game, but it's another offensive push coming in for Optic. You try to rotate back and deal with it, but there's already a second bucket on through.
I mean, Formal's the type of player, you let him just pick whichever gun he wants, doesn't really matter. I mean, the guy just so talented. See there, just 2 easy kills there with the K-bar. Looking for more. For a second there, I thought he was going to slide by and kill him. There was no doubt in my mind that he was going to pick that kill up, but Aches able to answer back. But Optic Gaming gets 2 points on the board so fast at the beginning of the game. See if Cloud9 can respond.
Well, just don't let that first half like we saw in Envy to Epsilon happen, as Envy just played perfect cross uplink through the first 3 or so minutes of that game and ended it before it really should have been. Cloud9 at least now fighting back and just looking for some control of sub-bay, trying to get advantage around drones. Scump wants absolutely nothing to do with said advantage as he kills 2. Karma finds a 3rd, and now it's a push again from Optic Gaming. 1-point toss away, another on the board. Nobody at home for an interception. Is just 3 Optic Gaming players flying into your base, and now Formal's got control.
And he's just going to keep pushing. I mean, he could have easily just kind of hung out there, tried to lock down the spawns, but he just wants as many kills as he can. Knows the team is in full control here at the beginning of this uplink game. And if you're Optic Gaming and you know you can outslay Cloud9 this bad, like you just keep running at them. Like nothing changes from their gameplay. You just got to keep forcing these engagements all over the map. You'll take your chances.
Well, as Assault picks up 2, it's allowed Aches to start to push through. He should be able to wrap back ice and find a couple easy ones. Teammates already picked it up, and as soon as he turns, he will drop. But this should be the first points on the board. Have to go for 1 there. Wise by Exotic not to get greedy and to go for the dunk, and he also guns Karma off a spawn. So give yourself a chance maybe for a rally here as 2 players in an aggressive position, 2 coming off a spawn for Cloud9. But Krim has grabbed the drone and made the right play. He's taken it out towards Cliff. Not allowed any sort of rally for Cloud9.
Yeah, it was Assault on his 6th streak there who helped open things up there for Cloud9. So now they have some drone control here. They just need to figure out a way to push it up.
Well, it is Optic Gaming, though, with an early advantage, up 3-1 in this game, up 2-0 in the series. I want to hear their comms.
Let's go mid, let's go mid, let's go mid. Nice.
We wrap that?
Go, wrap blue. Go. Yes, we can wrap it. Two mid. I'll pick it up.
Chip already? One's in circle already?
High mid.
Yeah.
Look at roll. One shot. There's 2 ships.
Oh my goodness, that's
one shot. I'll trade. Oh, let's go. He's in the back computer.
I'm back here.
He's still there.
I'm combining him.
I got him.
I'm playing kills.
Touch, Shaman. We can't get
Two connector.
Come new with me, guys.
Come mid, Matt.
They're using stuns. One guy connector, one guy back right. They're using stuns now. Connector right now, Aches. Nice. Another connector. One shot connector. Fuck him up. Nice. One more name. Fuck that guy. Nice. Damon 3. Last guy. Priest. Play flank in circle. Yeah, he's box. Behind him. He's ours. Aggressive box. Get a one, maybe. Lay down.
I have the balls.
Lay down.
Balls in the ground.
Priest go.
Middle connector, Aches.
Priest is here. I needed you name it.
Fine, I'm leaving.
Yep. Playing high mid. Assault's there, dead.
Matt, hold him. Going middle of them.
Aches, one shot connector, Aches. One shot connector. Last guy, one spawn. He won his ship. He's gonna be on you.
I don't see him.
He's wall. Another wall. Yeah, you might be wall.
I'm looking wall.
Okay. Nothing wall. He's probably circle.
Circle, yeah.
I'll trade it.
It's Pat.
Wait, that's one shot. Three on me. Back in the touch. Connector. Last guy. Go. Slide across. Go right for a one. Insta.
I'm inside door.
Oh, he caught it. 3 on the point. I got 1. Nice. 3.
He's jammer. Dead.
I'm holding the base. Yep. I mean, when they spawn.
Pass it to me.
Back right. Yeah, Seth, I got you out. Dead. They're gonna ramp. Yeah. Window. I'm here. Nice, Sue. Come here. Oh my god, you stole my 4-piece. Let's go, Seth. Come back. Go. Oh my god.
Still 4. One's up.
Keep holding. He's gonna be here, Seth. I got out one red. I got out ship weak X. Ship weak X. Bro, they're ship. I'm stuck. I see one back right. I'm stuck. I see one back right. That's fine. It's fine. Oh my god. This guy's in the street. Red underpass.
Ship, he's going ship.
One sider connector.
He's gonna go up ice. He's gonna try to go nice.
One's connector. 6 seconds. Slice.
Wall ship, exotic.
And one circle. Oh, they can't. Good job, guys. We go, baby. Let's go. Nice job.
Good shit, guys.
We had hella good teamwork right there.
Yep.
All right, I'm about to have OD.
Dude, Ian, you stole my 4-piece. Literally 4 on.
They've been just shit on.
They like all lined up in that window, dude.
Oh, I got the guy. I got every single guy coming out of the window one shot. Oh, yo, right here.
So they did the same thing as we talked about.
You guys want to do the mid thing? Yeah. I'm doing mid. I'm doing a mid thing.
Everyone go here.
Just focus on flying at the guy tractor, okay? Because I'm gonna kill.
All right, I got a nade. I got a nade for dozer.
I'm hitting left side dozer. I need a left side dozer right now. I'm watching the high. I have high wall. One behind it.
Oh, right side.
I'll tell you what, the final bit to that comm cracked me up. You hear when Formal goes, great teamwork, and Scump goes, you stole my 4-piece, Ian.
Just competitive with each other. I mean, when you're winning, everything's great, right?
Yep.
I mean,
I thought overall, though, that was fantastic as far as their comms go.
Yeah, really good teamwork there from Optic Gaming. See at the end of that game, they're able to push in to the Cloud9 base, get full control, put some points on the board. 2 nice kills here from Assault. Gets caught reloading, trying to jump at Formal. Formal answers back with 2 kills of his own. Make it 3. So now the drone gets reset. But I think if, I mean, it's going to be difficult, Clint, for Cloud9 to come back here in the second half. I never feel like they're going to be able to string together like a lot of scoring opportunities like we just saw Optic do.
We'll see if they're able to do it. I mean, they're not down. It reminds me of the game one a little bit. They've kept it close enough that they can start to rally back. It's only a 2-possession game. Karma, though, trying to change that. The toss comes up a little bit short. But what do you think about, as far as Optic in this time of year, you know, past couple of years, going into champs, they've been a pretty heavy favorite, right? They've been dominating most of the year. Do you think these past couple events maybe act as a little bit of a wake-up call and kind of propel them into maybe a better champs finish than they've had?
If there's anything that would be a wake-up call this time of year, it would be how the last few events have gone, as you see Krim getting a 1-point play in there. And I think this year we kind of find out a lot about this team, right? I mean, in the past it's been, they haven't been great at a certain game mode. They've dominated the whole year, and then they fall short. Like, do they just not adapt? Like, I feel like that's been kind of the story. Now, they don't find themselves as the best team in the world. They find themselves trying to climb back up to that point. I feel like now the only thing stopping them is really kind of like nerves in themselves. So I feel like the champs performance for this team, the stage 2 playoffs performance of this team, tell us a lot.
Well, this might be, I mean, they're definitely getting the better of Cloud9 right now with the 6-1 lead, but as Krim now 7 in a row, 27-18, fully streaked out. He got streaked out in the hard point as well. He's had a fantastic series. But, I mean, this team, I don't think it's who they want to face maybe come champs time with Pat in their history.
No, but I do think this is a team that comes in just, I feel like just like a lot more serious than they usually are. Like, do you get that vibe about them? At least speaking with like, I know some of the guys, like, sometimes they'll come in and you kind of get this vibe. They're just kind of like, no, they know they can coast through. They know they're like better and good enough. Like, the vibe I got from them this week was they just wanted to come out and crush everybody.
Oh, I agree. That's what I was kind of saying with like Scump. I just like, he seems so like excited to play, so ready to just come beat people. And so far, they look fantastic. But for the side of Cloud9, can you mount the comeback? Under 2 to play. Exotic has FTL to work with. Tries to go over the top, though. It's Scump getting the better of him. Next up, they're going 1 by 1. It is not working out as no one can make anything work off that higher wall run. Assault ends up being the last man here trying to make a play, and Krim will get the better of him. The ERADs have been melting for Optic. Formal now just dancing a little bit with the drone outside on Cliffs.
I do think some of that excitement for Optic, like wanting to play again, is also, being the last week of the regular season and watching all these other teams and watching how us and a lot of the community is talking about how good. That's a nice the 1-point play. Yeah, that kind of falls as he's going on through, but. A lot of the community and a lot of the other players talking about how good some of these other teams are and whatnot. Like Optic, I mean, Scump and the guys are probably sitting at home just watching everybody talk about how good, Luminosity is, how good, Splice has been all year, and just kind of questioning, like, well, why aren't they still talking about us? Like, let's give them a reason to talk about us. But Assault here uses camo. Makes this an interesting game here now. It's going to be Cloud9 only down 2.
Those streaks we talked about for Krim could be the difference. It doesn't connect on him somehow. Exotic's still alive, but 2 teammates will end up falling. He's also picked up a kill, trying to pre-fire the edge, just runs out of ammo before he's able to take out Krim. He's got no help here, trying to survive as long as he can. 35 seconds now on the clock. Can Aches get it done? The answer is no. It's the ERAB of Scump that does it. Several players falling. They're not even looking to give Cloud9 another opportunity. They want to put in the dagger, and this should be it. The camo cut just a little bit short. Maybe some life still left in him, but unfortunately Krim is still here as he finishes up the kills. They just keep holding him on. I don't think there's enough time to get across the map and actually get a dunk through, but Cloud9 certainly making it interesting in the final couple of seconds, but Optic Gaming proved too strong with a nice 3-0.
Yeah, Optic holds on there, taking the uplink 6-4 against Cloud9. Cloud9 did mount a comeback towards the end of the game, but just not enough to extend the series. I was kind of impressed with some of the things we saw from Cloud9. Also pretty disappointed with them in the uplink. I think the game 1 and game 2, I think you saw a lot of flashes of brilliance from Cloud9. Optic just too strong at this moment.
It was the toughest matchup they've had since they've been a team, really.
Yes,
I mean, that's the only knock, really, of Cloud9 was, again, that losers bracket run. Their most impressive win would arguably be like a Red Reserve, which they're a good team, but obviously they didn't qualify last week. So now you're playing against Optic, a tougher test, but I thought the game 1 was very close. Obviously, the game 3 there was tight as well. Search and Destroy was back and forth until Optic started to rally, but yeah, they played them tough. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that Cloud9's capable of beating this Optic Gaming team in a best of 5. I know they got 3-0, but I don't think that 3-0 tells the story of really how close those games were.
No, all the games were extremely competitive. Like you said, I mean, Cloud9 is up in the hard point for an extended period of time. Optic's able to come back. The Search and Destroy Optic ran away with towards the end, but Cloud9 looked good the first few rounds. And then the uplink, I just don't think Cloud9 had enough slaying.
All right, well, Optic get it done with a 3-0 in the first series. On stage, we've got none other than the King.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, on the main stage now with Scump, one of the leaders of Optic Gaming. Congratulations, a quick 3-0 there over, at times, the man who looked like your kryptonite aches across your career. It must feel good to start off that way this weekend. Tell me, preparation coming into this event, what did you guys really want to improve upon for stage 2?
I mean, the obvious thing is hardpoint. Breakout, we have a lot of trouble with. I think we fixed a lot of our mistakes on that map, but just hardpoint in general. Last event, our uplink we didn't lose in. Our S&D we were 1 for 2, and then hard points we were just losing both of them to teams that we usually don't. So tried to fix our hard point. I think we did, and hopefully we can show it here.
Well, we wound up going to a listen in that uplink. A lot of it was actually you talking about your 4-piece getting stolen, which was kind of funny, but either way, you guys mentioned, and Formal brought it up, your teamwork was great right there. The communication key in game seemed like it was there. Is that something as well that you guys try to target?
Our communication's always going to be good. We have 4 really talented players that are veterans in the Call of Duty scene, so communication's always going to be there, Krim did steal my 4-piece, though.
He did. You made sure to let him know.
But in his defense, he really did kind of set it up. He got 2 of the guys weak. They insta-died, and I was like, oh. And then last guy, I got him half health, and then Krim got it. But yeah, it's a team effort all around, and we're playing well so far. So.
Well, you guys win that series. Later on tonight, you'll be the last match of the night versus Envy. That'll be the battle for first place at the end of day 1. From everything you've seen with Envy, what does Optic Gaming need to do to win that series?
Honestly, they've been having a lot of trouble, and I think that comes down to the fundamentals, and their teamwork just wasn't there. You saw in that last match, I think Slasher had a really good map. Apathy had a really good map, and one of their biggest issues was one of them would just struggle at every event. So if all 4 of those players are on, you can't count on Envy ever. So I think it's going to be a good match. I think that we win our hard points against them, we should be fine, because like I said, should win the link, and S&D were usually 1 for 2 in, so should be good.
Well, Seth and Optic Gaming are now 1-0 in the group. Envious are also 1-0, and that'll be the matchup to close out the night. But for now, to break down that quick 3-0, it's Benson to the boys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Jack. Always great to hear from Scump as well. Congratulations to Optic Gaming kicking off their campaign here at Week 4 with a win. 3-0, of course, over Cloud9. And for C9, probably too soon to have flashbacks from Stage 1. Don't want to be hitting the panic button just yet. Of course, your first series against Optic Gaming. But, I mean, we'll break it down. There was times where Cloud9 looked absolutely phenomenal. And then other times where it just seemed like a couple of small mistakes kind of crept into their gameplay. We'll start, of course, with map number 1. It was, of course, the hardpoint Retail, 250 to 235. 65. And the biggest thing to note from this, really, from your point of view, at least from when we were talking about it, was the first rotation of Hills is over, and it's still a close game. It was mind-blowing. You thought Optic Gaming should have been way ahead.
The fact that Cloud9 got broke at Cathedral and Broken on back-to-back rotations to get intro time, and the fact that the end of the rotation was basically tied was basically fantastic, or tied after the first bridge, or second bridge at least. But basically, Cloud9 wasn't really focusing on those fundamentals as much on that first half of this game, whereas you can't be dying in the last, 5 to 10 seconds of the hill rotations. They ended up stepping it up and ended up getting a lead, but then Optic Gaming ran away with it, and then Crim was able to get those streaks.
And one of the key moments, you touched on right there, T, was the Crimsic streaks, and how Crimsic actually used those streaks, arguably saved Optic the game.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it in those highlights, Cloud9, they'd come back on that bridge hill and that lower street, and they'd get towards like a 30 to 40 point lead going into that Grave Hill. And then, Cloud9 wins that rotation. And then Crim, he has that bombardment left to sort of save those last 30 seconds. At that point, Cloud9 would then have a 70 to 80 point lead. And, that's very hard to break or to sort of come back on, especially in those last couple of hills. So a great job by Crimsace. That's just how important those streaks are. And again, Assault at one point, and that lower street hill, he was 25 off a streaks challenge, 1 gunfight. I don't think he should have, and if he has those streaks, well, maybe this game was different.
Very true. Of course, we heard the casters at the beginning of the game kind of mention, Scumpy changing his playstyle a little bit, going from sub to main MV4, and that was very, very interesting to see that change of pace coming in from him.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about, the key play matchup of Formal and, of course, Assault, and that's what everyone expected, but at the very start, we had 3 MV4s from Optic. It was Karma, Formal, and Scump as well, and Scump was taking this really slow, reserved kind of playstyle. Don't get me wrong, it was working for him, which was great, but it was just kind of strange to see. It's good that they're changing things. They've obviously been working on their hard point as well, but the one thing that I did want to note out was as soon as it went to Hotel Hallway, Karma switched back to the K-bar. It's a game plan, and I like that from Optic. They've got a plan, they're executing it. A much closer game, I've got to agree with Teep, than I think it should have been. The Slane side on the first half, Optic should have got a bigger lead, but Broken was a part where I think Cloud9 kind of let that game slip. That hard point for them, they lost it too easy. They got broke. Yeah. Way too easy for them.
They definitely needed to hold that to give them that potential chance of winning map number 1. That would have been a great start for them, of course. But Optic Gaming do win map number 1. Then we go over to Search and Destroy on Throwback. Optic take this one 6-3. But it is worth mentioning, Merc, it started off very well for C9. They win the first 2 rounds. We're thinking, okay, this is good. This is great. But it felt like they only had a couple of tricks up their sleeve. There was really nothing else from them.
It's something myself and Tyler talk about a lot on this map is E-Rads in the middle of the map, just mid-map control, how important it is on Throwback, especially when you have like a player like Formal sniping. And Priesta was doing a great job early on with Aches and Exotic controlling that. And then they just never switched it up. You knew Priesta was always going to be the top of your ticket booth or middle of the trains. And Optic took advantage of that. Finally, they switch it up. They switch up bomb sites. They go towards that barn. They get first blood on their last offensive, but they decide to push the Optic spawn, which doesn't make any sense. We talk about that blue building, just plant the bomb and set up there. Just some early mistakes from Cloud9.
Just several rounds, and I feel like Priesta has way too much pressure in Search and Destroy in general for the side of Cloud9. The fact that Optic has to respect him so much and basically give up middle map control is huge. Right. But what does Cloud9 do to really take advantage of that? There's multiple times where Priesta was like 6 and 8 at a point, and I'm pretty sure he got all the first bloods for Cloud9. But like Joe said, they get the first blood, they get the number advantage, and make some sort of bonehead play, push out too far, and take gunfights that they don't need to take. Just play back, lay that bomb site down like we saw sort of Epsilon do on Throwback, where you just plant for blue, you back up, you make Optic have to push. Optic's not one of those teams you want to try and aggress towards, especially when they're playing so defensive in the base due to Priesta. The late round strategies were a bit odd.
And of course, for Optic Gaming, it was just a very efficient game of Search and Destroy, Momo.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the First Blood leaderboards and all 4 were Optic Gaming. In this case, I mean, I don't know the stats, but we saw Priesta obviously getting a lot of first bloods in that one, and then it was kind of Optic Gaming said, okay, we don't need the first blood, we're just going to be efficient in our trade, and that's what they did. Round 5, big momentum, it's 2-2, you're going into it, they get a 2v4 clutch up, Karma and Scump to kind of just give them all the momentum, 3 rounds back to back, and from there, I almost felt like it was over. I felt like Cloud9 should have won that round 5, should have retaken the lead in that S&D, but then it was like 3-2, 4-2, and then it was just going away from them. And that's where we kind of saw them just kind of crumble.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 had a solid game plan, just not a lot of change of pace. I mean, Optic just was like, we'll just sit back here. Formal is like, I'm going to snipe. You know, these guys are just putting so much pressure on the map. But there's a minute 30 in the round. Let's take our time. They did a great job, Cloud9. You definitely want to switch some things up.
Definitely do. Of course, at that point, Optic Gaming 2-0 up in the series. We go to map 3, Uplink on Frost. Scoreline suggests it was a close game, 6-4. But I mean, you look at it, Formal 11-2 start, Optic Gaming a 3-0 up at that point. It was a 5-1 at the half. I mean, Formal getting just such a good start. It's so hard to stop him.
Yeah, it's so hard to come back on Optic when they get that early lead because they just play it so smartly. But the one thing I sort of want to touch on, I'm going to switch it up. You heard the casters talk about how much more serious they're taking it. And, you know, Karma and Crim, they were the first two in the arena today. When's the last time we saw this sort of Optic team show up early and get that warm-up time in? It's been a long time, and I think the guys sort of touched on it, that this isn't the same Optic, right? Like, they've been not performing well.
Right.
So these guys know that, and they're starting to switch things up.
Of course, going into the closing couple of moments, Momo, Cloud9 did make it close. I know you were looking for them to maybe use some of those abilities efficiently. I mean, could they have used them better, maybe?
I think the usage of ability was the positioning. Positioning was key, and they couldn't slay to get in that position, and that's never a good thing in uplink. And that's what happens when you go against the likes of Optic Gaming. Very strong slayers, very good at uplink. I will say and give credit to someone, which was Karma for me. From the first kind of 40-45 seconds, it was such selfless play. He was the one just kind of sliding across, baiting himself out, grabbing that drone, getting the extra armor. I think he started 0-3, but in the first 40 to 45 seconds, they had two, you know, opportunities to score. They took both opportunities, and yeah, Formal's gunning and looks great on the stats, but I love kind of the plays that Karma made to kind of execute that, because a lot of that goes missed, and you know, it shows him there with a 0.86, but I think a very strong game overall for Karma.
Oh, it's a great point, and he was my player that needs to step it up. But when your teammates on a map are dropping like 30, 35 kills, just do whatever you want. The KD doesn't matter on that last player. The selfless players are the ones that get the drone up the map so that players can get the score in the first place. So I think Karma played that role extremely well. Formal with the crazy start, but then on the side of Cloud9 Exotic, just with a really rough start in that first half. I think he was like 7-16 at a certain point. So the slaying just getting really away from them, and the fact that Crim's able to just mow people down with an ERAD was some crazy stuff, and steals 4 pieces. So what a guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is we talk early on about Formal shredding, and then when you talk about just all these players, they can all excel. You know, at the end of the game, Formal doesn't have the most kills. It's Crim and Jump. They're able to pass them up, both with their ERADs. Again, Crim sort of switching up his role. Yep. They keep going through it, but you know, Crim doing a great job excelling in this game 3.
Well, congratulations up to Gaming. They kickstart their weekend, of course, with the win and a 3-0 over Cloud9. Up next on the main stage, though, it is going to be Cloud9 versus Epsilon. And both these two teams 0-1. Can Epsilon find that first win, do you think, Momo?
Absolutely. They definitely need to change something up. They have Breakout hardpoint, obviously first. They've now 1-8, 1 out of 8 on this instead of 0. Sorry. They're now 7-1 on this map instead of 7-0.
Math is
but to lose this back-to-back would have been very, very kind of heartbreaking. So I feel they need to come out. They need to make a statement map 1.
Yes, they most definitely do. In terms of Cloud9, TP, do you see them having a good chance here of taking this series?
I really think so. They did just get 3-0'd, but that's not the worst 3-0 I've seen, right? They put up a really solid battle, especially on that first hard point. So I think going into that Breakout, you're facing a pretty weak Epsilon, and then talking about Breakout in specific, when you talk about the ERAD battle, which is so specific or important on a map like that, I think Priest has taken that battle. Priest is absolutely dominant with that weapon. He had a good first series as well in terms of KD, so I'm leaning towards Cloud9. It was a pretty good showing, even though they got 3-0.
Once again, just kind of touching on those maps, Merc, does it kind of lean either way, do you think, here, or we maybe on for a bloodbath?
I think this is going to be a bloodbath. I think we might go to our first game 5 of the weekend. I think it's very important for one of these teams to be 1-1. I like that 0-2 start again. Epsilon sort of flashbacks. Both these teams flashbacks from sort of stage 1. None of them want to be in that position, especially in this group. Definitely need that first win.
Well, we're now halfway through day 1 here at week 4 of stage 2 at the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. Envy, of course, started the day with a win, and now joining them is Optic Gaming. Up next on the main stage here at the MLG Arena, Cloud9 take on Europe's Epsilon as both teams search for their first win.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for match number 3 of the day. We have Vortex for Epsilon going up against our G Fuel key player matchup here from Cloud9. It's Priesta.
Yep, your fast-paced players, these are ones that'll be rocking those E-Rads and getting in the face of each other. I expect a lot of interactions from both of these guys, but you know that objective will be on their mind as well.
Search and Destroy going to be a key game here in the best of 5. It's Epsilon taking on Cloud9 right now. It's time. Epsilon trying to get a big win on day number 1. They're going to be going up against Cloud9, who just got 3-0'd by Optic Gaming. And before we get to this match, I want to talk to you a little bit about this Epsilon team, Momo. They're definitely the number 2 squad from the EU, in my opinion. Red Reserve, they showed us what they could do last week, but it was Epsilon really threatening Splice back at the Anaheim Open.
It really was. You know, Epsilon were, top 3 in Anaheim first for a lot of those players. You know, then they go ahead, they win Sheffield. Splice obviously taking a little bit of a break there. But this team has had such good success in the past coming months. I think they've kind of gone into this with, the momentum, the hype. And speaking to the likes of Josh, over the past couple of weeks, they've been out here, obviously training and boot camping. They were like, I think this week we could, go one-on-one against Optic, and then we should win all our other maps as well. They were thinking of 5-1, maybe top this pool. With the plays that they've been making recently, it wouldn't have surprised me, but that first game against Envy, that kind of shook everyone.
Now, just like Millennium did in Stage 1, Epsilon came a week early. They've been grinding, they've been practicing, scrimming a lot of the teams. I talked to Josh upstairs. He said, honestly, we've just been getting smoked in the scrims. We had no idea the American connections were this crazy. It all depends on who you're playing and how far away they are from your location. But he said that they struggled online. They're here on land, but they struggled in their first match against Envious. How do they rate the ship now against Cloud9?
The funny thing is about Epsilon is last time, they were here, they lost every single game that they played first in the day. So day 1, 2, and 3, they lost the first one, and then kind of tried to crawl their way back in. So it wouldn't surprise me if they've gone away, had a talk about it, and corrected a few of their issues. They've got a good map set to start with. I think their map 1 and 2 are they're good. If it goes the distance, I feel Cloud9 can take over. So I think Epsilon, what they need to do, they need to close it fast, and they need to get some momentum back, and also get hype. They need Josh getting loud.
Coming into the series, we're going to see Hardpoint game number 1. The map is going to be Breakout, and as you take a look at the leaderboard from today so far, Dave, he tops all players. A 1.2, 73 seconds of hill time as well, and quite a few defends throughout his time in Call of Duty. We'll see what Dave brings to the table here as we load up our first map in the best of 5. We highlighted Dave, but Vortex was the guy in our G Fuel key player matchup. What does Vortex bring to the team? What's this guy's role?
Vortex is that fast kind of aggressive player. He's very, what's the word? He's versatile. He can kind of do everything at each point on every game mode, but he's been doing really, really well online. Speaking to Dave both, outside the game, but also kind of an interview kind of situation. He was saying, I'm watching Vortex. Vortex has been playing great. I want him to do it online. I will say, against Envious, he wasn't kind of that star player. I looked at Hawkey. Dave had his moments as well. Josh was kind of pretty mediocre. But Vortex, I felt, kind of was a little bit behind. So this match, I hope he kind of steps it up and going into this one, obviously, as your key player matchup.
And if you watched Anaheim, you saw Josh, who was kind of the X factor for his squad. When you see Josh top in the leaderboard or +8, +10, you know it's a guaranteed victory for Epsilon. On the other side, I'm expecting a big game out of Pat Price. If Cloud9 wants to win on day number 1, they need more out of Pat. We saw flashes of brilliance from Assault in their hardpoint on Retaliation. Priesta had some moments. Exotic even showed you what he can do in the uplink. But I think we're going to need a big game from Aches. Can he make it happen here on a map like Breakout?
Yeah, I think the thing with Aches is the confidence. And I've known Aches now 5, 6, 7 years, and he's always been the same when it comes against European squads. He almost is like, these EU squads, they've got nothing on us. And, I will say for the majority of that time, they didn't. However, I think he needs to give Epsilon a little bit more respect. And if he does, I actually think he'll play a lot better alongside these boys.
It's the veterans Aches for Cloud9. On the other side, it's Josh for Epsilon, your in-game leader. players. Your Star Slayers, the lookout for Priesta from Cloud9. On the other side, young Dave has been a wrecking ball throughout the stages. Aches opening things up pretty well, though, working alongside Assault. A 2-0 streak as he finds Vortex, make it 3 now.
Okay, well, Epsilon, they just played this map. They were 7-0 after Dallas on this map. They lost it to Envy. Is it going to be 2 back-to-back? That's the important question for me. They were very poor on Central Rooftop. They lost the rotation to Cell Block, and they got broke on Commissary. We'll see how it plays out, but so far, Cloud9 dominating the rooftop.
Aches staying alive, playing for these streaks. And he is going to lock them in with this kill on Josh. One more. And as well as a hard point grab, and he should be unlocking his score streaks. We're going to see the Trinity Rockets about a kill away. He's going to find a player on the wall run. And excuse me, that was actually Exotic locking it in. So Showers is watched. You have the wall run. The flank is going to be coming in from player number 1. Watch out for Dave. He's going to be the key player in this next gunfight.
This is the exact same as Envy. A very, very poor start for Epsilon. However, Aches, 6-0. He needs to play for these streaks. We've got Grave, we've got Commissary, where the likes of Trinity Rocket, that's game-changing. He's going to pick up the kill. He finds both those streaks. He's also in the hard point. This is a perfect play from Patrick Price.
Now, Dave has lost his first battle. Josh won his, and Hawkeye is going to get found. But Epsilon, they have no answer here on the cell block. No one in position to break. You see Eggs gets fully streaked out. A fantastic 8-0 start before he's finally cut down. 3 kills now for Cloud9 in the feed until Dave gets a 2-piece. One-on-one, it's Priesta versus Dave, and Priesta is going to lock in the final 15 seconds.
Well, you just look at the scoreboard there, and I hate to bring stats into it this early, but we've got 1-6, 1-6, 1 and 5 for Epsilon. Dave's got 7 kills. You know, he's 7-3, he's using the MV4, but they've got, what, 5 points as a total? This does happen on Breakout. However, this is not the Epsilon we know and love.
And look at Exotic. He is baiting 4 Epsilon players into him. Picks up 2. Finally, Josh is going to pick up the kill. And Epsilon will take control of the caves. But nice job by Exotic to slow things down. Now you see the bombardment being called in from Aches. And Aches will find Josh. 3 players still defending. Here comes Aches to take him down. He's cleaned up. Exotic trying to answer back against Hawkeye. But it's Dave with 2 and a clean sweep there for Epsilon to retain control.
Dave is 11-4, but this cannot be won by one player here. They have got control of Graveyard, and this is deja vu for me. This is the exact same as Envy. The one thing that Epsilon did great against Envy was they backed off. They got that Commissary rotation, and you can see number 2, Josh, is almost setting up for that, but they can't give these last points away. And you know what? It could be that way indeed. They're going to have to rotate. They're going to have to set up for Commissary. But they got broke hard last time against Envy. I actually don't know if Cloud9 still have those streaks. I think Trinity Rocket is still in the hands of Aches.
And I think the difference maker on that last hill, look at the numbers. It was Dave. He went off. Everyone else, we checked in on him last time. They were 1-6. Now back in the game is Josh at 4-9. Vortex found his 3rd kill. Same thing with Hawkeye. But they need to keep the pressure on this Cloud9 squad. Aches using his 2nd streak, as he is now only left with the Scarab, finds Vortex with the Trinity Rockets, but not much more.
And just like that, Cloud9, they retake the Commissary. However, the spawns are in favor of Epsilon. These next couple of kills are vital to Epsilon's future here in this hardpoint. Vortex is traded out with Dave Exotic with the double, and you're going to see Cloud9 back and forth. Josh, though, for his team, picks up 1 kill, taken down by Aches. And this is going back and forth. Those spawns are favoring Epsilon, though.
Aches trading out, uses the Scarab to clean up his killer Vortex. Assault keeps the pressure on. 15 points to go here on the Commissary. And it was Cloud9 scoring early. Epsilon's going to mop up the last 10 seconds. But overall, a great contest as Cloud9 has total control. We're going to rotate once again, and Vortex is setting up early here with the ERAD.
Vortex has been so strong for these guys on the line. He's currently 5-11, not the start that he wanted. He's going to slide in, try and take down 8. He is going to do so with Josh picking up the double. A good start, and this could be maybe something that they can take away. They've been very poor on a total of 4 rotations on this map now of Central Rooftop. I'd like to see them gather a couple of points and set up for that rotation better.
I've never heard Vortex get loud before, but after his 3rd kill on this streak, he is making some noise. Josh starting to get lit up on the main stage as well. You're going to see Josh finding the kill on Priesta, makes the call-outs. Dave is saying they're coming from the left. Josh is going to know they're there, but the kill is going to be scored by Assault. Aches jumping into the hard point. 20 points still remain here on this hill, and Cloud9 will be the first to break 100. As I say it, Aches gets out of the hill and cleaned up by Hawkeye. Epsilon holds here.
And there you go, last couple of minutes, Epsilon definitely stepping it up, and you can see that in the score itself. And you know what? Rotations, perfect. They've held the central rooftop, they've backed off when they needed to, and you can see Hawkey is already in that cell block. Josh is getting the rotations, he'll be able to provide the intel here, and now we start to hear them get loud on the main stage. Dave's on a 4 streak, he's 18-8, and he's surely working towards that payload as well.
Josh with the NV4 in hand as well now doing damage. And I'm so impressed by the way Epsilon turned it around after the first 2 hills. Everyone -5 or more. Now you got Josh back to even. Vortex within 3. Hawkeye is even as well. And Dave double positive at this point in the game.
And let's not forget, this map in particular, at Anaheim, Epsilon, they 100-point Luminosity, they 100-point United. They were so dominant here. Definitely not the same scorelines as what we saw at Anaheim, but now we're starting to see them heat up, and Cloud9, they're in a little bit of trouble. They're going to go for the rotation, but Josh and Vortex, they're already there. They're already putting the pressure on. Next couple of kills are crucial. Jog tags up Assault, and now they have a 40-point lead.
37 points and counting advantage, and you are going to see Epsilon locking it all in. Dave feeling the pressure, but the grenade from Priesta is going to relieve Eggs. The team kill slowing down Cloud9. They maintain control, but for how long? Here comes the push from Epsilon. Hawkeye's going to lead it with Vortex, and Vortex gets shot from behind. Dave not there to trade. And it looked like Epsilon was ready to go. Then they all stalled out. The whole time, Cloud9 is scoring here.
Yeah, smart play from Priesta there, just tucking himself away in that corner. Takes anyone sliding into the hill out immediately. However, we have seen the last couple of minutes definitely go in favor of Epsilon. And we're going to see the payloads coming in a little while as well. Exotic, I think, has already got FTL to his name. But this is a bloodbath here. This is going so back and forth, but a 7-kill streak. Make it 8 for Hawkey. 14-9. And now, really starting to step it up here. And he's putting the pressure on. He's not stopping.
And that explains why Hawkeye didn't push in with Vortex on that initial push. He was playing for the streaks, and now he's got them all locked and loaded. Trinity Bombardment can come down on these next hills. And we're going to see the battle continue with Epsilon up by 40. The hill rotates to the commissary. Aches and Cloud9 are set up first.
What I'd like to see from Epsilon here is going for the spawns. Don't just do what you did against Envy and choke, go down the choke point, obviously, of kind of that outside wall run. Use these streaks effectively. Push at the right time, and you can see 2 players going through the middle. They're playing for that spawn as well, but Assault is in a very good position here to change the game.
And Hawkey did use his Trinity rockets, was able to cut it through and pick up 1 kill. Epsilon will be able to break in, and now it's Cloud9 trying to figure out how to get back to the commissary. You see Assault loading up with Priesta right behind him. They're going to go for a 2-man hit. Priesta through the tunnel, Assault above. There's a lower wall run, though, and Josh is going to catch him from below as Vortex picks up the double with the ERAD. Stronghold so far. Aches, only one in position to challenge, is coming in.
Epsilon, they started slow, but it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. 10 seconds left on the commissary, and they're looking to take every single point here, but still, they're being challenged, and Josh is making light work of that, now on a 4-kill streak for him, and definitely back in the game. 60 points lead, and I will say, the kill difference between these two teams is not much at all.
Keep your eyes on the payloads as well as this game continues. Vortex has his ready to pop. Dave has a camo ready for Epsilon.
Woo! Big kill there coming in from Josh. He needed to play for the Trinity. He baited Hawkey out. Smart play. That'll come in later. More likely over towards that graveyard. But looking to break 200 is Epsilon. Cloud9 showing their dominance on that central rooftop. But still, we just see Epsilon. They're taking this back foot of get the kills first. And I think that's kind of the mentality from what I'm taking of their new game plan. And it's working for them.
Cloud9 unable to challenge here on our central rooftop. It is all Epsilon forcing them back at range with the NV4. Finally a pick. Assault and Exotic going to pick up your first 2 kills, and no one will be scoring the final 10 seconds. Everyone knows how important this next hard point is at the cell block.
Vortex, he's popped out the ERAD here. He's got the FTL, but trying to make that second entry kill. He will be following up there, but the Trinity rockets are coming in. I'm not sure if that's actually going to be able to pick up anyone here, as we do see Cloud9 cluster inside the hard point. Josh, he's not going to... He's fallen off the map, I believe. And Vortex just taking his time. This is the right play to do so. He needs to wait for his teammates. Dave makes the entry. Vortex makes the second, and there we go. We have a clean sweep for Epsilon.
Wow.
They take the cell blocks just like that. And now they've got 35 seconds to try and put Cloud9 to bed.
And that was all patience that paid off there. Like you said, Dave gets the first kill, and then Vortex cleans up the other 3. Priesta from the back end is going to take down Vortex. Kills being traded back and forth. Exotic coming out on top of this one.
That's a really strong break from Cloud9. They give those last 20 seconds to Epsilon. It's almost game over. However, it is about these last 15, and we're going to see Exotic close them out. You've got to rotate to Grave, and I think we've still got a couple of score streaks in the favor of Epsilon. Vortex, he's got the Scarab. I believe Josh may have the Trinity. In fact, no, he used that on the cell block.
Big kill from Exotic on Josh in the back. It could have been Epsilon threatening on the last hard point. Instead, Cloud9 brings themselves back in this game. 30 points separating the 2 squads, but Epsilon, they're now just 28 points away. Kills going back and forth, Momo.
Dave making a triple there, breaking into, obviously, the building. Such a big play. He's also got his payload. Reactive is close for Priester. He picks up a couple of kills, and it could change the game. Aches with the Centurion, and no. That's not,
Straight to the face, blows up his teammate, and Dave is going to punish Aches and Assault. Dave now on a 6 streak is 1 away from a bombardment to close out game number 1. They're 3 points away, and Dave's not going to let anyone from Cloud9 near. 250, 192. What a comeback from Epsilon after that first rotation.
I don't know how they're starting so slow. It's not like Epsilon. This is not kind of what we saw when they played at United, not what we saw when we saw them go up against LG at Anaheim. For the first 3 minutes, I was worried for Epsilon. I was thinking this was their best map statistically going into the weekend, undefeated since Dallas. You know, we could be seeing back-to-back losses, but Dave stepped it up for me very, very big. But the rest of the squad also kind of stepping up. The one player that I saw kind of just step behind was Priester, and we've had kind of both of us actually looking at this guy. So much talent, but he is that kind of fast-paced ERAD player. The map doesn't really suit him as much. Of course, that second hard point will be Scorch. If we see it go to that, that is Cloud9's best hard point.
And think about that patient play we saw from Vortex. Everyone taking time to shine in game number 1 here from Epsilon. I want to give a big shout out to Dave, though. He started out 18-9. When you have teammates at 1-5, 1-5, 1-6, you're just backpacking the squad to keep yourselves into it. The second half of the game, though, everyone caught up. You saw a 7-8 streak, I believe, out of Hawkeye. He gets fully streaked out. Josh earns some Trinity Rockets. And then, of course, Dave, to close out the game, earns a bombardment for the second time. So great job for everyone to take turns. And I wonder, is this an issue with Cloud9 not recognizing that players are heating up and going on long streaks?
I mean, they started very strong, Cloud9. I don't think it was them necessarily slowing down. It was the way Epsilon just kind of played it so efficiently. And we say on the desk all the time, especially in the previous series, was so many people were dying one-off streaks. But Epsilon, every time they were 100 off Trinity, they were sitting back, they were baiting for their team, and they played it so well. And I don't think I saw them fail to get their score streaks when they were close to it. They played it very well. Like you said, I think 3 out of the 4 players all came up with full streaks at one part in that game.
So, Momo, I know we have some new fans in the venue here today. I was talking to some guys who are watching competitive Call of Duty for the first time. The score streaks, of course, that's in the bottom right-hand corner of our screen. And as players are putting their points together, you unlock these powerful score streaks. The Trinity Rockets, the bombardment's the most important in this game. But tell me a little bit about the baiting strategy, because I expect to see quite a bit of it, at least some quick trades coming in here for Search and Destroy.
Yeah, prime example is Search and Destroy, but we call it kind of baiting and switching. The reason is, when you've got that teammate, you know, right next to you, if you're 1 kill away from score streaks, you're going to use that player to draw all the attention to him. You're then going to nip in, pick up that kill. Your teammate may go down, but if you get that trade, it's a 1-to-1 trade, plus it all lights up gold in the bottom right-hand corner, and you get those full streaks, which will either secure you around in Search and Destroy, break a hill in hardpoint, or maybe score you that 1 point in uplink. It can be the difference maker.
Coming up next, we're going to see Throwback Search and Destroy as we take a look at the map. A guy like Priesta who struggles on a map Breakout. Is this a map where he can turn his game around with the ERAD?
100%. We saw it against Optic Gaming. He was doing a lot of work in the mid-map area, 2-piecing Crim and I believe Karma as well. But this is also a map we've just seen Epsilon win over Envy. It was the only map that they did. They look very strong at it. So I'd like to see these two teams go head-to-head. It's going to be interesting to see. The one thing I will say from Cloud9, their mid-map control was very, very strong. They were getting in the face of Optic Gaming, but Optic, they were too strong and they read it too well.
Looking at the group, I think this is definitely the group of death so far. And this Cloud9 squad, they have not won a game yet in week 4. So they need to turn up right here tie up this best of 5 going up against Epsilon. Here comes the push. Priesta waiting and trying to bait for his teammate Aches. Unfortunately, Vortex gets the kill, gets out alive.
I think that's the problem sometimes. Priesta, very fast, very aggressive. Who's there with him? No one. You know, they had 2 players for Epsilon in there in the mix, and we're going to see the trades come in. This is what we talk about, and now Assault is left in a 1v2. Numerical disadvantage. The only thing he does have going for him is he has that bomb. He also is on a 2-kill streak, so if he can survive this round, he's working towards that Trinity rocket, as you see in the bottom right.
Assault needs to get the ace to win round number 1. He could still stall out the time, but the win will go to Epsilon either way. And you're going to see Assault take his time going back to his old position, and he's had this bomb all along. They had no idea that he escaped through bowling and doubled back, so this is a free plant.
This is really good as well. The positioning of of Epsilon gives the chance for Assault to get away and get set up. Now, he should be able to maybe pick up the first kill with the MV4. But Epsilon, if they play close like they are, those 2 red arrows flying around together, but no.
Perfect.
Separated for a second, 30 seconds on the clock. Assault, all he needs to do is survive.
Dave hot on his trail is coming in as he's reloading. Dave gets the first shot, and Assault won't be able to clean it up. Dave clutching up. They do not throw the 1v2. Epsilon taking your first round on defense.
It's not the first time or the last time you'll hear Dave clutching up this weekend. Such a strong player for Epsilon. He was tipped to be the MVP if they, of course, took Anaheim, but they fell short to both Splice and Luminosity. Cloud9, though, they feel very, very confident. I said it on the desk before this game. You know, they were very confident kind of taking a 2-0 win over anyone in this group, but they thought they may split it with Optic Gaming. We've already seen them fall to Envy. For me, I actually think this is a must-win for Epsilon. You know, you finish day 1, 0, and 2, you're in a very, very tough position, especially in this group.
Vortex on your screen has the bomb, and it's already going down. Sniper launching over him as Hockey gets tagged up. It's Assault pushing out. Dave, though, is going to clean up the kill. So it's Epsilon drawing first blood, bomb down, and it's now 3 out for Cloud9. Only Aches left up, and as we say it, this round's over.
Dave plants the bomb and gets the kill. Then he gets away and another kill. You can't give this man too much credit sometimes, but he's really starting to shine here. Aches the final to fall, and that comes from Josh with that MV4. Again, this is where we saw them shine in the previous series. They lost 3-1 to Envy, but their throwback S&D was very, very strong. This is a map also. Cloud9 have just lost to Optic.
Cloud9, they lost Priesta early in their first attacking round. We'll see the setup this time. Priesta, player number 1, going exactly to that original position. In their last attempt, Aches was overwatching from the window, and that is the same setup you're going to see here in round number 3. The punishment coming in as Priesta finds 2. The trade, though, Hawkeye is there, knows the pressure's coming, but Exotic cleans up the kill. 2-on-1, just Vortex left alive. He's going to be outgunned here.
Yeah, and again, efficient trading when you got 2 players stick together. Strong play from Cloud9. But that's Priesta again. He did the exact same to Optic. 2-piece in the middle with that Erad. Probably one of the best Erad players in the world right now. And honestly, you know, that can be a difference maker on a map like this. When you're getting first blood so often, is what he was doing against Optic, but they were failing to close out those rounds. They actually went 2-0 up against Optic. They go 2-0 down here against Epsilon. Can they get back into the game? That is the question.
Just like game number 1, it is Dave from Epsilon jumping out on the leaderboard. He is 5-1 after just 3 rounds. We open up round 4 with Vortex, bomb in hand again. He already has a plant. Is he going to get the proper protection? It looks like Aches is the player on the other side of that wall threatening.
Yeah, this time Vortex is taking the bomb. Josh suffers to the first blood king. It's Priesta once again. That Erad, so aggressive, so strong. Maybe getting Cloud9 right back into this game. 55 seconds left on the clock, and this one a lot slower. Aches finds number 2, and this should be a Cloud9 victory.
And you saw Vortex as well as Dave putting all of their focus on player number 4. Instead, it is Aches who's waiting around the corner, gets that bait, and jumps on the opportunity. Cloud9, strong defense, never let the plant go down early on.
And I like the way Cloud9 kind of finished that round as well as they started it. Priesta started very fast-paced, but they regrouped. They kind of threw around as the unit. They knew exactly where Epsilon were playing down at that A site, and it seems like they're reading them a little bit better. Going into round number 5, though, all tied up between the 2 squads.
Bomb in the hands of player number 4. That's Assault, your bomb carrier. Assault carried it in round number 1 as well. Hawkeye is going to be forced back. Is Assault going to push up and plant it? It looks like that's the game plan. First blood. It's Assault with the Hail Mary grenade that connects on Hawkeye.
And now with a 4v3, they get the bomb down. They've got everything going for them now. Josh, bit of a sticky situation with the E-Rad at long range here. Dave will level the playing field up. He unlocks his camo.
Already.
Taken down by Aches.
Round 5, Dave already has a camo locked up for the next one. This, though, a 2-on-3 for Josh and Vortex.
Finds one, slides and finds the second. Huge play there. Priester levels the playing field, but with 19 seconds left to go. He needs to check the bomb, but he's going to be caught out. Smart movement, finds himself back into top green. And just like that, I think Priester has closed out the round. Strong play. His movement, his shot. The youth is showing there. Those reactions were insane.
The age is showing there from Aches as well. Josh gave him the business coming out of bowling.
Yeah.
And that gave Epsilon the chance. Instead, though, Priesta, the youngster, sliding through and picking up the final kill, even though there wasn't enough time to defuse. Cloud9 with an advantage once again, but here comes Epsilon.
Just the way Priester had to check the bomb, but as soon as he saw the player, that slide, we heard from Aches, he's probably one of the best in the games at that mechanic and, you know, picking up kills, but he's using it to just stay alive at some points. Cloud9, though, they take the lead as they go 2-0 down in the map.
And you see Epsilon switching up the strategy a little bit. They're going to the opposite bomb site. It's Dave, your bomb carrier this time around, not Vortex. Instead, they want to free Vortex up to have that E-Red at short range. He's going to be watching the flank. Everyone else set up here outside.
Yeah, this is the exact same plan, a kind of game plan, should I say, that they used against Envy, and it worked perfectly for them. Aches using that Scarab just to get a little bit of intel, but what it's going to do is waste the time. The problem is now for Cloud9, they need to be aggressive. They know exactly where Epsilon are going to be. They're covering blue like crazy. But Epsilon, they have the advantage here.
Vortex, that player in their side. Josh and Dave finding the first 2 kills, but it's Priest and Assault answering back. Only Aches left up in a 1v2 now, and it will be Dave locking things down. Did he get 3 that round? He was all over the kill feed after getting the plant, and he still has the camo in his back pocket. Let's take a look at Dave in the 1v1.
Not a bullet was received.
I lied, not a 1v1 at all. Aches was definitely looking at Dave's teammate in the background. Well done. Epsilon using the teamwork.
Strong stuff from Epsilon. Can they go 2 for 2 on Search and Destroy? They're 3-3 at the moment. We do see Dave with the camo, like you said, Puckett. And this time he's going a little bit rogue on his own. But we've seen Cloud9 time and time again. They've had this A-bomb site in mind. Priester is getting up close and personal, having that reactive armor available.
Josh is going to get another first pick here for Epsilon. And it's going to be on Aches. So Priesta, with Kinetic available, could be a superhero. But this is going to be a tough round for Cloud9. Looking for that first pick to answer things and tie it all up. Josh, though, there for the trade. Epsilon keeps their man advantage.
Yeah, really strong trade. And we see Dave, he's totaling the whole kills of his other teammates combined, 10 and 3 right now. Assault finds Hawkey. Josh actually is going to go down to the double of Assault. And now Dave in a very difficult position, but he makes it a strong one. A 2v1, he uses the camo as well, but it might have just been heard. We do see Exotic. He finds the corner.
No.
He waits, he's patient, and he heard that camo get popped. He heard it, he sat back, he was patient, and Dave will be really frustrated with that one.
Massive props to Exotic here. He keeps his teammate Assault alive as Assault gets the double. Exotic putting in so many bullets on that second player, and then just patiently playing. Here's the camo, and like you said, waits for Dave to push out too far. Finds the final kill, and it's Cloud9 now with the advantage here in game number 2. Can they tie up the best-of-5 series? Priesta still has that kinetic. Assault has unlocked his payload as well.
Camo play, which I would say was smart from Dave, but they're going for the same game plan. Get the bomb down, and usually they take it all the way back, but Assault's used the camo aggressively here on the defense. Priest is tagging one up as well, and just like that, Josh left in a 1v4. He can almost write this round off, and we're going to see Cloud9. They're going to take the lead 5-3 in the Search and Destroy here. After losing the first 2 rounds, they've really adapted to Epsilon's play.
What do you think of the aggressive camo use there from Assault?
They read that round knowing exactly how they were playing it previously. They didn't want to let them get the bomb down and get all the way back to blue. They stopped it immediately. But if Epsilon did get that bomb down and they were all sat around blue, that would have only been kind of the one trade. It was the fact more that the rest of the Cloud9 squad picked up the kills at the same time, all playing a part in that round. But it works out for them.
So Epsilon needs to rattle off 3 straight.
Priester has his reactive. Exotic, I still think, has his payload available. But this is going to butt heads at the B-bomb site. They're flying out. Reactive armor, not surprised to see this used. And there you go. Trades out 1-1, a 3v3 now coming in for the last 60 seconds. But Priester just trying to stay alive with the bomb in hand.
So many first bloods from Josh, but that one instantly traded. So minute 8 still to go. You're gonna have the bomb working in the hands of Priester. The E-Rad so dangerous at short range, and you see Epsilon showing some respect, trying to get the long-range pick. Priester's been spotted, and it looks like Cloud9 is finally on the rotation. Is Epsilon going to jump on this?
So how fast Epsilon react to this? Dave has the Scarab, so he could use that for the intel of seeing if anyone is at the A site. But I believe if Cloud9 can get this bomb down, they'll be in such a strong position. You see number 5 is Dave. Is he going to use the Scarab, though? That's the question.
Perfect timing to get the exit kill, and he will find Priester.
Strong shots from Dave. Makes it a 3v2. The bomb is down. We've got one player on the flank, and now the Scarab's in play. Aches is just lurking in the bushes. He doesn't want to be spotted at all, but he will be. Oh, my goodness. Nearly the turn onto Hawkeye, who's already 1-8. He makes it 2. An Assault. A 1v3 for him. It's a difficult one. He's been ratted out, and he's been spotted. Epsilon, they'll get back into this game here with the defuse. And Hawkeye actually picking up 2 major kills in that round.
And we heard some claps in the crowd as well. That was a 3-on-3. Epsilon plays it perfectly, doesn't drop a man, and it all started with Dave getting the exit kill on Priester.
Yeah, that kill was so important, and so many people will tag them up but not finish them off. And him just kind of not missing a bullet onto that player, planted the bomb. It made him have the numerical advantage, and he could push, he could be aggressive, use the Scarab. But they're definitely not out of it just yet. 5-4, of course, still to Cloud9. And all those payloads have been burned, except Exotic.
I'm feeling around 11, Momo. It's incoming.
Looking.
Josh, he's 1 kill away from unlocking his payload, and we're going to see Aches spotting out 2 players but backing down. A very passive Cloud9 here. It's going to be Vortex with bomb in hand, and Epsilon is definitely looking for this first blood. It's Josh on the hunt. He has so many first bloods already in the game.
This is very ballsy from Josh. You know, he's kind of the captain of this squad, and he's taking it into his own hands here to get behind enemy lines. Now, this is perfect. If they get this bomb down, Josh needs to just stay alive. Hide in a corner. Wait for them to rotate. That little green bush there, perfect. Go and sit on it. Wait. Thank you.
That's the game plan. Momo, he knows, and Josh is going to get first blood. Exotic trades it out. But now it's a manageable 3-on-3. Exotic, just an FTL jump to work with.
And the thing is as well, Epsilon, they have full blue control. They can sit back. The bomb is perfectly placed for them to see. This is so difficult for Cloud9 to get anything from this. Bomb diffuser taken down by Dave once again. And Cloud9, this should be seen around 11.
Goodness, Dave getting shots in. Hawk is going to finish. We're going to a round 11. But I believe there's still kinetic available for Priester. Let's take a look at this final kill. 3 players from Epsilon getting involved as Vortex gets credit. Fantastic patience being shown in the last 2 rounds.
Could it be the nail in the coffin here? Cloud9, they win this round. They're back in the series 1-1. They lose it. They've choked a 5-3 lead. They're 2-0 down. Josh actually has his payload. FTL for Exotic. Josh, I believe, has the same. I could be wrong, though.
And Priester did use his kinetic, excuse me, on that last round, so.
Josh has got reactive armor. So again, Josh is the game-changing player in round 11.
Will Josh be able to use his body armor? He has the E-Rad if any Cloud9 members come and push him. Priester known for challenging in the window. Is he going to make the move? Priester, number 1 on your map, is about to get found. Josh with another first blood here in round 11. Epsilon, 3 more kills. Make it 2 more.
Reactive armor used for the second kill. He knows one's always looking at the bus. He can't make it 3 as Assault takes damage, but he's going to call it out to Vortex. Exotic's coming for the backup. A 2v3 is going to be spotted and sliding out. Now a 1v2.
Wow.
Epsilon claw it back. And just like that, Puckett, you asked before the series, you know, to kind of explain the baiting of your teammates. Josh had that reactive, and the way they slid to mid-map, they did it as a pair. They picked up 1. It was always the intention that, you know, if one of us goes down, we're trading this out, and I've got reactive. You're always going to have the advantage. Cloud9, though, they're going to be very frustrated with that loss.
You look at game number 1, it's Cloud9 with a nice 30-point advantage after the first round of rotations in Hardpoint here in Search and Destroy. They were on match point for the final 3 rounds, and it's all Epsilon stealing the win 6-5. Epsilon 2-0 as we go into game 3. We'll find out, can they close out with a clean sweep?
I've really just always had an eye for talent for these, guys coming up and trying to catch that break. We need that fast-paced slaying style, and that's what Priesta really brings.
He really calls us out on the bad plays and the wrong plays that we do. So just playing, he just makes us better.
Being able to see what they're good at and noticing their really strong suits, I think I can help them kind of escalate it to the next level.
Aches knows what he's talking about, so I knew if I just learned from Aches that my game just individually would be 10 times better than it is. We've been teaming for about 2 months, and I already tell I play a lot better. I play a lot more team orientated.
I kind of took his role and kind of helped him be more of a support, understanding player, because he has the ability, right? And he's done probably one of the best jobs at changing into that role that I think any player I've ever helped bring up before. I can't take too much credit. They were both beasts. I just kind of helped them realize their potential, and I think they're showing it really well.
When Aches gets excited and when he gets into it, he starts yelling, and that drives me. So when I hear Aches start yelling, I say, yo, John, get that 2-piece. I'm getting that 2-piece. It just makes me want to try so much harder.
They have the ability. They just need to have the confidence, and I think they just need a better understanding of just teamwork and how to get the win. I've been around a long time. I've played a lot of Call of Duty. And I think I've got a really good consensus of how to win.
It's time for game number 3. There is a look at the veteran talking about how he put together this squad. And all of the experts, they were saying after you watch these guys in stage 1, they needed a change. Is this the team that is going to help get them to the playoffs here in stage 2?
This is the team that was created to do just that. And you know what? From judging on Anaheim and how they performed and placed there, absolutely. They came out of stage 1 almost in a bit of a meme, if you like, where they were 0-12. They were going to break the 0-15 record, but they didn't. And, that was okay. But they have a map away from going 0-6 in day 1. So this is not a good start for Cloud9 here. Reverse sweep, obviously, definitely potential to still come off. But Epsilon, they're looking stronger in game number 2.
And keep in mind how important these tiebreakers are. If teams have the same record at the end of our 3 days of competition, it's going to go to a head-to-head. And if there's multiple teams involved, you're going to see a map count difference being used to break our ties. So far, Epsilon, a slow start. At least they get a win against Envy. Here, they're now up 2-0 over Cloud9, trying to finish their day strong. But this would be devastating for C9 to open up 0-6.
Yeah, I mean, it's stating the obvious, but, it is literally the worst start you can have. Day 1, 2 losses, 0-6. You're head-to-head against each other. Very, very difficult. However, we're on to Uplink, and we're down on Precinct. And this time, see things going back-to-back. Josh starting off strong here, 4-2. Makes it 5. Working his way towards some streaks, but no, shut down by Aches there, and the drone is going to go back to the middle.
Priesta had a hot hand early on, trying to get within range, but that ERAD, no good against 3 K-bars. And he's trying to find a way in. Going to be picked off by a flying Dave. Kills being traded back and forth. Now Epsilon has the upper hand, and Hawkeye and Josh are going to go for this drone. Hawkeye falls, so Josh knows he has to defend himself. There's going to be pressure from the statue, and look how fast he gets cleaned up by Assault.
Yeah, Assault's shot on point there. Unfortunately, you can't say the same for Dave, but Aches helps him out by shooting his own teammate. Cloud9, though, couple of kills back-to-back. They can start for an aggressive push here. Maybe a 1-point play on the cards, but with 2 players falling down, they'll be going for this dunk, and that's going to be straight in for the first 2-point play of the game.
And look at the spawns that you're getting. Everyone in that back alley. Assault still has them trapped. The drone is being rallied, but with Assault down, this is going to be so tough. Priesta going for the Hail Mary up and over, not going to connect. 2-0 though, Cloud9 with the lead, and they showed you just how quickly they can pounce. If they get 3 down, if they get you spawning in that back alley, they can run drone after drone into your base.
Very strong start here from Cloud9, both in the Slain side, and of course those first 2 points. Dave trying to do some work in the middle, but back and forth, he's going to confuse him a little bit, and the kill's going definitely in Cloud9 favor until Hawkeye and Vortex, they do change that, and 1 shot away. Exotic still alive somehow. We've just seen him in that piece, and now he's got a 4-piece to his name.
And let's stay on board with Exotic here. That's not going to last long. Dave says, no, boys. Priesta and Exotic shut down on the push. Now it's Epsilon pushing out of their base, but Aches trying to keep them contained. He's staying on the statue. Now he has 2 more players that just respawned coming into support. Priesta should be the player pushing in for the drone. He's going to grab it. Here comes C9.
And this is a prime example of 2 teams that, are pretty close to each other in the slaying side and gun skill-wise of just going head-to-head. That is a 1-point play that should have gone in. Josh, though, picks up the 2-piece, and Epsilon, they'll survive with only a 2-0 deficit as Dave rekindles that drone. He's going to be trying to put a push for his team on the cards. However, Vortex, Josh, and Hawkeye all going down. Dave has no choice but to try and put a few kills on the board. And the first will be Priester.
Not the easiest of a shot, but a shot you expect Exotic to make. So this score being just 2-0, a bit troubling if you're a Cloud9 fan. Exotic, though, I will give him credit. He defended the base well. Now, though, it's Dave coming behind Assault, and Exotic finds the two-piece. You have three members all linked up, but the drone's going the opposite way. Look at the fast reactions we're seeing from Cloud9, passing that drone up and throwing it through.
And that was just uncontested. The kills went in favor of Epsilon. Cloud9, or the one player in particular, just picked up the drone, ran and threw. There was nothing contesting him. Really shouldn't happen like that. And Epsilon now are 3-0 down, even though they started to pick it up in the slaying department here. Drone very, very close to their base. Aches could find himself with a 1-point play in his hands. Josh and Hawkeye combining to take that down. And we're going to see this stay at 3-0. 60 seconds left on the clock in the first half.
Good defensive stand coming off the respawn there was Epsilon, but they have 50 seconds left, and they need to have at least one successful attack here in our first half. Exotic from the window, shutting down the push again. Josh and Hawkeye silenced. Assault in the feed with Priesta. That's 4 down for Epsilon. They're spawning up top at the ticketing booth, but this should be at least a 1. The dunk will go through from Assault, and this is a 5-0 game with 30 more seconds to score for Cloud9.
You've got Exotic going 18, make it 19-9 now. Another 3-kill streak for him. He is slaying Epsilon single-handedly.
Oh, no.
Another double makes it 5. He's hit 20 kills already. Some players still on single digits.
You see the drone still moving from Aches. Vortex trying to chase him down. And Aches is going to pick up the beatdown on Dave. So this is another score. If Aches can round the corner, it's a 1-point play. Shots coming in. Aches surviving. Assault gets the clear. And with 2 seconds left in our first half, Aches makes it a 6-0 Cloud9 advantage.
Smart play coming in from Aches there. Full trust put in the hands of Assault. He said, you know, you could almost read his mind there. It was just saying, Assault, I'm trusting you to get this kill. If you don't, you know, we die, nothing happens. If you do, I'm going to make that 1-point play, and that could be the difference maker. Yes, they're, you know, very heavily in the lead here, but Epsilon, they're going to their more preferred side.
And Epsilon was getting a little loud in game number 1 when they were scoring the kills. This game, they've been pretty silent on the main stage. Exotic has been an issue. Positive 10 coming into the second half, and he is going to be shut down early. Assault up in the window, though, trying to hold his ground. Hawkeye with the team kill on Davis, going to slow Epsilon down, but this is still a 2-point opportunity. One defender to beat. It's only Exotic there on the back end. Josh is going to find him. Here comes the flood.
Yep, trades come in again, and the drone carrier still alive. Maybe the beatdown can come in, but Priester denies that one. And for me, again, bit of a sloppy play there from Epsilon. I would have liked to see a little bit more patience going for the kills before just trying to rush home that first point.
You either got to go faster or you got to slow it down. They were somewhere in the middle and just too many reinforcements to stop their pace. You're going to see Exotic finding 2 more. A 3rd kill almost picked up on Josh. The slide going to score for the Epsilon player. Cloud9 still with a man advantage, and Assault is going to be working behind Aches.
And this is perfect for Cloud9. All their objective for this second side is wear that time down. Trade the kills. You don't need to add anything to it just yet, but you're working towards those payloads. We've got obviously camo for the hands in the hands of Assault, Exotic with the FTL. And the more time goes by, the better for Cloud9.
I'm trying to think of Epsilon scoring opportunities. That last push was really their first time getting into Cloud9's base.
Yeah.
Hawkeye trying to figure out a route. There goes the toss. Interception is there. It's Assault tossing it away. As Cloud9 stays perfect on defense so far. 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. This is still anyone's game, but Epsilon, they're bleeding out of time, Momo.
Yeah, and Epsilon looked pretty poor. And that's a kind way of putting it against Envy in their uplink. You know, in this uplink as well, exactly the same. I think they've got a lot to work on. That not being intercepted again. I know interceptions, they look flashy, but on Infinite Warfare, it's a lot easier than you think. You've got the ability to kind of float. You know, you can really see that drone being thrown across a lot better. It doesn't have as much of an arch. 7-0 to Cloud9. Rightfully so, the better team is in the lead.
And here comes Epsilon, player number 1, Dave, opening things up with that first kill. Is looking for more. Finds a second, but they need a 3rd. Hawkeye's going to find Exotic, but the drone is only going to drop in for 1. Josh stopped at the goal line for the dunk. The point is scored. It brings it back within a 3-possession game. But 2:30 left to work with here for Epsilon.
Epsilon trying to go for the long route. pushing as a team. And yes, they do have some payloads. The beatdown coming in, but Hawkey as well trading maybe a 1-point play. The FTL play to himself. It's a one-man squad here as we see Vortex. I say that Hawkey's picking up the kills behind him. But a very flashy play, to say the least.
Nice to finally see that here in a Stage 2 game.
Yeah.
We've seen it online in scrims. Vortex getting the job done here in a live match, and you are seeing a 3-man stack from Epsilon at the statue. All 4 together now, and here comes the push. It's led by Josh, and Josh will be traded out by Vortex.
Hawkey's got overdrive. You know, the drone is in the hands of Dave. He's going to get shut down just then. And now the drone in limbo. No one able to pick it up. It's Vortex's turn, but he's tagged up. He's been spotted. He needs to survive. He resets the armor to get himself out of there. A 1-point potential, maybe, if he can get around this corner.
Doesn't get the turn. No toss. Cloud9, they hold for now. 90 seconds left, and if Cloud9 can even score a 1-point play here, it's going to be devastating to Epsilon.
And with the payloads available, they really should. Vortex does take down his own teammate. Camo used. A nice, clean 2 points for Cloud9. Looking strong here to get the first map win of this week, in fact. They already lost 3-0 to Optic Gaming. They're 2-0 down here to Epsilon. And again, they're going to try and extend the lead. A bit of a poor throw there. Could have made it double digits for Cloud9. But they'll remain on 9-3.
We talked about how stiff the competition is here in our final week of group play. Priesta trying to lead Cloud9 to a 10-3 game. They're just moments away from taking their first game in the best of 5. Epsilon still in total control of this series, will be on match point. But Cloud9 showing some life here. This is what we expected, but I didn't expect Exotic to have to go off as well as he has here on Precinct.
And this is a worry if you're Epsilon. The reason was exactly what I said at the start of the series, was you need to end this series 3-0 because you're going to go to a Scorch hardpoint, Cloud9's best map on that mode, in fact, and you know, you then give all the momentum if you lose that hardpoint. If you're an Epsilon fan, get behind the boys here. They're 13-3 is a bit of a bashing here on Uplink. We saw the same against Envious. Definitely need to go away and watch these VODs and try and work something out because their Uplink has been poor.
Aches brought on Priesta and Exotic. You let go of Lacefield, you let go of Ricky. And Exotic proving his worth here in game number 3. Leads the way for Cloud9. Assault right behind him. But I felt like it was Exotic, the one making those big plays. He was getting the triples. He was staying alive in that center room, keeping the drone out of Epsilon's hands. And honestly, Epsilon very rarely got into Cloud9's base. In fact, they never made a real attempt in the first half.
Yeah, and you know that from Exotic, hitting 20 kills before some plays are hitting 9. Kills are not everything. You know, don't get that twisted. However, when you're playing Uplink, it's a very slay-heavy game mode. Generally speaking, and the percentages will show this, if you're out slaying your team by 10, 15 kills, it's very hard to lose that.
It's pretty impressive stuff here from Cloud9. We were waiting to see when they would turn it up. They had a very close hard point against Optic Gaming if you're just joining us, but other than that, really no success to speak of so far. They're uplink against Optic. Yeah, they scored in the second half. They made it a little bit closer than it originally looked like it was going to be, but overall, Cloud9 is looking like the weakest of our 4 teams. If they can win this next hard point, they are right back in it. They could be closing out day 1, 1-1, and have a real shot at going to the playoffs at the end of this weekend.
Yeah, and you know, both teams 0-1 right now. One team, stating the obvious again, has to finish 0-2. It will be a nightmare start if it is Cloud9. They've already lost 3-0. If they were to lose the hard point here, a 3-0 and a 3-1 loss, it's not a great start. Yes, we have seen comebacks, the likes of EG from stage 1, coming back from 2-0 down to taking their group in first position 4-2. Anything can happen. All these 4 teams here, the caliber at this stage 2 week 4 group play is absolutely insane.
And both of these 2 squads fell just short. Well, Cloud9, they fell pretty far short. Their only win was over Mindfreak in stage 1. Epsilon, though, I remember seeing the heartbreak from Josh after watching how close they were in stage 1, seeing it just out of their control at the end as they did not make it into the $500,000 playoff bracket. This is a big weekend for them.
Yeah, you got to feel for the guys because they kind of felt almost a little bit cheated out of it. And, you know, you're always going to have harder pools than others. That's the way it is always going to work out. Epsilon, they draw a very hard pool this time. Previously, they had the likes of Luminosity they had to get by. And, you know, they lost like a game 5 to them. It was a very, very kind of sour ending to their week. This is a team which everyone thought would be at the playoffs this time around. Of course, Epsilon, Splice, Red Reserve even stepping it up. Red Reserve don't make it. You know, we've got it from Europe, we've got Fnatic and Splice, which is actually double the amount of teams that made it last time. But of course, Epsilon, they're trying to make it triple.
Europe is growing. They're taking over very slowly, but they're making moves, Momo.
Just a little bit. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
It would be pretty impressive if we saw 3 teams in the bracket.
Well,
one day.
To do that, I mean, we've got to have Epsilon come top 2 in this group. They've got to overcome the likes of Envy, Optic, Cloud9. You know, they can come second, don't get me wrong, but it's a very, very tough pool. But this would be a great start for them to finish 3-1 against Cloud9. It would, of course, mean Cloud9 finished day 1 at 0-2. Optic Gaming showing their dominance already. We've got Optic Envy for the last game of the night. That should be an absolutely star-studded lineup on either squad.
So talk to me about players. As Scorch is loading up right now, and as we see the initial fight.
Priester.
Why Priester?
Priester is going to be that fast, very aggressive ERAD player, but look at Exotic. He's going to be right there with him. The problem is they've got to handle the likes of Hawkeye and Vortex. Those are the 4 players that I'm going to be keeping my eye on, but Priester already starting strong, 1-0. Trying to make it 2. He's going to tag him up, but he's not going to find anything. Exotic right there with him. He's going to find 3 and eventually go down, but my goodness, I cannot even follow what I'm watching.
It's a laser light show. Everyone E-ratting in the middle of the map. We just got laser beams bouncing off walls, and at the end of this fight, it looks like it's going to be Epsilon taking control. Still 22 points to go. Here comes Cloud9, and look at that feed. It just turned bright blue.
And this is great for Cloud9 because now, with the 15 seconds, they can start to backtrack. Just find their way towards Turbine. These next set of kills are very important for Epsilon. Josh, a big 2-piece there. That's going to impact the next couple of kills. Make it 3, why don't you? Just slide around to Turbine. And that's actually such a big play here. Because now Turbine fully in control of Cloud9. And this early on, there's no payloads, no score streaks to kind of rain fire onto Turbine.
Vortex, always the SMG player for this squad, but you see the versatility from players like Josh and Dave. Josh with the K-bar, waiting for the push as Dave finds another 2-piece in the feed. And here comes the push. You're gonna see Cloud9 slowly pinch it in, but Dave has plenty of time to get into position. So Cloud9, they're gonna be running up against 3 reticles. Josh is gonna be the closest player pushed up, and they did just find Vortex out floating in the middle of the map, so this is a little easier than it should have been. Dave, the last one up, he's gonna find 3, but Exotic picks up the final kill, and it is Cloud9 with the break, but that was getting ugly for a moment.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been that close. Dave miraculously finds 3 there as the trade's coming in. He's already started 8-4, and this is giving me kind of almost, you know, flashbacks to last year. You know, Epsilon, they were under previously a Fabi, and, you know, they were absolutely ridiculous. When we saw them on the likes of Evac and Rockinet VMPs, they were dominant. Obviously, a team change has changed. Josh has come in. That leadership have obviously brought great success to this squad. But they'll find themselves 20 points in the lead, going over to Hangar. We'll see if they can continue it.
Cloud9 trying to pinch. They have 2 players on Skybridge. Down in the back, it's Assault threatening for the spawn control. And here comes the push. Only Dave left alive. He's down to 20% health, and Aches will put the final bullets in him. Cloud9 again with a clean break after a little bit of a threat coming in from Epsilon.
Good trades coming in from Cloud9. Smartly played there, and now they're forcing Epsilon to go down through that doorway. A big choke point, bottlenecked if you like, and it just feeds Cloud9 not only the kills, but it'll be working to payload, score streaks. We're going to see the rotation over to Drill. We'll see 1 player, Vortex, already there, but Exotic, he's got other business to take care of as he finds double digits already. A player kind of, you know, that we've almost skipped over a little bit. Exotic, a member of this Cloud9 squad, really stepping it up here.
And we saw Exotic at the very start of the year. If you guys remember back to the first event in Vegas, it was Exotic on this ALG squad. We saw his potential with that team, and then he kind of disappeared. He was bouncing around. We didn't see him on the main stage too often. Finds a home now with Aches and Assault on Cloud9. And he has been a monster. He came in with 10 kills after your first 3 minutes of play here on Scorch Hardpoint. And he's looking for number 12 now, going up in the 1v1, and he's going to win it, too, against Hawkeye.
And that shows a versatile player. So strong in uplink with the K-bar, pulls out an ERAD and a hardpoint Scorch, and he's just laser-like, literally, as we see him hit 13 and 6 with a 2-point KD and more. He's really making a statement for Cloud9. The problem is for Epsilon. You drop this map, you go into a game 5, a reverse sweep potential on the cards. Cloud9, the likes of Ake and his veterancy is really shining through right now.
33-point game, and Dave is going to get shut down. Ake's assault in the feed. And here comes Josh to contest.
Josh finds one, Hawkeye trading as well, and it's such a fast-paced game when you get two teams with such aggressive SMGs all kind of pushing forward at once. It can look a little bit crazy, but right now, Cloud9, they've dominated here on the bridge hardpoint, and this time, they should have rotation towards that turbine. The question is, can Epsilon break the bridge and push forward? That's 2 kills, which will help them.
You see the slaying difference between the two squads right now. It's really Exotics +6 and Ake's now at +3. A bit surprising to see him doing so well here on Scorch. On the other side, Dave still dropping the biggest bombs for Epsilon. Who is going to heat up as this hardpoint continues? Last time we saw Hawkeye go on a streak. Josh finished with a streak of his own. You need one more guy in the feed. Currently, Hawkeye is the closest to even, but Josh and Vortex slacking behind.
Yeah, this is difficult. I feel like Josh is almost just playing, you know, a couple of miles an hour slower than the rest of the players, and it's punishing him. He's 7 and 14 right now. It's not helping him. He's going to be caught out by his own spot there onto Turbine. But these last couple of plays, you can hear it. Hawkeye pulling out the pistol. Dave will take back, and I love this play from Vortex. He's getting aggressive. He can push this out, pick up a couple of kills. It can change the game now, but no, he's going to have to back off. He's taking damage. Assault does take him down. Assault finding the double, and just like that, there's 30 seconds on this Turbine. He's found the third as well.
Epsilon got a little bit too aggressive. I like the idea the execution wasn't there. First, it was Vortex outgunned, then Hawkeye shot from behind when he tries to escape. Great pounce by Cloud9. And we're going to see, can they break the hangar once again? The final 12 seconds are going to be soaked up at the turbine. And Cloud9 now brings themselves ever closer to forcing a game number 5 after opening this one up down 0-2.
Assault was key to breaking Turbine, and now he's key to breaking the hangar. He's all about the spawns. He's all about that kind of anchor role, which we've seen disappear in Call of Duty for a couple of years. But he's still kind of pushing the right places at the right time, and that's what makes a really great player. And just like that, a click of a finger, and Cloud9, they take back the spawns with 15 seconds. That's a class squad right there.
Axe is still going too, baby. 18 and 14. Challenging gunfights, maybe he should be challenging, but at least calls it out to his teammate Priesta, who finds one and a second. Great use of the E-Rad here, as Priesta knows all of the angles. And Epsilon, they seem to be throwing themselves one by one at Cloud9, who is now pushing them back. Priesta charging all the way into their spawn. Meanwhile, his teammates, being uncontested, are soaking up that hill time, over 210 seconds. Cloud9, they're within striking distance. They could close this game on the next drill.
They really could, and they've been dominant on the bridge as well. Epsilon, they need to go big. I'm looking at Vortex, 9 and 18. That's not kind of the performance. Josh, 10 and 20. You got Hawkeye and Dave, they're going neutral. But every single player, if you like, put in a bit of a poor performance compared to what they were at Anaheim, Cloud9. They're really showing what they're worth here, and they've been practicing, they've been putting a lot of time in, and it's paid off for them so far.
20 points to go now for Cloud9. The camo about to be unlocked by Assault. And you're going to see the grenades, the pre-fire, all meeting Epsilon as they try and surge forward. One last push on this hill, and it's going to work. Epsilon going to clear house. Vortex picking up the final 2. And just in time, Cloud9 within 9 seconds of locking up game 4. Epsilon, they have their work cut out for them. This one is not over yet. But this bridge is going to be so difficult to keep Cloud9 out of.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be, you know, near impossible here. Priest is already set up on it. They've been dominant the first 2 times over this. And you've got, what, an 80-point lead. Camos available. We're going to see Cloud9 edge this one out very, very shortly, if you're asking me. Epsilon, they get a clean sweep. They need to hold this bridge.
You got to keep Assault dead.
They just can't let one thing go wrong right now.
They have to play it perfect, and they're definitely not out of the running yet. Look at this. This is 20 straight points on the bridge. Here come the kills, though. Vortex trading it back. It's Assault inside. He's got some help. The FTL jump as Vortex finds one. 4 seconds to go. The camo from Dave breaks through, but not for long. Priesta is there to seal the deal. 250, 184. We're going to a game 5. Cloud9 is back in this.
I think at the end there, they were denying the inevitable, and you've got to feel for Epsilon. You know, yes, they had their best hardpoint game one, they win it. Their S&D, they're 2 for 2 on, both on Throwback. But this time, we're going to have to see a different map from them. Cloud9, a potential reverse sweep. It'd be a great way for them to end, obviously, day one. It's kind of giving me flashbacks of when, you know, E6, day 2, they kind of reverse swept FaZe, I believe, and they kept themselves in the running. Obviously, we're not at that stage just yet, but Cloud9, they're showing why they are here and why they're a threat in this pool.
I'm dragging a bit today. I got on a flight from San Diego this morning. We are here now, and Cloud9 just woke me up. This series, it's turning out to be a good one. You had the best map in hardpoint for Epsilon. They win that on Breakout. Now Cloud9 showing their strongest map. Scorch ties things up at 2-2. This one is going to go either way. Let us know on Twitter, who do you think is going to take us? Tweet at COD World League. We got Game 5 coming your way after this. We are back in already a Game 5. This is your final week of group play. We have Epsilon going up against Cloud9, and both of these teams kind of seen as dark horses or underdogs this weekend. Envy, they've had awful performances coming into this week, so some people are saying Epsilon, that's the squad that should lock up at least first or second place here, knowing that Cloud9 has been on and off this season as well. But Epsilon, they start off a hot 2-0. Since then, it's been all C9. How has this match played out?
I mean, it was all down to the map set. You know, we kind of talked about it before. Epsilon, the best hardpoint, Breakout. You know, they did win. They had some shaky moments. The Search and Destroy, what they beat against Envy, they beat against Cloud9. You know, 2 for 2 on S&D so far. However, as soon as you go to Scorch, that's Cloud9's best game mode. And of course, the uplink. Epsilon's been pretty trash. I'll be straight up blunt about this. This weekend, their uplink, I know they've only played twice, but this is not the Epsilon that I saw at Sheffield, not the Epsilon that I saw at Anaheim.
And I was joking with Aches backstage in between the breaks here, and he was saying, I don't know why everyone's saying we had a rough series against Optic. We were 15 points away. We had a tough game of uplink. We played strong throughout Search and Destroy. Cloud9, to be honest, they should be done with this series. This should be 3-1 because they were up 5-3 in that Search and Destroy on Throwback against Epsilon. They threw it away. So now they have to make their point. If they are true contenders, if they really want to be a threat here in our final week of group play, you got to pull out the win here on Breakout Search.
You really do. And not only that, you take this, you got a reverse sweep, you go back, you get some food, you regroup, you talk over kind of for day 2, and you sat at one-on-one. However, they've got a Search and Destroy to get through, and as you can see, this is your S&D leaderboards as of now.
Got to look out for Exotic. He has been a star for them throughout this series. Look for him to show up big in the final Search. On the other side, it's Dave. Dave was doing work throughout Throwback. Will he be able to continue? And who is going to meet the aggression of Priesta in the showers? That's the big question. Will it be Vortex? Is Hawkeye going to be pulling out some ERADs as well? We'll see how this one plays out. When you look at the two teams and you see the makeup of the squads, who do you think is going to have the advantage when it comes to the A-bomb side?
Well, when you look at the A-bomb side, it's all about that aggression. If Priesta can get in there, fantastic stuff. This actually surprises me, Exotic sniping off the bat, so I'd like to stay on board with him, even though he's on the defense.
And he's going to find a player in the window. It's Josh, and Josh, take a seat. That didn't take long. First blood scored by Exotic. Keep track of it throughout this game. Josh was the rock star on Throwback in the second half of the game with first bloods to give Epsilon the edge.
Now, we talked about the best game modes and maps and everything. Breakout S&D between both squads, it's not the best, it's not the worst. They're both pretty average on this map, you know, so the stats kind of are pretty even on this one. So far, though, it is all Cloud9 here. Hello, Exotic. He finds number 2, and this sniper is working wonders as Vortex is going to be the 4th to be taken down, but it's a clean sweep for round 1 and Cloud9.
Karma's not the only awesome Canadian here in the venue. Exotic putting on a show for us. How about that round? Finds the final kill is Priesta, and we will see Cloud9 with the perfect defense. What's the plan on the attack? Do they still have a sniper in the hands of Exotic? He picked up 2 kills on D. Can he do it on the attack?
Well, that's kind of what makes a great player is, you know, if he knows that this sniper is working for him on defense, if he puts it away, you know, on the attack, it just shows kind of the class of the player. And Exotic knows that. You can see here, he's like, you know what? We've got to be aggressive. We've got to get in the face. A sniper isn't going to help. So he puts that away, and I really like that and admire that from Exotic.
And I want to know, is this the plan to get him closer to his score streaks? They give him the bomb. Assault is going to spot out a 4-man push, though, so everyone knows the flank is coming in. How will Cloud9 set up to defend it with bomb down? This is their round to lose.
Well, the bomb is planted, and it's actually planted on a particular side, which isn't going to help Cloud9 if they all push towards the cell blocks. However, a couple of them still lingering around. Aches is the first to fall as Hawkeye picks up first blood. Josh sliding in. He does have a K-bar to work with, and now he's taking tips a little bit from Red Reserve as the bomb is being jumped on straight away. Priest is going to take the low wall run, but just like that, it works a treat, and Josh with the defuse.
Josh was watching Rated last week as he gets a quick defuse, jumping on the bomb with opponents all around him. Had a lot of faith in his teammates, but also just guessing that Cloud9 isn't going to check, and you see the final kill there. Vortex picking up the flanker, keeping Josh alive. Excellent retake coming in from Epsilon and Cloud9. They got to be kicking themselves after that.
Yeah, they're going to be frustrated with that one. But the one thing I will say is sometimes jumping on the bomb, it's risky. Then Josh jumped on it when his teammates had the doorways covered. You know, it was a strong play, and I like that from Epsilon. It was well thought out, and it works for them. 1-1 as we go into round number 3 here. Best of 5. We're in game 5, of course, here. Winner will find themselves a series today. Loser goes home 0-2. Should I think we're back to the hotel? They'll be back tomorrow. Bomb is being planted, and this time Epsilon, they're favoring the B-bomb side.
Grenades doing just minimal damage, but Vortex will still find the first kill on Priesta. Assault right there to trade out with Hawkeye. It's a 3-on-3. Bomb, though, planted for Epsilon. Cloud9 has to act, and Exotic is going to get tagged up as soon as he shows his face in this doorway. It's only a matter of time. They need a big play right here. The stun's going to go out first, and you're going to see the assist coming in.
The thing is like that, Vortex went and checked the bomb there. And again, it was kind of that doubt of, is anyone going to be defusing? We see one player go back to defuse. This player's in a world of trouble. He picks up one. It's Dave, of course. But the one thing there was Vortex. You know, he didn't... I say he didn't need to check the bomb because obviously no one was defusing, but it's so easy for, you know, a caster or an analyst to kind of say that. Someone could have just jumped on it like they did. Yeah. So he had to put himself out there. He gets taken down in the meantime. And Cloud9... they're going to find themselves a second round on the board. The final kill coming in from Exotic onto that man right there.
Did Epsilon pull back too far after planning?
I think when they planted initially, you know, if they got all four kind of back into that area, would have been fine. But one player gets traded out either side, and it's almost like someone has to go back and check, you know, and they did. It was bad timing on their half. Cloud9, they reap the rewards.
Josh jumps up and spots Priestess, so the call out is made. Aches is looking for the first kill, but he can't quite finish it. He's tagged up and forced to back down. So still, all 8 players alive on the map. Here comes the first kill as Hawkeye is not able to finish. So many engagements, so many survivals early on.
Interesting play from Epsilon. No one challenging through Spiral. I think that's a very wise choice. Are they going to challenge from the back? They've got to go for the retake, and First Blood will be everything here. Priest has spotted one, but he's actually got away here. Coming around the back, Exotic doubling up in the corner, and now a 2v2. Aches and Assault. They are a little bit split up as Assault still in this corner here. Josh taking down Aches. He's going to find the second, but no. Assault gets the better of him. But now it's the die. Is he on the bomb? That is the question. High and flying. Hawkeye finds Assault. We talk about COD timing. Not a time you want to change your weapon.
That's the second time we've seen Assault just either reloading or switching weapons. The peak comes through, and it's Epsilon jumping out to the lead once again. Josh making the calls for the next round. They are trying to close this one out. They won the breakout hardpoint, but Search and Destroy on this map, a totally different game, and both teams, they seem to be struggling at the top.
Yeah, I think as well, like we said before, it's not the best or worst game mode for both of these guys. The trading for both teams is very efficient, but I worry, you know, that first team to kind of take the lead more than one round, you know, for example, go 4-2 in the lead, they'll start working towards their payloads a little bit quicker. It could be the difference maker. On your screen, though, Dave is going lone wolf here towards B. As we see an aggressive push. This is Priester. This Priester in his perfect play.
And Priester melts the first. Josh is eliminated. First blood to Cloud9. Player still on the other side of the wall.
And that's bombed down. That's a lot of intel. He can sit pretty there. Oh, nope.
It's scooped.
See, yep, I got the bomb now.
Vortex going to survive, though. That's the real question.
Yeah, Vortex trying to bait him out there to challenge him when you've got one player sat at the back, that being Hawkeye with the assault rifle. But Epsilon, they're in a bit of trouble here because they're a man down and they've got to be the ones to be aggressive. Pushing through the showers and towards mid. Spot an Exotic.
Priesta never bought on the bait earlier, and now he is jumping into action, finds Hawkeye. And Priesta's behind this Epsilon lineup one by one. They all fall in the middle of the map. Nice patience from C9.
Yeah, and that all comes from Priesta's first blood. And yes, it's, you know, you can say it's a 50-50, whoever wins that first one, but Priester is positioning. He uses the bomb as the cover. One of the best covers you can get in this game. Gives you that perfect cover, that perfect line of sight, and he's just that ERAD player that he's going to be a nuisance. It's going to be difficult for Epsilon to get into A. However, Epsilon will take the defense now, and they'll try and claw their way back into this. 3-2 down, though.
Priesta with a 3K in the previous round. Who is going to answer back from Epsilon? Aches looking for the early grenades. Not going to find anybody. And he's going to turn his back as the rest of his squad is going to be hitting graves. Hawkeye pre-firing with the NV4. Get some body shots, but no kills quite yet. Vortex looking for the kill from above, trying to just spot out the push from Cloud9. Here they come. Epsilon gonna find one, but Assault is there to trade out 2 more.
Yeah, and just like that, they're in a very favorable position now. A 3v2, bomb down. They need to just play their numbers. And look at this, all 3 of them charging at him. It could come back to bite them though. Hawkeye finds one. He finds the second, and he's coming in behind. Cloud9, what are you doing? As we see Vortex and the boys celebrating that one. I saw the game plan.
No
they knew
smile.
the pinch was coming in. They knew it, and they kind of just went, look, we'll push, we'll get this one player. But just like that, taken down 1 by 1.
Hockey gets the nastiest three-piece right there as Cloud9 challenges, no emotion. He is locked in, focused, the player at the end. Vortex standing up and fist bumping actually pulls out his headphones, so we're going to take a momentary break to get him back into the action. Headsets on, round is ready to go. You see Josh making the calls. It is time for Epsilon to take the lead here in Game 5. Will they get it done? Bomb in the hands of Vortex. Once again, it looks like a B hit.
Yeah, and I think a wise one. You don't want to be challenging Priester over A. However, it looks like Cloud9. They're reading that play. Aches, though, backing down here. They've not seen anyone just yet. Assault has that camo. 7 and 3, of course. Big, big place to start things off. And that grenade not connecting. But wow. For me, this is a ballsy play to use camo on a defense. It works out for him this time. And just like that, Vortex finds one. But usually that camo will be used when the bomb is down. This time, this is a round I feel that Cloud9 must win. They've invested a lot into this.
Assault is playing so well that that was his 9th kill as he picks up number 2 in the round.
Now the choice is down to Epsilon. Where do they go? They know Assault's still lingering around that bomb. Surely the camo will have been called out that it was used, so this is a very interesting play. They've just seen one cross as well. Epsilon, they're looking to go back to B if they get the bomb down. That's one thing that they have going for them. Well, the numerical disadvantage does favor Cloud9 heavily.
Oh no, and Hockey turns just as the players are pushing upstairs. He's not gonna see this coming. It's Aches making it a 1 versus 3 for Vortex. And the Epsilon player is dead to rights. Priester comes up, smacks him in the mouth, and that round is all Cloud9's. They take the lead once again here. The final game, and it is Cloud9 just 2 away.
Well, the camo plays off. The first 2-piece coming in from Assault really shows true, and we're going to see them take the lead once again. Now, you got to remember, game number 2 between these two squads, Cloud9, they were 5-3 up. They lose that 6-5.
Yep.
Now they're 4-3 up. Can they close the series out?
Priester with the ERAD on your screen, the fastest player. Going to try and break into these showers early. Right behind him is going to be the bomb carrier Exotic. They're looking for double trouble, and on the other side, 2 players are waiting. Josh waiting to pounce with Vortex.
He's got a clear free entrance towards A, and questionable from Epsilon. They've given full site control. The problem is Vortex now. What does he do here? Because the bomb is down. The Scarab's going to tag him up as well as the shots coming in. A 3v4 retake. This is not good for Epsilon.
And I thought Vortex was going to have a buddy there, but Josh actually goes up top in the window. So Vortex was left all alone. And now they're going to have their hands full. There's Josh in the action as he finds Priester. It's a tie game. Cloud9 trying to hold on to Shower's control, and this is a big fight for Aches to win. Takes down Hockey. Assault's going to find Josh. Dave with the desperation play. It's Cloud9 jumping up 5-3 once ago. Can they finish this time?
I've been in this position. Surely they've learned from the mistakes. Again, kind of that first blood really showing how important it is. Aches going big in the showers as well. He's going to clean up Dave for the final kill. No defuse this time. Epsilon, they're 1 round away from going 0-2 in day 1. A team tipped to be a top 2 finisher in this group. Back against the ropes here.
Everyone's saying Epsilon. It's that rising threat. It's this new squad that is going to be causing problems. They finished 3rd at our Anaheim Open. They missed out on the Stage 1 playoffs. Trying to get into the $500,000 tournament this weekend is not going to be easy if they lose both of their matches on our first day of action. Here we have Dave with bomb in hand. They are taking this so carefully.
Reverse sweep potential coming in for Cloud9. 1 round away from winning. FTL is the only payload available for Vortex. Nothing game-changing, but it may just save his life for 1 round. Cloud9 are right back in their spawn here.
And Vortex knows he's been spotted. Sees Priester again. Early shots are going down, and the Scarab is cleaned up. Scouting information given to Cloud9. And how is Epsilon going to react?
Only 30 seconds left. A bomb plant yet to go down. Now we're going to see grenades coming in. We're going to see a push here, and that's going to be aggressive. First one is Priester to go down. That's a key player. Josh trading things out. This time, Epsilon have the advantage. Bomb is down. Oh my goodness. Assault has just destroyed Dave over that bomb site.
Assault had about 30% health, and he and Assault will make it a 1 versus 2. Just Josh left up, and he's going to get caught, gunned down. Cloud9 this time around closes things out, and they will lock up their first series win in our green group.
Reverse sweep coming in for Cloud9. Assault, that round 11 there really showed up. I say round 11, he was great throughout the whole series, but for me, that S&D was kind of the shining moment for him. Very, very happy with himself. You can see smiles all around there. I'm not actually sure his ending stat line, but my goodness.
We have some C9 fans here in the crowd cheering on Assault and the boys all series long. Epsilon, though, they have to be devastated. Losing the first series against Envy was a bit of a shocker, but they were so confident coming in against Cloud9. Didn't go their way today after a 2-0 lead in the best of 5.
It really didn't. You know, these guys kind of came into this, and not that they weren't worried. They treat all these teams with respect, but the one trouble they were thinking they may split series with Optic. First day, you've lost to the other 2 teams, so very, very tough. I will say a 3-2 loss, it's better than 3-0, but there's no positive to take from today for Epsilon. Very, very difficult, and this is the one day they don't play Optic. We talk about those easier days. For Epsilon, this was one they could have finished 2-0, and I think they needed to.
Despite the run in Anaheim, there's still a lot of doubters around Cloud9. Aches trying to prove everyone wrong this weekend, and right now he's on the main stage with Maven.
Great stuff, gentlemen. Patrick Price, the best hot mic guest that I've ever had in my life.
Still fuzzy?
Still fuzzy, buddy. All right, so you go down, you lose the first series 0-3. All maps were competitive. Every single one you could have won, but you got 3-0'd. What was the conversation with the team kind of after your first series of the day?
Honestly, we did not care we got 3-0'd. Like, it sounds weird, but like every one of those matches we feel we should have won. Like that S&D, I know it was 6-3, but there was so many rounds that should have went our way. Just some lack of, I guess, miscommunications on our end, but the uplink was close. It was what we expected. You know, the Optic's probably the best team here this weekend, and to play them that close was fine for us.
Yeah, I think all 5 map losses you've had, you could have won. And let's go into this series. You know, you were up in the first 2 games, right? Things kind of fell apart. What went wrong in the hard point in the search and destroy for you to kick off the series?
I think in the hard point, I got off to a hot start. I started like 8-0, and I kind of slowed down a little bit. But honestly, they had like a double MV4 set up, and we realized it a little too late. And you know, it was shutting down our ERAD. Preston, he wasn't able to kind of do what he normally does for us. So next time, I'll probably pull one out to kind of combat that. That round 11 S&D was just unlucky. It was another miscommunication play on Throwback where Josh killed Preston underpass, and Preston turned for just a second. So if that didn't happen, we could have got a 2-piece going into round 11. So that was unlucky. And then the Precinct, we blew him out, and Scorch is our best map, so.
Well, talk to me about, so you were down 0-5 map count at one point in this, right? You have to mount the reverse sweep. Where do you think the turning point was for you for the reverse sweep?
You know, John caught fire. Exotic, he caught fire on that Precinct uplink. He was getting loud. He had a monster first half, like double positive, 21-11 or something. Just him getting loud, getting hype, and doing well, just kind of fueled us. But honestly, like I know we were down 0-5, but we felt like we should have won all 5 of those maps, you know. So it wasn't like a, oh man, we just got destroyed. It was just like, oh man, we choked. Oh well, come back hard, and you know, start on fire on that Precinct, and then just kind of momentum carried.
Well, talk to me a little bit about Exotic, because I thought he had a really, really good series. And you're right, he started going in game 3, a guy we look for to do strong in search, but he was getting it done the respawn as well. What makes him a special player?
I think both Exotic and Priester are both so explosive at any point. They can take over a map. And, you know, John, he's just a player that, like, when he's going off, he's going to keep going off. He's not a player that's going to slow down. So, yeah, I mean, him getting loud and being that guy for us, whether it's me, Adam, or Priester, the fact that we have all 4 guys right now that can explode at any moment is really working well for us.
Well, you avoid the fate of Cloud9 in stage 1. You don't start 0-2. You get a much-needed victory there, buddy. Good stuff today. We'll throw it over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Maven. Congratulations to Cloud9, of course. They complete the reverse sweep over Epsilon, and then we'll give them the finishing total of the day at 1-1. Teepa, I want to kind of kickstart the conversation with you. Going into it, you said, yeah, it's probably going to be a game 5. What made you so sure of that?
I just think overall, especially looking at that map set, Pat said it scorches their best hard point. So a lot of those scenarios where if you do make it to that map 4, the things are going to sway back and forth. The biggest thing, though, is Cloud9 Search and Destroy extremely inconsistent. I'm not sure if it's just Throwback or their Search and Destroy in total. That Breakout looked pretty solid, but they're relying on snipers, a lot of first blood scenarios for Priesta. So I don't really know how to call Cloud9 going later on to this weekend, but regardless, they get the win. The reverse sweep, solid performance overall.
Definitely a good result for them, of course. But we're going to go ahead and break down that series for you, of course, starting with game 1, the hard point on Breakout. And this was a weird one to watch, Joe, because, I mean, Cloud9, they go up massively. I think it was something like 92 to 7 points. Then all of a sudden, you blink, and they're down 60 points. I mean, that's you can't play like that against the best teams in the world. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they got 94 points, and they still have it at this point, and we've already started the second half. Obviously, Ace had a really good start. Exotic turns it around, but Priest and Assault, you know, they just didn't play too well. But Dave and Hockey were, as Pat was saying, they had a double NV4 setup. Maybe something that a lot of teams aren't used to, but again, Epsilon, this is their best map. This is where you expect them to succeed.
It's weird to see Assault get off to slow starts in the hardpoint games. He did it in the game 1 against Optic, and then now here against Epsilon. I feel like Assault is such a key member of this team, especially in respawn game modes. If he doesn't, I don't want to say like go off. He doesn't need to go off in every hardpoint, but he needs to play that like rock solid back NV4 role. If he doesn't do that, you're going to see a lot of these results.
Yeah, one of the biggest issues too is Pat, he said in that interview there, he started off so hot and then I think he went on like a 1 in 10 sort of spree. So the fact that he was so streaky on that first map in specific, it's just so tough to win those rotation battles. But I think Cloud9 overall on these larger maps, I think they're good at Scorch and Throwback because you don't have to really focus on staying alive on rotation so much. The rotation is much shorter. On these longer maps like Retaliation and Breakout, for example, they over-challenge in those gunfights. They need to group up on the rotation towards the next hard point. They take the gunfights too early, end up spawning out. So a bit of issue on the larger map for them.
Very true. Of course, for Epsilon, they start off 1-0 in the series. We go over to map number 2, the Search and Destroy. This one goes the distance, goes to a round 11, but I mean, Merc Cloud9 had a 5-3 lead in this and let it slip. Is it kind of more of what we talked about earlier on with their Search and Destroy, just the failure to change things?
You just have to be able to finish these rounds, and you know they did have their payloads at use. They obviously do a great job of sort of denying Dave camo, but again, into round 11, Josh has reactive. That's sort of the game changer, but again, a 5-3 lead. You have to be able to close this series out.
You can't do that. I mean, you can't let a team come back, you know, being down 5-3. After this map, I thought Cloud9 was done, personally. Yeah. I thought this was like the
3-0.
The dagger, 3-0. Like, we're going on in the next series after this. But obviously, you know, they extend the series. They end up winning it in the end. I think this is a big map, though, just in terms of they need to be able to close these games out, right? I mean, you see Prisa played well. Dave on the other side played very good for Epsilon. But you can't let teams off the hook this many times in a series.
Of course, I mean, you see the stats there for Dave, 14 and 5, 2.8, a great performance from him, but I want to be that guy. Every desk needs that guy. His camo play, Teep, I'll talk to you a little bit about it. We've seen him make a couple of camo plays throughout day 1 here that have been pretty questionable. Same thing in that Search and Destroy as well. Is it panic almost, you think, or what's going wrong?
I think what he's trying to do overall, especially in the respawns and some of the Search and Destroys, is he uses it and pops it after a huge play already happens. So he's like trying to be that playmaker at all times, but the fact that he's able to pick up so many kills even without camo, he might just be thinking about using it in such an opportune scenario, and you know, blind camos at times, just situations where he doesn't really need to pop it. So I guess it's just they've been garbage camos. Let's be straight up about it.
Yeah, they have.
But the fact that he's been, you know, is putting up those score lines and respawn in Search and Destroy is very impressive.
But I mean, he's putting up the scores. Obviously, we know Dave is one of the better players in Europe. He's going to put up those big score lines, get camo a lot. But I feel like he's never in a position where like he's going to have a great use of camo.
Yeah.
Like for argument's sake, like let's say like Retaliation. Like let's just take a map. And you look, like, if he's all the way on that back bridge, like, with the NV4, like, you want him staying there. You don't want him to be the guy that goes in, uses camo, and sits on the hill. Then you got, like, one of his other teammates looking over him. You want him to be the guy looking over those players.
The biggest thing, too, that I wanted to touch on is, like, why is your slower NV4-based player like trying to initiate with something like camo, like especially having that guy with a camo or reactive, for example? I don't know if I really agree with it. We say on a lot of other teams, those players, the guys are using like FTL. So I don't know how I really feel about it. There is times where that camo is being used at the perfect time from those sort of players, but I don't know. It's tough to call.
Yeah, I think it's just to get them a guaranteed camo, because I think if you put it in the hands of one of the other guys who don't slay as consistently, they probably don't get it. In terms of his camo on that throwback, it was a 1v2 situation. I think he definitely thought, obviously Exotic hid in that corner, he didn't check it. I thought it was an okay use. Obviously, he ends up losing that round, but again, it's a 1v2. He gets the first kill. He knows just the way IW Search and Destroy plays that guy has to be nearby. I think he just got a bit unfortunate.
Okay, fair enough. Moving forward, we'll talk a little bit now about map number 3. Of course, it was the uplink. At this point in time, Epsilon, of course, 2-0 up. Matt, you mentioned you thought at this point, series over, but Cloud9 came out and absolutely dominated.
Exotic dominated the first half. You need to change that up. It was Exotic that dominated the first half. I believe, I think Pat said he was 21-11. I think that the last I saw he was 21-9, I think, before the half. But he was fantastic for Cloud9 in the first half. And I really think this is a series that kind of keeps Cloud9 in the rest of the weekend. This is one where they're starting to look like the Cloud9 of Stage 1.
Very, very true indeed. Of course, talking a little bit about Epsilon overall in uplink, Merc, this is their second loss now on the day. And to be honest, they've not looked good.
No, it's against teams who we've talked about. You don't want to lose tiebreakers to, right? Like, it's going to be Cloud9 and Envy, you know, who you're sort of fighting for second, third, and fourth. Well, maybe. But, you know, we can assume that Optic's going to play very well. So those tiebreakers versus the teams they play today, you know, a 3-2 isn't bad, but a 3-1 isn't awful, but it just puts them in a really weird situation where, again, Phil said it, tomorrow they do have to go up against Optic Gaming. That means Sunday they will have to play them again, so it just puts them in a very tough spot.
Very true, and of course, Uplink, we've seen so many times throughout IW, has really been that turning point. Teams can make those reverse sweeps, it gives them a lot of momentum. That was exactly what happened to Cloud9. They use that momentum, they go into the hard point, and they absolutely dominate map 4 as well.
Oh, it looks completely easy, and that's just what happens when you have Exotic playing so well first off, and then in tandem with Priesta, one of the best ERAD players we have in the entire league. So it's just very fun to watch these guys play Scorch in specific. I feel like if they can figure out and try and replicate a somewhat similar strategy, figure out their weapon roles on some of the other hardpoint maps, they could probably be just as good at those.
Very true. Of course, you see Dave there picking up kills after kill, but I mean, you need that time in the hill, Merc.
The big thing to me, just look at the scoreboard again. Josh and Vortex, I feel like those are the two role players who have to step it up in the slaying category. You know, Phil had Josh as a player to really impress him this weekend. You know, Vortex, again, we saw him on that first hardpoint today. He had a 0.52 KD on that Frost uplink. Like, that can't happen. He definitely has to step it up. Josh, a 0.42.
It's not even the 0.42. It's 10 kills in a 250-184 game. Like, that's not like a blowout game where we're done and dusted with a hard point, you know, 3 minutes.
That's
like
a difference maker.
Yeah, that is
100%.
a huge thing. I mean, you probably work it out. That's maybe a kill a minute, maybe. I mean, that's not.
It's a pretty long game. That's for sure, and especially you consider the pace of the game as well.
Not less than kill a. Yeah, I mean,
probably, could be. I'm actually curious to actually figure that out. Probably
like how long the game actually lasts.
It's not a lot.
It's not a lot.
Thanks, Joe.
Regardless of that,
fantastic. All right.
No, thank you for clearing that up. Regardless, he didn't kill anybody. That was the problem.
He
got 10.
He got 10.
Hey, thank you for correcting me again.
Just what I do, Matt. Moving forward, we'll talk a little bit about Game 5. Of course, at this point, Cloud9, a ton of momentum. T, when we got to Game 5, were you thinking, yeah, this is one Cloud9 now win with that momentum coming in?
It's kind of tough to call. I was talking to Pat before this map started, and he's like, well, it's Breakout, it's 50-50. And I don't know if teams should still be feeling like that on this map. It's been in the rotation for a while now, but regardless, I think Exotic making the big boy plays, whipping out the sniper, and hitting some very nice shots in that first round just to sort of set the precedence, and then just better search and destroy overall. I thought I was really scared for Cloud9 in this moment exactly where Hockey is able to pick up this 3-piece. I thought momentum was going to completely shift over, but the composure was obviously there for Cloud9. They end up, you know, bouncing back, playing some very solid rounds, and Assault finally having a fantastic sort of carry game.
I mean, fantastic, absolutely. I mean, you saw that kill in the replay package as well, that crucial kill that you kind of talking about, just turns it back in Cloud9's favor. A 12-3 game from him. Fantastic stuff coming out from Cloud9 as they complete that reverse sweep, and of course give themselves that first win. For Epsilon, some pretty big woes, 0-2 on the day. Of course, we can see teams turn it around. It's definitely not the end of the world, but with how tough we expect this week to be, with Envy already with a win as well over Epsilon, it's definitely spicing up in head-to-head, as you were mentioning earlier on, Merc. But moving forward, I do want to talk a little bit now about Score Streak. We had our Score Streak prediction game in that last series. I'm curious to see how perfect you guys would have been, and well, the current leaderboard as well. See kind of where you guys are at home as well. Of course, you can play the Score Streak prediction game exclusively to MLG.tv/COD. So let's see how you see already. You know what? You're actually correct. That's how good Merc is. Wow. He doesn't even need to see that question. I mean, here's what we asked. Who will lead Cloud9 in hardpoint time in Game 1? Exotic with 22% of your vote. Is that the way you would have gone, Team?
Oh, honestly, I probably would have picked Assault or Priesta. Priesta's obviously going to be that ERAD guy, going to be in the hill a lot of the times, but probably pushing out. I think I take Assault. A lot of the time you see your main AR, your NV4 player, kind of just chilling, sitting pretty.
True, especially in Breakout. It's like one of those maps where there's so many positions from the hill. It's just like easy pickings for our NV4 players.
Very true. Moving forward to map 2, we asked, will any player finish with 12 or more kills in Game 2? And 61% of you got it wrong. You said no, or in actual fact, Dave dropped 14. 39% get that right.
To be fair, I would have said no as well. It's a lot of kills for a search and destroy to guarantee.
That's a fair amount of kills.
Yeah, more than Josh on Scorch. You did. Yeah, Josh had 10.
Wow,
That was a
hard
point,
I guess.
That's true. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a fact.
That's factual information.
If that came up in a hard point, I bet you everybody, 100% of the...
No, that's what I'm saying is Dave had more than Josh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you see, he got more kills in the search than he did in the hard point.
Yeah,
which is kind of concerning to think about. Moving
it
forward, though, the question we asked during map 3, how many points will Cloud9 score before halftime? 51% of you guys got this correct, 4 or more. Again, is that the way you would have run there, do you think?
Precinct, yeah, I'd take 4 or more often than not, but looks like pretty much a coin flip, 49% to 51.
With them being down 0-2, I don't know.
I'd take it. They're good at Precinct.
I guess I saw Cloud9 packing it in.
Maybe.
What time is it?
Well,
you could have made it the cheesecake if you would have lost game number 3. You could have had enough time to get there.
Well, you still have time.
Yeah.
Probably do. We'll take a look at our leaderboard now, though, and see who is sitting at the top. It is. Oh, wow, that's a 9 already. 9 already?
That's pretty high.
You guys aren't messing around. That's very, very impressive, actually. I think last week the highest on day 1 was 5. So.
Shane's back.
Shane's back again? Yes, he is, in 7th place with a score streak of 6. Of course, as I said, you can play the score streak prediction game exclusively at mlg.tv/COD. There you get your up-to-date event statistics, your featured player POVs, and of course that fantastic source quality. But moving forward, of course, we still have one final game to be played. Here on day 1 of week 4, Optic Gaming versus Team Envious. Both teams with a win as well, Teep. Which way are you leaning in this series?
Well, I think this is going to be a complete battle. I think it's going to be a 3-1 on either side. Optic Gaming does look very, very strong, though, in the slating category. It is going to be that same maps that we just saw in the previous series. So when I'm looking towards that one, I think Envy's only chance to really take this series is going to be that breakout. We've seen Optic have a lot of problems on it, obviously. So I think they can gain some momentum there. They need a well-rounded performance, though. These are the types of matches where we've seen this Envy roster have those 1 or 2 players slack. So just based on the previous results of the past couple of tournaments, I'm taking OG in a 3-1.
OG 3-1. Obviously, Teep mentioned the maps, Merc. When you look at that series, is there any kind of favorable ones that you think, yeah, okay, Envy should win this, or Optic definitely should win this?
I kind of like Envy's chances on Breakout and Scorch. I don't feel like that's sort of Optic's strongest, when I think Optic Hardpoint definitely Retail and Throwback. Precinct definitely, I think that's all Optic. Throwback S&D, Optic looks better on it. So if Envy is able to sort of get it to a game 5, I think again that's sort of one of Envy's better S&Ds. But the hardpoints could definitely own Envy's favor.
Yeah, I think game 1, you definitely look. That's like if Envy were to steal a respawn, like that is it. Like you can come out of the gates, break out hardpoints. A map even Scump said earlier they have not been good on as of late. Maybe that's when you steal. Throwback, Search and Destroy, you know, they have not excelled on Throwback, whether it's uplink or Search and Destroy. Even their hardpoint game has kind of been up and down.
Envy looked horrible earlier today.
They did.
They definitely did. But I'm excited to get this one underway.
It could be a toss-up as well.
Yeah.
It could be a toss-up as well.
Definitely could be. As you said, very excited for this final game, and there's still plenty of action left here at week 4 of stage 2 of the CWL Global Pro League. Day 1 is coming to a conclusion now with just 1 match left on the day. And boy, oh boy, is it a good one. The E-Classico, Optic Gaming versus Envy, up next.
Here we go. The marquee matchup of the weekend, Optic Gaming versus Envious, a team filled with veterans on the side of Optic Gaming, and at this point you could say the exact same thing about our Call of Duty World Champions, Envy, from 2016. Both of these guys are two of the best submachine gun players in the game, and they have the stats to show for it. Since Dallas, these guys have been lights out. Both of them above a 1.0 KD across every single game mode. It simply comes down to which team shows up, though, here on day one of the Group Green. In Stage 2, this has been your G Fuel Key Player matchup.
It'll be Luminosity winning 18-6 and getting a huge 3-0 series win over Envious.
Heading to Stage 2, we just focused a lot on our gameplay and like trying to make sure it's almost perfect, making sure every mistake was talked about in scrims, and kind of just doing the same things we did last year.
At the end of the day, you can't get any worse than top 24. I mean, you can get worse than top 24, but the way we play, that's our worst placing. So we just got to bounce back from that and just keep working and just get better.
We all realize that we have these two big events coming up. You know, it's all or nothing. So we all, lifted ourselves and make sure we put in the time, focusing on doing good and winning these next two events.
We boot camped for a week coming into this event. We got along pretty well for the most part. Got a lot of good practice in. And I think that definitely helped our morale, definitely boosted our confidence coming here. So I'm hoping it stays that way and we come out and play well and show up.
Here we go, baby. It is time for Optic versus Envy, our final match of day one. And Jack, I'll tell you what, I know a lot of it due to the consistency of these two rosters, but I feel like we got to be approaching double digits now for the number of times these guys have matched up over the past year plus.
Oh yeah, and it does not get any better than this matchup right here. Two of the biggest brands in competitive Call of Duty and across esports going at it to close out day one. Both of them looking to go 2-0 on the day to take that first place spot in the group. Clint, in your eyes, where do you see this series ending?
It could go anywhere. I mean, I had such little faith in Envy coming in, and I'm still trying to figure out how much stock to put in that victory over Epsilon after we saw Epsilon go to 0-2 today after that series just now with Cloud9. But, God, I think it kind of goes to the desk. Whoever's going to show up for this final match, anybody can win it, man.
Gotta say, I love that break from Optic Gaming. This is a map that they've been focusing on a lot to practice. They got smoked in a bunch of scrims, decided they had to change things up. Thankfully for Envy, John is there to return Karma's two-piece with a three-piece of his own. But you see their idea with the break, right? Optic, they want to send Karma right through Showers and Locker and Snake, get control of that loading area, while Scump is the one that throws over tacticals to land on whoever's pushing that same side to throw them off, give Karma an advantage. It works out there for Optic Gaming. They're now in the lead 10-5 as they look quite solid off the break.
Well, you heard Scump when you were talking to him in the interview, right? They had a lot of concerns about their hard point. They've really worked on it after Anaheim, and we'll see here in game one if that is going to be the difference. Not a lot of time, though, coming through for either team in our first hard point.
John, with 5 of his team's 5 kills so far in the first hill, he's the only one that seems to have shown up so far for the start of the series versus Optic Gaming. Karma, what a great performance so far on this map from him. 6-1 on a 4 streak. He's also going to get his team a ton of information in middle. Unfortunately for Formal, thought that his lane was clear. That was not the case, as now everyone from Envy storming through middle map.
And as they storm through, that forces Formal to spawn out. So they're going to have a 4v3 advantage here just for a moment. The hit's coming in.
When do you ever wind up seeing this as a retake opportunity? Hitting through middle, shaky shots there from Karma, couldn't finish off his kill. Last player alive is Formal from Optic Gaming. He's got 2 surrounding him, cleans up 1. Now 1 shot, tries to win the second. He's just staying alive. He's trying to buy time for his teammates to surge on in. Scump and Formal now there, or sorry, Scump and Crimsix now there, but not sure this is going to go in Optic Gaming's favor.
Well, they've got a 30-point edge right now, Jack. Slasher for Envy now in. Picks up a kill. You can see on X-Ray he's got a second player to deal with. Shot's just a little bit shaky there as Crimsix able to win it. And the final 5 seconds will go to Optic Gaming. Let's switch POVs now over to Formal, who's already set up a dozer, looking to apply pressure into Cave.
Actually really surprised he decided to give that up. Yeah, I don't think I can agree with that decision to push on forward. He did wind up having, I believe that was Karma, flood up to the dozer with him, but you've got Formal, one of the best ARs in the game, sat on that Bulldozer, you think he's just going to use that spot to his advantage.
Yeah, it's a timing thing. If you can get there and be in kind of like an off position and find an early kill, make sure that four-man pressure can't hit you early, it'll work out. There, the timing doesn't work out very well at all. He gets picked, Scump drops right behind him, and that's a four-man sweep now for Envy, as they've got a chance to take the lead.
And John has not slowed down at all, nearly doubling the amount of kills that his team had just before this hill started on up. The man's now 11-5, first player in the lobby to surpass that 10-kill mark. Envy about to retake the lead in this game. As Optic Gaming are trying to surge forward, first 2 kills now from Formal and Crimsix. It looks like they'll be able to break on through.
Envy not able to take the lead yet. Ooh. As Optic regains control. Let's take a look at the spawn for Envy now. They're going to have to race across and try to get to commissary. So it's going to be Scump moving across with Crimsix. Envy waiting now to push. They know they didn't have man advantage here.
Bad timing for Crimsix. Yeah, he's going to get caught off guard because of it. That was Apathy who just saw the backside of him as he turned that corner. It's one player all by himself in the hard point. Scump, who's got his hands full with multiple Envy players now charging. He's doing what he can to just stay alive, but again, the end should be near. Yep, there it is. Apathy cleans him up.
Slow start really for JCap. He's 1-7 right now. I'll tell you what, Jack, I went back to the warm-up area where we had a lot of stations. Usually see a lot of players back there for a solid hour or so. It was JCap, the only man back there playing. Optic guys outside really kind of chatting over their first series. JCap trying to make sure he stays warm, ready to go here. Now there's 3 in a row. We saw what he did with the ERAD on the Frost uplink in his first series.
Yeah. Do want to say Optic started this map outslaying their opponents by 7 kills. That is far from the case now as the rest of Envy have begun to turn up. You see Apathy was on a 4 streak. Slasher just dropped off his 3 streak as well. JCap just had his 3 streak we brought up. And because of it, now Envy have a lead. It's going to be about 90-62 as we move back towards middle map at the end of our first rotation.
Let's see if Apathy can stay alive here as he was 150 off Trinity Rockets, but he will fall. Scump now paroling inside of Showers and loading, just trying to maintain mid-map pressure for his teammates, soaking up time. Maybe a lead change now for Optic Gaming as they've got complete control. Wrapping around the back is Formal. He's going to spot 2. Easy pickings for him, 2. Not the third, though. Slasher gets the better of him.
See, and they are Optic Gaming. They wind up giving up Showers as they try to push in towards Snake. Slasher, who we've seen a lot today in Hardpoint, play a similar role to what Formal just did. That AR that kind of roams, goes for an unsuspecting pinch. He does it right there again from Slasher. It's the 3rd or 4th time I've seen a 2-piece from him. Slasher in the first series today had a 1.35 KD. One of the best that have been put up so far this weekend, as he was a big reason why Envy took that one over Cloud9.
And they took both those hard points. Can they take the hard point here in game 1 versus Optic Gaming? And this is a group, man, that promised some absolute magic here. It's been a crazy day 1. I have no idea what way this series is going to go.
It breaks down simply for me. Envy have to win the hard points. Optic have to win the S&Ds. And the uplink, you might as well just flip a coin at this point, as we know Envy's weakness is hard point. Envy's weakness is S&D. We know Optic's weakness coming into this weekend was hard point. Right now, the teams could not be more dead even. It's 105 apiece as the Envy are surging back in towards this hill. Okay.
Oh, all right. Well, the hip fire connects there on a weak Scump in the back. JCap now trying to peek there on the wall run. Easy pickings for him. Trying to get the angle on another. Hopping over to John, who's been the man of the match thus far. First to crack the 20-kill mark. Tell you what, man, we get this John throughout the remainder of the year, and suddenly Team Envy is in the conversation for a champs hunt.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about it. JCap still a more quiet game from him, but another 3 streak has now put him at 9-14. Karma meets his fate to the hands of John again at the new hard point. If he can win this gunfight versus Formal, oh gosh, this could get out of hand quick now, as Envy will be in control of Graveyard again, and they forced Optic out towards these back cave spawns.
Swap over to Cap, who's playing in top window. Scump able to push him there with the ERAD. Apathy waiting at Spiral, 2 fly through. It's Scump getting opening kills, and now John trying to wrap out, but it's a pinch that comes in from Stairwell, and also Formal there in Cave. There's the break for Optic Gaming.
And yeah, Scump, his job now is to do the same role that Apathy just did. Sit and watch Spiral, cover your teammates. I love this position from Crimsix. You don't see this too often from a player. And yeah, because of it, he'll get them drop on at least 1 from Envy and buy more time for his team to stay alive. Beautiful jukes from him if he gets his kill as well. Oh gosh, Apathy down to 1 shot, but no cleanup there for Crim.
Well, with 15 seconds left here at Grave, everybody's still pushing in for now. The back helipad spawn still controlled for Optic Gaming, so they're looking good for the rotation out to commissary. You can see on the mini-map that's going to be Formal, the number 3, starting to rotate out. Scump has mid-control through Showers, and they look set up very nicely as Karma delaying any sort of early rotation from Team Envious.
The slaying difference is 0 kills. Actually, one of the more even slaying games we've seen.
Score reflects
And look at it, 146 to 146. It's actually insane to see how evenly matched these two teams are at the break of this map. We know Optic have struggled on this map before. We know Envy, they look good in hardpoint in their first series today, but again, even those maps are close as well.
Well, think back to the prior weeks. How many blowouts, how many 100-point clubs? All the hardpoints have been very close and competitive. I guess that's what you expect when you have these 4 teams here, but it certainly stood out to me through our first day. There have not been a lot of blowouts in any game mode.
No. Even so far today, every map has been competitive. The only team that you consistently knew was going to get blown out was Elevate. And they went 0-18 in maps.
They struggled, that's for sure. But on with Slasher now, who's on a 5 streak. Oh, 1 bullet away from picking up the bombardment. He re-peaks, falls. The assist not enough to get through, but he will have Trinity Rockets to save for another rotation. Final seconds tick away. Time to get back to mid-map.
And Apathy again, they keep focusing on showers. I could not commend Envy enough for how well they're playing this, I should say, is Apathy again. Like, look, Crimsix can't get in that hard point. The second he jumps in it, he will be killed off by Apathy, who's on this side of the map.
As he's tagged up by Nate, just trying to stay alive in this close corner. No help will come in. So he will fall. 3 kills now for Optic Gaming. John, the only one left up for MV, so this will be time. Optic now in. Reactive armor readily available for Scump to pop.
This is the best setup they've had so far. Scump, who can watch and rotate middle if he needs to, just like that. Grenade also tags up 1. JCap, though, cuts down Crimsix, which should help relieve some pressure for the moment. Those windows cannot be shot through in that bottom visitor building.
Jeez.
Karma, though, what's he doing? He's staying alive inside showers, and why is that helping Optic? They're able to keep control of the hard point, now down by just 10.
Optic trying to fight back.
They're not watching the wall run.
Not going to be able to get a lead change here with this. Who's already in the next hard point? That's going to be Scump, who's already set up. As we head over to cell block, he's going to get the original time, but the fight's still going down at mid-map as everyone just trying to vie for control. JCap has to wait for his teammates. He cannot die here. Curious if Optic Gaming goes hunting for him. They do, but Slasher on the bottom side of the map will pop off the camo, narrowly avoids the Scarab coming through and finds the kill. Tries to snap onto the second, but can't win it.
Karma with the 2-piece right there. Nearly gets a third onto Apathy. Does try to buy enough time now for Crimsix and Scump to charge on it. I believe Scump just uses reactive armor as well. Apathy cleans him up. What a 3-piece there to keep Envy in control of the hard point. Reactive armor shut down.
A battle of champions here. Such pedigree amongst these 8 players. And you can see how tight it is right now. Just a narrow lead for Envious. Apathy back in as there's a team kill for Optic Gaming. He's 125 off Trinity. Remember, Slasher still has Trinity Rockets to work with. If you can pick them up as well for Apathy, that gives you 2 attempted breaks. And look at the top of the minimap. Already set up very nicely for the next is Optic Gaming, but we need to go to Slasher. He's likely going to invest these here. And then I'd be curious if you're going to pick him up for Apathy as well.
Optic in control. Trinity Rocket good to go for Slasher. Watch these red arrows now scatter back in towards Cave, and watch the blue arrows push forward as they know this is their opportunity to get control of the dozer. There they go, and he cleans up Formal, which spawns John right on the hard point. Brilliant, brilliant streak, and now more raining down from Apathy.
Exactly. While we're on with Slasher, Apathy picks his up as well. There's the bombardment to go. Hell raining from the sky, and Optic Gaming, they're the players catching them. Apathy, though, still in a good position here. Doesn't even need to make a play as John finds 2 there in Medical Bay, and this is getting ugly down the stretch.
No, the save's done. I mean, I don't know how they're going to be able to push on through. Maybe they get past the bombardment. Nope. It comes on in. Formal tries to do what he can. 238 to 193. All Envy have to do is just stay in this hard point. They can win it off this hill.
Can they win it here? If you get a contest from Optic Gaming, they do with the camo, but Apathy's already running over. You saw him for just a moment. He's getting over to Commissary, the final tick. If it doesn't even matter, they win it there in Grave, and Envy remain undefeated in hardpoint to kick off day 1.
Undefeated in respawns in general right there as they wind up taking that one. A big map victory off Optic Gaming. That's what they have to do if they want to take down the green wall. We know Envy have struggled in search to destroy 1-6 at Anaheim. Now they've lost their first one today. They look lost in the game mode. By taking that hard point now, not only have they really started to put Optic Gaming on tilt, but they give themselves a series advantage.
I think you had to win that for a couple of reasons. We know Optic Gaming can be great at search and destroy as we head into Throwback. Then looking at Uplink, I know you said it's a coin toss, but outside of Throwback Uplink, Optic's been phenomenal. I think 9-1 in Precinct since Dallas, so they are not going to be easy to take there. So I mean, this could have been looking like a 3-0 for Optic Gaming if you don't come in there and get some power from Envy in game 1. Fantastic win.
Apathy shows up again, a little bit quiet in the first series there, really began to turn things up. Slasher doing what Slasher needs to do, but again, when Envy look best, it's when John and Apathy are in form. And so far today on day one, they have absolutely gotten that in response.
Well, they needed John to carry the load a little bit early, kind of keep them in the game, right? At one point, he was the only one with a kill, as he had 5, the rest had 0. He's the first one to hit the 20 kill mark. Stellar game there from John. And like you said, they need every bit of that. They're going to hang with the powerhouse that is Optic Gaming.
Now, I will say, if I'm Optic Gaming, I already knew that was one of my top 3 weakest map and game mode combinations. There's no doubt, right? So you knew that coming in. I could hear the guys talking outside about it. Now they just got to look forward to the rest of the series. You're going back into Search and Destroy. You've got your shot caller there in Formal, and the listen-in we did earlier. I mean, the guy was so vocal for the team. It's insane because typically, you know, when you're with these guys in public and hanging out, he's the quieter one of this whole lineup.
And you got to think, maybe if you were, I don't want to say nervous, but maybe if you were a little nervous being Envy coming into this, recent struggles, you know how tough this group is. You got to be riding high right now. Not only did you win your first series, you watched what happened to Epsilon. Epsilon starting 0-2 on a day where they couldn't go 0-2 because they haven't even played Optic Gaming yet.
Yeah.
You're in really, really good position suddenly if you're Envy. I know it's day one. We've got 2 more to come, but now coming into here where it could be a conversation of who takes the most maps out of Optic if they were to continue to maybe roll through this weekend. This is just great from the boys in blue.
And I mean, if you think of also from the rest of the scenarios as well, you've got an 0-2 Epsilon who still have to face Optic. You've got Optic now who, even if they do lose to Envy, already have the advantage over Cloud9 with their victory earlier today. So you're kind of seeing the stories already begin to develop. Envy in that top spot, Optic Gaming just slightly above Cloud9. Again, the top 2 move on to playoffs. Anyway, all 4 of these teams will be at Champs in just a few short weeks, so you'll be able to see a lot more of these guys on the biggest of all Call of Duty stages.
You know, I did talk to Krim outside a little bit about Champs, and just sort of like Matt and I were talking about our first Cast series, and I was asking Matt, you know, they've usually been riding so high going into Champs, kind of winning every event or close to it. I asked him, you know, with the recent stumbles, do you think that helped you? He's like, absolutely. Yeah. Like kind of getting reality checked. And now it's not like if they were to, let's say they win this weekend, they win stage 2. It's not like there's downtime where teams are going to be able to like prep a ton, maybe change strats. Like,
oh, it's right
like,
into it.
Exactly. Like, we can have.
I don't think Optic are even leaving here.
Yeah. So if you have a strong weekend here and through playoffs, like you feel like you kind of just ride that wave right on through Champs. There's not really a chance to even fall off.
Well, you see the boys all loaded on in. Search and Destroy on Throwback will be game number 2. A map that scares me again for Optic Gaming. We already saw Envy play this once earlier today, as we should be all ready to go. Maven, for you, I mean, is this the worst you've ever seen an Envy team look at Search and Destroy?
I mean, with this roster?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you got to say that that's been one of their strong suits through the time since this team has come together. Now, we did see Optic play this once today as well. I believe a 6-3 victory, but they started out a little bit slow and had to battle back with 4 rounds in a row. The opposite start here as they found the first 2 opening picks and a lot of pressure on Apathy and Slasher.
Oh, Formal too with the challenge on App. Now it's Slasher all by himself. He's dead. Optic strike first off the first blood from Karma.
Yeah, strike first. That was a real quick plant, a real quick round. Didn't really feel like Envy had a chance in the first one. But again, all that really matters so far, that game 1, such a must-win map for Envy. They get it done. Now can they fight strong here on Search and Destroy against a very tough Optic Gaming team.
Heading into round number 2. Now it's Envy's turn on offense. Again, first blood is king. We saw our first blood leaderboard since Dallas, and Karma was atop that list. We had to add another one there to the tally with that last round.
Was he really?
Oh, yeah.
He was top of the plants list too, wasn't he?
Yep.
Karma does it all, man.
Oh, great timing for, oh gosh, it doesn't get much easier than this, right? You'd think, oh God, only gets 1. Thankfully, Slasher's there to make this a 3v2.
Yeah, you did enough damage there, but it does come down to a 2 versus 2 now. JCap takes out Karma. It's going to be a 1v1. Formal up against John.
Oh,
gets away with his life for just a moment. Repeaks and challenges, beams him.
Nope. Things not to do. Shoot
Formal.
at Formal when you don't have a sure kill. Because look, bye-bye, only gets 1 bullet into Formal. Formal more than happy to challenge that gunfight with his NV4.
Didn't even, I don't think, cross his mind to run behind the train. Nope. Get away, take a different angle. He heard gunfire. He snapped.
All right, back to offense for Optic Gaming. Formal again. Immediately grabbing that NV4. Immediately going towards top bus. Envy already switching things up. They're hitting underpass fast. Another nade first blood for Optic. Already 3 dead on Envy.
Some of these rounds, man, just so quick. Slasher, we saw in a 1v4 earlier. Now make it a 1 versus 3. A lot of time to work with, but he's going to have to rely on some mistakes here from Optic Gaming in order to have a chance in this round.
Oh yeah, they've got everything watched. He's been spotted too. And yeah, they're on the hunt. Look, they're just immediately charging right towards him.
Well, I mean, that was an example of maybe a mistake. That if he did line it up, he gets a free kill off Scump, then has a chance, but he makes the wise move off the map, and it's 3-0 quickly for Optic.
This is playing out exactly how I'd expect it to be. To be quite honest with you, Envy, they try for a 3-man hit middle. They flood one kind of watching over to that top Naga fence spot, as people call it, and they just get smoked.
Sniper out for John. Let's see if he can make a play. A second late from seeing Scump on the cross. A little bit unfortunate timing there with the hop.
Does that not sum up this map so far?
Yeah. Let's see if he can locate anything else, but we'll hop over to the Optic POVs. Krim, that's not an easy kill by any stretch of the imagination, but makes his presence known.
Timing for Optic. There's first blood. 4 versus 3, and Scump and crew, they're ready to keep pushing right through the Envy base. They've now got a third player here as well. 4v2. The last two are trapped at bus, and now it's all going to collapse onto the boys in blue as Crimsic shuts them down. This has not been close.
I mean, we haven't had to talk about like defuses or mini plants or any rounds that have stretched beyond 30 seconds.
Or 1v1s or normal S&D things. It's basically been TDM so far for Optic.
Yes, it has.
What do you even do?
It is strange to me. Like, I mean, the struggles in general for Envious have been odd to me, but the collapse in Search has certainly been amongst the most surprising of their struggles. You're looking at for 1 kill for Formal, and you're going to be fully streaked out. You've yet to die in this game. You have as many kills as the entire Envious side combined.
And here come the streaks. He's trying to add insult to injury now. First blood again. Unfortunately, he is the one with the bomb, so there won't be a plant to follow that up, but now he'll go ahead, push towards that site. Should be another cleanup there. Goodbye, JCap. That's another round for Optic, 5-0. I think you and I could 2v4 Envy and S&D.
Oh, I don't know about that, but this has just been an onslaught from Optic Gaming. Like you said, it feels like TDM, and I know it's not for them. I know how much better they've been in Search and Destroy. Formal's transition into the shot caller this year, and they've been great, but had no chance in any of these rounds outside of maybe the 1v1 with Formal and John if you thought they've had a chance.
Could you see why I said earlier that Envy need to win hard points, though?
Yeah, no, exactly. I agree, especially when it goes to, I don't know that the uplink will be much prettier. I know how good Envy looked for definitely several minutes in that Frost, but it's going to be Precinct. I think that's going to be a scary one as well. Let's see if they can maybe capture a little bit of dignity here in this game, too. It's going to be Scump's turn to try and clutch up. The Formal won a 1v1 earlier. This time it's a 1v2. He just spotted him. I don't think they saw him.
Nope. He just gets all the information he could ever want. How does Scump play off of the... Oh, I think he's been spotted.
He has. He's going to challenge the first. Can't win it. Cap gets it. And that's 1 round on the board for Envy.
Oh, there you go, Envy. Just had to go to the complete opposite side of the map.
I mean, if Scump doesn't get spotted there,
yeah,
things could have got very, very ugly if he got in behind it through Grandma's.
All right, so Envy at least show some life in this S&D. Did Formal wind up earning his 3rd tier streak? I'm not exactly, I don't remember.
I don't know, because they ended that round so fast. I was about to talk about the fact he needed the plant. He didn't even have time to get the bomb planted, so he didn't get the 100 points he needed.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they did, he could have just had someone else pick up the bomb and then immediately followed up with a streak. Maybe he'll still use a Scarab. Envy at this point, they're trying whatever they can. I think that this first attempt is going for a flank. Scump gets spotted and cut down. Oh, gosh. Well, there goes Karma.
Things falling apart a little bit for Optic here in round 7, but Crimsic's trying to turn the tides, wins 2 gunfights, Apathy and Slasher. We'll see you later. Now a 1 versus 1. 2 of the longest standing COD professional players.
You got God timing. There it is. Crimsix, your shots are shaky, but the 1v3 is done. Optic take map 2 with ease, 6-1.
That was a quick one.
It was. Yeah, that is literally how I expected it to go. Because Envy have looked like arguably the 2nd worst team in the Pro League in S&D.
Well, the bright side is you're at least going to see another hard point where you've been great this weekend. I have fears for how this uplink will go, just based on recent history. But what do you think? Like, if you could try and nail one thing on the head, maybe for Envy, that I'm sure it's a lot of things when you're losing like that. But
I'd love to see the numbers on first bloods in that map. I don't think they got one outside of that last round.
When they flanked through
and still wound up losing it. There was actually not only the first blood, but then the team kill because they shot the Scarab right next to Karma. You got yourselves a 2v4, and you still couldn't close it on out. They've got a lot of stuff to work on there. Thankfully for Envy fans, your team is 4-0 in respawns. We've got 2 respawns coming up. This is their key to the series. Simple as that. They need to win both of these. If they don't, Optic will either win it in 4 or take the game 5.
Well, it is going to be Precinct Uplink coming up next. 9-1 is Optic Gaming since Dallas. We'll see if Envy has what it takes to keep the respawn mojo going for this team. We'll find out after this quick break. We are getting ready to head into a Precinct uplink. We're going to take a look at the uplink leaderboard here. I know Scump, I believe, top 3 across every game mode currently.
Sheesh. You see there, second in KD, just behind his teammate Formal. Formal at the 1.23 is the best since Dallas, but not too far behind are the boys in blue. Apathy, John, and Slasher, 3 in the top 7 as well. What can Envy do to ensure this series does not go to a Game 5? It starts right now by beating Optic and statistically one of their best map and game mode combinations.
This is a tall order.
It is.
But I'll tell you what, I was very, very impressed. I mean, I've been impressed with Envy throughout the course of the day, especially, I mean, that first 3 minutes of Frost Uplink was just spectacular from them. Can they maybe muster up something similar? Get Optic Gaming, maybe pin back alley, rally in some dunks. They need to do damage early, in my opinion.
We'll see what Envy can do. Optic Gaming, on the other hand, you just smoked them in the search and destroy. But I can tell you the boys on Optic don't want a Game 5 either. They want this thing done and dusted in 4. They're fired up now after that S&D. What can Apathy do? Talked about them at the start of the series. We'll follow them here off the break.
Everyone waiting for those nades to go off before pushing into lobby. Slasher does pick up the first kill. Apathy tags up 1. Will likely be shot in the back momentarily, but they're just pushing the drone. John's taking it. Has 1 lead blocker. Juking inside a ticket. Everybody dropping in front. Maybe puts a bullet in his teammate there. The defense for Optic, though, seems strong. Just swarming on John there. No chance to make a play.
Nice recovery after getting first blood and made sure to protect their base. Envy, I was about to commend them on how good their breaks have looked at Uplink so far. And they just kind of get shut down once Optic Gaming can get set up.
And one criticism of Envy on this particular map and kind of Uplink in general, at least dating back the past couple months, they've been very susceptible to counterattacks, right? We've talked about that. They'll score points and then immediately get scored on. I'm curious to see if with the recent boot camp they improve.
Just want to say you saw Formal miss that 1-point play there. It's already Optic Gaming where you think they're going to have a lead. It does not wind up being the case. As JCap did a good job staying alive and forcing Optic to throw the drone when I think they really wanted to go for that dunk.
Almost Slasher's POV. Some nice shots mid-map, but not able to finish it. 2 nades came out from Karma there to tag him up and finish the kill. Formal trying to lead the way with Karma. Karma finds 3 before finally falling. JCap answering the call right now for Envy.
Yeah, I was going to say, is he going to grab this drone? Looks like he will. They'll wrap it back towards middle map. I think this is the right decision here. You can see the tacticals of Optic Gaming still being brought into play. They happened at the start of the hard point, where Karma was able to get that opening 2-piece to help them take control of showers. And now they're using them again here. John, already with the help of Apathy, will push forward. This could be a score for Envious to take the first lead.
Here we go. Toss away from Cap.
Botched.
Not going to get through. Was that intercepted or just missed?
That was missed. I think that was just missed, and then it flew off the backside of the map.
I do like the plays, though, to continue to wrap. You know, you want to make sure a player like Krim or Formal can't get set up in a power position with an NV4, with the K-bar, maybe at the top of the steps, top ticket window, kind of keep them out of those comfortable spots. But now it's Optic Gaming's turn. 1 miss to Formal. Krim now with the toss. It's up, it's away, it is intercepted.
They didn't get it off?
Not away yet. Slasher's here, though.
Wow, think of what Slasher just did. He tried to beat a single-handed spawn trap on the side of Optic Gaming. He got the 3 kills under the portal, then pushed back alley and killed the guy off spawn. Then in the same life, rotated all the way back across the map towards his portal, and then just stopped Optic for kind of recovering and getting that dunk.
Well, big plays on either side right now, but it was 3 down for Envy, so that means another offensive push here for Optic Gaming. This should absolutely be points. Trying to get across, tries to toss it. I don't even know where the drone went.
Okay, so the Scarab shakes him up a little bit. No follow-up score. 3 minutes in, there's been some decent offense and still no points.
I've like lost track of a couple of these 1-point tosses.
Yeah.
But I don't know where these things are going. Just off the map. Now Envy and crew trying to bring things back in their favor, but Optic hold the line. Pushing towards Cat Statue and trying to find opening picks here for maybe another 1-point opportunity. But like you said, nothing working for either team offensively, at least when it comes to getting points on the board. Back and forth we go, but it's 2 kills.
All right, this has to be 1.
1-pointer, you can do it.
Oh.
You can't do it.
We're getting trolled, right?
Guys, let's see how long we
We're
can stay
not
0-0.
watching Billy Joe 247 and Panda Lover 68. We're watching Optic and Envy, and they can't hit a 1.
I love
Dunk it. Just thank you.
There we go. Crowd lets them go.
Jeez.
Scump with the dunk, and finally, the tie has been broken. 4 minutes of gameplay left.
I was watching a pub.
Yeah, right. You also offended everyone named Billy Joe.
Hey, there's 7 of them out there, and they're all in the same family.
Oh my, well, a couple players do drop for Envy. JCap will be able to pick up the drone. He's about to get pressured here from inside lobby, and John's got him covered. We're all tied up, though, as Envy was able to respond very, very quickly with 40 seconds left. It's funny because I talked about Envy susceptible to sometimes giving up those counter points. They're giving Optic a little bit of their medicine.
Good recovery again from Optic Gaming. They do have a slight slaying advantage, still to score 2-2. They've missed as many points as they could have, scored so far in this half. Krim with the one.
Do they know where the goal is? Now, I know maybe some of these haven't been the easiest tosses in the world, but we're talking like it's people in basketball shooting over the backboard right now. It's like Shaq at the free throw line coming up 8 feet short.
I refuse to speak until the next hard point starts.
The next 5 minutes?
Yep.
I'll see you then, buddy.
Solo cast it. So, at the end of the half, we'll have 4 missed ones and 4 total points.
Is the drone broken?
It's funny, this is the opposite of, remember the game we saw last week with the incredible defense, where there was like 4 interceptions and a body-blocked dunk by Arcides? This is like, it's like they're trying to throw game 3.
It's like Brian saying our driver.
Oh yeah.
It's like our driver has the ability to change the weight of the drone right now, and he's just fluctuating it. Oh, it's 20% weight this time.
That's what it looks like at this point. You saw Scump in the bottom right of the screen before he was EMP'd. Does have every streak you can imagine. Scarab, Trinity Rocket, and Bombardment. So now they'll grab the drone and try to slay out this lane before they push it forward with the objective.
Well, I think you can say mistakes have been pretty even on either side. Who's going to reduce the amount of sloppy here?
Like that team kill Scarab?
There we go. Woo. There's a 1-point toss through. Scump gets it in.
Is it bad that I was still stressed about him hitting that?
Oh, I was too. If he would have missed that one, I would have lost it.
All right, JCap. Now it's your turn to answer back and be down by 1. Peppers up his teammate there. Thankfully, John still cleans up the kill. 4 minutes left in this game. Still a ton of time to work with if you're on the side of Envy.
There's faith in your teammate. He has kept going, relying on Apathy to get the kill, but that's going to be pretty much everybody wiped off the board by Optic Gaming. Karma grabs the drone, and they want to go. Formal, nice shots there, but the E-Rat around the corner will get the better of him. Some streaks invested in this one by Scump. Is able to at least connect onto Apathy, enough to open up a 1-point toss, and that was likely the player I think that was set up for the interception, right? So you take him out, you rely on your teammate to finish the toss, and that's back-to-back 1-pointer.
Well, who had the missed ones? It was Scump, Formal, and Krim, right?
Everybody, I
think Karma was the only one who hadn't missed one yet, and he hits probably the toughest shot of them all with that over the building, getting hit by 2 different players to sink that one through. It's only right that Karma, the objective player of all of Optic Gaming, would be the one to really clutch up and hit the shot when his team needs him to.
Investing more streaks here. Bombardment trying to lay down fire here mid-street, dodging grenades, dodging attacks. Shoot it out of there. There you go, buddy. Gets it out the other side. It burns a little bit of time, though, and unfortunately, Envy able to clean up mid-street as Cap gets 2.
3 minutes left, still a 2-point game. J-Cap quieting down a little bit from his start. Inside 1. Apathy 19 and 17. Slasher still hanging right with him. That's now John, the only one with a payload on Envy. Crimsix holding that off angle there. You don't see that too often.
Those spots, though, I love them, man. They catch people off guard. Another 1-point toss.
Another 1-point toss missed.
Missed. Advantage. Still Optic Gaming. They're up 4-2, and now they're wrapping towards Cherry Blossom.
These guys need a shooting coach, man. This has been abysmal.
Where's Tasmo at?
I didn't think I would say that the sloppiest uplink I've seen so far in the CWL this year, at least in stage 2, was between Optic and Envy. I did not expect that to be the case.
Yeah, Fnatic might take the edge for that one Frost. There we go. It's so funny, like every 1-pointer, the crowd's getting wild because you're like, thank God that went in.
I don't even think it has to do with the fact that like a majority of them are Optic fans. They're just happy to see the drone go forward.
Now Apathy is trying to get vision over the top. Not easy to get a kill at that range with the E-Rad, but here it is. Finishes 1 kill, backs away from the second, waiting for his teammates to give him a little bit of help here before they mount the pressure. Drone, though, is back in mid, and Scump's just sitting on top of it right now.
Uh-oh, the pinch. Scump, again, playing spoiler. There's the 2-piece.
I was just waiting for it. He was just sitting in lobby. I was like, eventually he's going to come out.
Wow. Wow. The definition of a joke.
Yeah, catch that in before to the duels.
There's the one. Hit it. Nope. Doesn't get off in time.
Still a winnable game for Envy. They've got 90 seconds on the clock. The key payload starting to build. You see JCap just a kill off of Overdrive. Camo obviously going to be huge here as well if they can earn it. And I mean, everybody just getting close, right? You don't have many payloads for either side. Slasher does pick up his. Karma, still a ways to go here for the camo. He's going high, milk what time he can. points on the board would be a near dagger with this much time left. Crim's gonna go ahead, pop the juice. Off the wall run, bumps into the car, but still gets the dunk. 7-2 lead for Optic, and that just might be it.
Yeah, and with 1 minute left, Envy have only put 2 points on the board in 9 minutes. Now to need 5 in 60 seconds does not seem likely at all. This could be the map that defines a series, really, and we've seen it a lot with Uplink as of late, Maven, or the team that wins Uplink is the team that winds up winning the series.
It's just weird to think about, like, Optic being lights out in camo and lights out in Uplink and struggle in hardpoint. But I'll tell you what, you win these games 2 and 3, you put yourself in a good spot. There's the dunk, there's the beatdown, 30 seconds remaining. JCap does have overdrive, but he's coming off a spawn. Slasher continuing to do the damage to Optic Gaming, but cannot continue to play his life. Scump just being a thorn in the side over and over and over again to Envy.
Just not enough time, 15 seconds left, still to need 2 possessions. That is gonna do it. Another close map. This time though, it is Optic Gaming taking it. It was sloppy, to be quite honest with you. I believe 5 or 6 missed 1-point plays is the difference there, as OG are now up 2-1.
I think the big thing, like you said, Jack, it's another tight game. I mean, outside of the Game 2 search and destroy, that is all that the green group has provided thus far on day 1.
You see Crim talking to the squad there. I mean, I don't think, should either team be proud of that?
Yeah, you get a win. You take a win.
They're like, well, did the ball feel different to you that map? Right? That's what it looked like. You brought up a good point. It was literally like they filled it with extra air or something. Right? Either way, a win's a win for Optic Gaming. They're now up 2-1 on their best of 5. We're heading back. What's the map again for Hardpoint?
We were headed to Scorch.
Scorch. Okay,
yes.
So
I think
I'll trust you. That's what I deal with a lot, folks.
Now it's Scorch.
Okay, good.
I think.
All right, good. So yeah, who knows where this one can go from here. The number one thing that I can't stress enough is that Envy, if they want to take the series, will now have to win a search and destroy. And right now, total rounds, I think they've gotten 4 this weekend.
Yeah, but I feel like they were always in a position where they needed to win a search and destroy here if they were going to beat Optic. I did not see them taking all 3 respawns of Optic Gaming. You never really see anyone do that. It's such a tall task, but now, obviously, you absolutely have to win it if you can even push it to a Game 5.
Well, that now improves Optic to what, 10-1 in Precinct Uplink since Atlanta? Since Dallas. So still remaining strong in that game mode. And I think a lot of it comes down to Optic using that inside lobby for themselves. Like when a team goes to push up with a drone, it seems like Optic always have that player ready to just pinch from lobby, be the thorn on the side. It was Scump a lot on this map. It was Karma a couple times as well. Smart shot calling there from OG.
Well, it was interesting. I was talking to Crim last night, and he was telling me how he likes Uplink in this game more than the last year. And I thought that was interesting because there's been mixed opinions on that, but I guess I can see why, right? You don't have the opportunity for as many deep throws in this game versus last year at Black Ops 3, so you have to slay. You have to get that second round. Who's much better than any team outside of Optic Gaming when it comes to that. I mean, the raw slaying talent we always know has been there, so it's something that favors them, and yeah, maybe LG, but you shouldn't be shocked, I guess, to see them succeed in that game mode. It certainly fits their talents, right?
You think last year, the throw over something like Fringe Barn, right?
Oh, exactly.
You get 3 kills in the middle map, you got a point.
Exactly.
That is not the case here by any
Very
means.
different.
As you even see the furthest throw we saw was basically Karma right outside of Station, where he threw that one right over the building and narrowly connected with it. So either way, Optic take the map. They're now in command of the series. Hardpoint has been their weakness. What a great way it would be to end their day 1, not only at 2-0, beating the likes of Cloud9 and Envy, but ending it again with a Hardpoint victory.
It'll just be interesting to see on the other side. If Envy can remain undefeated in Hardpoint right now, they're going to have to do it on Scorch, and that would be then they've won on Retaliation, they've won on Breakout. Opportunity here now to do it on a 3rd map.
Well, JCap and crew, did they play this yet? Or maybe I'm thinking about Aches. I don't think they have.
They have only played so far Retaliation or Breakout from the first series. This will be their first shot on Scorch. Who's your guy to watch here for Envy? If they're gonna go off, they're gonna hang him. Is it still John? He's been kind of the talking point for us through a lot of this.
It's John, Apathy, and Slasher. They just need to go big.
Screw you, Cap.
There's no other way to put it. They just need to go off right now to force this Game 5.
Opening break is out. No kills picked up yet. You see Optic doing what they have to. You have to play passive from that side. Wait for the nades to go off. You can see how many have been tossed by Envy. Now the Optic flood starts to come forward. John gets one. John gets 2. John gets 3.
And they're all weak, too, for John. John gets 4. And that's how you break a hard point by John.
Spectacular stuff. I was going to say, I can't believe Karma repeaked him, but I guess he realized he had the nade at his feet. I was surprised to see that challenge after getting 1 bullet.
Well, Slasher going to go for this high wall run and challenge. Again, Envy's goal, yes, they've already gotten 20 seconds in this hill. That's more than good enough. Now they've got to begin to push on through. Optic currently in control of the spawns for Turbine, as this 20-4 lead could go away quite quickly if they're set up for this next hard point.
And if you're Optic from this side, you know, you're doing your, I guess, your best to try and contest as much as you can, not give up a lot of points to Envy and maintain your opening spawn, but they're at risk of losing that. If Apathy can push through and win a couple gunfights, he does that. He gets through, he gets scummed from behind. Now they have a 4-on-1. The only person really up to deal with is going to be Formal on the hard point. Formal has got to try and world star everybody here, just trying to play his life till some help comes, goes vertical.
Props to Apathy. Major props to Apathy right there. It was tough to see, but Crim6, he knew Crim6 was pinching. Crim6 had already gotten a kill on the Slasher at that back catwalk. As Apathy went in to help challenge Formal with his teammate, instead of him just standing at that box, he actually crouched right behind it, so Crim didn't have a shot on him. They first picked off Formal, then Apathy turned and drew his attention back towards Crim. Little plays like that are what are major difference makers on a map, and it's why Envy's now at 51-8.
And where this game could be ugly is if they pick up all that time and then they get a nice break. So they give up the final 10 seconds, fine. Take the 4v3 advantage now in Hangar and try and bust this open. J-Cap leading the way with the ERAD. Nice shots. He's looked great with this weapon in his hand throughout the course of this day 1.
Look at what Karma's got to do. 3 Envy players, and he checks the wrong side. There's the break you talked about. If you're a Boys in Blue fan, you could not be happier with that. Take 30 on Turbine, give Optic Gaming 10, rotate and get the kills on rotation, and now you can set yourself up again to win another hard point hill, this time on top Hangar.
Absolutely perfect from Envy. Now it's going to be Optic's turn to try and return the favor. 1 down for either side. Formal is trying to get another opening pick here if he can. Spots 1, wins it. This is their opportunity to get through. It seems like every time he finds a kill, though, somebody picks up 1 from Envy. Suddenly, I believe it's just Scump here to try and deal with it. Shots in on J-Cap. They do finally break through. I think that's Formal spawning in the close pocket. Optic Gaming control with 20 seconds remaining.
Grim, just stay alive. You got teammates with you now. This time will all go in favor of Optic Gaming. Wow, actually really surprised to see the Scarabia called in. Yeah, they're going to follow. He's got to destroy this. Okay. So with that, Crim will wind up spawning out at Rocks. 76-43, the lead for Envy. John, his job, help hold off this incoming Optic Gaming push.
He watches Scump kill a teammate. He's trying to push him out of drill control, but Scump finds 2. Slowing down any kind of attempted retake now for Envy. Apathy, nice job going vertical on Crim as he's able to snap and take him out. Second player, gonna fall as well. That's gonna be Scumpy. Now Apathy pushing forward. He smells blood in the water. He is just slaughtering everything. Him and John, the tandem, so scary last year. You're seeing glimmers of it here.
What did I say, man? Apathy, John, and Slasher need to go off. Apathy now on a 6 streak over double positive, and he's going for more. The full streaks now earned. John's positive 3 as well. Slasher now even. Those 3 players are doing it all right now for Envy.
40-point advantage for Envy. The streaks. Let's see if he's able to get good uses of these as he is connecting with everything right now coming out of the D-Rad. 5 seconds remaining. We'll get back to mid-map. Karma already rotated there for Optic Gaming. 2 pushing him, 2 dead.
The reason why Apathy is so good, he's one of the best players in the game at using that slide mechanic, and he knows exactly when he needs to hip fire and when he can just go for the ADS. Nice job by Scump, the little cheeky strafe there with the ERAD. Okay, don't worry, that's your teammate, Seth. You don't need to begin to kind of beam him right there. Does spot Apathy. 3 straight kills for Scump. They force the spawns out as well. Formal on the pinch. Everyone dead on Envy as Optic Gaming are clawing back into things.
Well, as Envy come off spawn, they must win this map to push it to a game 5. I want to hear the guys chatter.
Boxes, blue really weak. He's still in the blue corner. He's in blue corner. He's inside the blue corner. I see that. Let's go. This is
OB, Crim. One in the hill, just 1. He's going to be OB to the left. OB to the left, 1 in the hill.
There's not hill. Damon on the head.
Let's go left. This is good time.
Damon right side. 1 shot.
Good shot.
Hold this side. Wall, what's holding wall right now?
They're left Eddie. They're left Eddie.
Only 1 could be. 1's a left. Formal's a left. Formal's a left.
I don't see the guy left Eddie.
Where do you rotate?
He could be in blue. He could be in blue or he rotated.
Formal's a bottom left. I'm about to call bottom left. Someone follow it up.
I'm seeing blue. I'm blue. They're back to the hill. I'm pretty weak.
Alright. I don't see anyone.
Bring it in the hill. Go in hills.
I'm pinching elbow.
Back left. Back left.
Elbow set, one shot.
One hill. Block left. Nice. Hit left.
There's two by bottom door. One hit bottom left. One hit bottom left.
We can just hit this. We can
Hit it.
Spot close too. Spot close too.
I'm hitting.
Left corner.
Amen. Left corner got me.
One shot, Dad.
One more hill, Seth.
Bottom door.
One shot.
Guys, they're gonna be behind me.
Bottom left, right?
Elbow, one shot.
Try to stay left.
Elbow is one shot.
Got him. Could be bottom left. Bottom left. You have to beat that. You challenge you.
He got me.
All good.
I'm about to just rotate.
Are you in the new?
Yeah, I am.
Alright, I'm about to camp all the way around the back.
I don't see anything hall. I don't see anything hall or wall.
Middle.
So can someone help me in the back? Like,
Yeah, I will.
Hold my
Gotta watch slow, yeah.
They're nading cliff.
I think they're hitting the back.
Gotta be.
That's been low.
Go win.
Watch your cave. One more. Nice. Two.
He's under you. One shot. He's under cliff. One shot.
I love that. You heard the comms. Slasher. He's like, I'm playing sneaky here in the back. Somebody come and help me. They get basically a 3-for-1 there. Fantastic play from Envy.
Look at the score now. Last time we were in Hangar, it was almost a 1-minute lead for Envy. This time it's now Optic back within 5. They're going for the retake now, trying to shut them down at the door. Nice beat down from JCap as Slasher and JCap hold the door. And now they look for more kills as Optic Gaming try to retake.
Hope door. Slasher, 200 off the Trinity. You still have bombardment for Apathy, I believe. So if he can get a little bit more utility here for Envy to work with on a map like this, could be the icing on the cake late. Let's see if Slasher is able to pick him up. A little bit of a ways to go towards Camo. Should spot one momentarily, but we'll get back to mid-map as Apathy in a one-on-one fight.
Optic's weakness on this map is absolutely the Hangar hardpoint, 100%.
Slasher did fall, so wasn't able to pick up the streaks there, Jack.
This game's going to end on a Hangar hill. It's going to be 250 to 241. Envy's going to take it because Optic won't be able to hold. Watch. Calling it right now.
Okay, all right. You're not Patrick Price, but we'll see if the prediction holds true. Bombardment now in for Apathy. Gets nothing but Slasher. That's not what you're looking for as you call in streaks. John, though, at least able to secure some time. Looking for one inside a medical play. Nice shots there, even with the teammate sliding across the front. He's still able to find Krem6. Envy still holding. John, Slasher, everybody involved here as they're trying to hold as Optic Gaming continues to flood. And Envy continues to impress me in hardpoint, buddy.
It's simple. Apathy and Slasher and John are playing the way that they need to right now. There's no other way to put it. John, now 17 and 17 in the hardpoint. Think of every gunfight he's gotten. It has been in the hill, around the objective. Apathy's right there with a +5. Slasher's getting real loud now on the main stage.
And Cat, man, like a guy that you would think would like the MV4. We know he doesn't, but we've seen him do it, whether it's the K-bar in his hand, whether it's the E-Rad, coming up with some big plays. And now he's 12 and 14, but right now, when streaks are going to be imperative down the stretch to close this out, he's got 5 kills in a row. And when you're winning one-on-ones like that first Krem6, you're feeling yourself, buddy.
Yeah, I was about to say, my prediction's looking absolutely terrible right now as Optic Gaming have decided to not shoot back. Talk about a quiet game, formal, 14 and 20. Tied for the least amount of kills on his team with Karma. That's a stat you don't see too often.
Yeah, well, you don't see 3 players from Optic negative all that often, do you? Scump, the only one sitting positive right now, he's 23 and 17. Let's see if Formal and crew can fight back. There's still 30 seconds remaining at bridge. They need to start to mount some pressure for it at some point. He does have FTL to work with, and it's incredible when you see him snap like that and shoot like that, and he's still at -4. It's kind of startling.
Look, they're actually not exactly sure where the spawn outs came. Yeah, they're still checking that backside. They're super nervous. Scump got a bad timing and didn't actually see anybody out here near the observation deck. Reactive armor used as well, which I don't think you need to use that there if you're Scump. I think he kind of tunnel visioned on the idea of getting a 4-piece.
It looked like it was lining up for a moment.
They now no longer have that. If there's a break or if they need a retake, look, Streak's now in. Imagine if Scump would love to have reactive armor here when he's got to probably win those gunfights, huh?
And Formal drop to the Streak, I believe, so he's not going to pick up anything to work with as well. They have nothing to break with. Envy continue to impress in hardpoint. And we're going to a game 5.
Optic Gaming, your struggle is still maps 1 and 4. The salute from Slasher as they know it is time for the game 5. Would you have it any other way? It's why we love this group, baby. I'm hyped for what this weekend is.
And it's like your struggles at Anaheim seem to carry over here if you're Optic, right? You get bounced in 2 series where you lose both your hard points. You interviewed Scump earlier, so we put a lot of work into it. We feel better there. And, maybe they have improved. But right now, again, you never thought you'd see a series where they're losing 2 hard points. It's now happened several times recently. It's startling to say the least when it's 2 out of your 5, and you have to be good at it.
Yep, and now Envy remained perfect in hard point on the weekend, now 4-0. They're going to move forward back into Search and Destroy. Again, I'm like a beaten record now, but this is our Call of Duty champions from 2016 who look like they have never played Search and Destroy together as a group of 4. And talk about when you need it right now. This is a map that could decide how your weekend plays out if you're Envy.
Game 2, 6-1 victory for Optic Gaming, but Envy riding high off of that hard point win. What's going to go down in the Game 5? We'll see after this quick break. Call of Duty fans, welcome back. It is time for a final Game 5 here to close out what has been an amazing, amazing Game 1. We are still without many blowouts here.
You wouldn't expect it any other way. Optic Gaming and Team Envious going down to the wire. One final search and destroy. Some of the best clutch players in Call of Duty history in this map. Fist bumps all around. It's time to get into it. To finish off day 1, which has already been a fantastic day of Call of Duty. And it's only right that we go to Breakout, the newest addition to the map pool back in Stage 1 of the CWL. Here we go.
And this will be interesting because I know you and I casted Optic on this map, God, months ago, and they looked really good the one time. It was, remember, it was Karma and Scump. They were always dominating out towards Showers. They were completely manhandling the other team. And then I've seen them just get beaten up here, I think, by LG, if I look back to Anaheim. So I don't really know what to expect. I think this is maybe a good draw for Envy.
Well, let's see how it all plays out. Envy, if it is a good draw, well, that's not the start.
good draw in the sense that I don't know that it's Optic's best.
Yeah, look, Optic didn't actually know who were grabbing bomb, right? Because now Karma will rotate back and pick it up. Do spot Apathy, who you expect to be inside Showers this entire map.
Whew. Yeah, you'll see. It's going to be that tandem of Scump and Karma that try to just dominate out towards that outer wall run and into Showers. But it is formal with the opening pick. Remember, he started game 2 very, very well.
Did Slasher just spot this entire cross? I think he just did. That Slasher right now you see moving towards Spiral. He knows Formal's now there. Optic have an idea of where the pressure's coming from. And they smoke the mid-spiral stairs. An example of a change we're now seeing. Adaptations brought out from teams. Cut down that sight line. Give your team the chance to cross over.
I mean, you can go over it, but it still makes it more of a pain, right? Adds a little mobility to it, a little bit harder to hit shots and line up maybe somebody in that close corner. Scump now turns into a 4v2. Scump cuts down both. Slasher now 1 versus 3. 25 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, this is nearly an impossible task, especially because Karma's about to shoot him. Round 1 for Optic Gaming. As the shot call comes in, they play for a pick, they get the pick, and immediately rotate towards B. They save the smoke. Love stuff like that. As Optic Gaming are now up 1-0. Wow, think of how useful smokes could be on this map. I mean, you go for a plant inside Showers, and you think they're going to hit their wall run. Dropping a smoke right at the bottom of that wall run as they run out that door, they have no chance to shoulder peek.
Even
that's huge.
Hard point on this map. It's one of the few that we've seen smokes kind of frequently used. But that was also a big kill for Karma because Slasher's your camo player, right? He takes him out, makes sure maybe Slasher doesn't get any late round heroics that allows him to build towards that a little bit earlier. But here we go, round 2, offense for Envy.
So this is very similar to the Luminosity Gaming setup on this map. Optic have been studying. Typically it's Octane who sits in that top window for LG while Classic, Saints, and Slacked are all inside Showers. Well, if that works for LG, why don't you do that for Optic Gaming?
Slasher and John here trying to inch their way forward through Graveyard, just checking if there's anyone playing. Maybe all the way at that back tank. Once more high off the wall run.
Smoke's coming in. Another smoke dropped on down. It's time to push forward if you're Envy, but everyone's here and set up for Optic Gaming.
Apathy, can he deal with the flank is the question. I was going to say maybe good timing to at least get 1 kill, but it's Karma winning another 1v1. John now getting pressured. He's weakened Crim 6, but can't finish the kill. Trying to get away with his life. Slasher, though, at the same time is dropping. I think he thought he had a kill. He didn't. This is looking a whole lot like game 2.
Optic now up 2-0. Overall round count in S&D so far this series versus Envy 8-1. Even there, Envy aren't on the same page. You have 2 players who decide, we've got to flood out. We've got to push out Garage. They go to Garage. John is still at Bulldozer. And you had Apathy die inside Cave. You got to make a decision together if you're Envy. Overwhelm one side. Don't get caught fighting from 2 different fronts.
Karma and Scump. Talked about them coming into this one. They've started out a combined 6-0. And once again, they'll be working on the bottom side of the map as they're going to be hitting the lower wall run. There should be an engagement going off here. And this is why they would win this so often, is they would have a lot of times kind of a 2v1 advantage. Some of the best in the business at doing that trade, but Apathy in the close quarter, they're not ready for it. Doesn't finish the kill, gets turned on. It's another win by Karma, and he's 4-0. Apathy needs to restart the PS4. The backplate there has to have him frustrated.
Does that not sum up how this S&D has been? It happened back in game 2. It's happening again here. Optic up 3-0. I'm looking at Benson. Benson, if you could see me. Benson, he can't see me. Okay. Fine. I was just going to tell him to talk to the analysts about what the hell are Envy doing at Search and Destroy.
He's distracted by...
They're all looking at Momo.
Momo's... I don't know what Momo's doing. But
I mean, they can't hear a word we're saying.
No, they cannot. All right, 3-0 advantage for Optic. The Canadian sensation there, Karma, doing a brilliant job.
Is that his name? Hasn't he lived in the U.S. for years?
Yeah.
Fine. He was in Canada once.
Okay, well, you see Karma 200 now off the Trinity rockets as well. Now, a 3-man hit, but they've got 3 here on defense. This is not going to go well for Envy at all. They're at least able to trade it back, but you still have Karma here. Back and forth we go. There actually are still 2 more players. 1 kill off of this Trinity. Get away with your life, yeah. Karma play for these streaks. You know you have Formal coming in the backside. Hasn't finished the kill. Karma knows he's weak. Papa's going hunting.
And Papa's eating tonight. 4-0. Optic Gaming. I mean, I don't know what to say.
I think it's a combination of,
again, the rounds haven't been close.
Combination of Optic being good at search and Envy
being bad,
not being good at search.
Yeah. Again, it's the same thing from Anaheim for Optic with struggles in hardpoint against decent teams, and now Envy for struggles in search. I bring it up earlier. Apathy was the only player with a positive S&D KD for the side of Envy at Anaheim. The rest had below a 0.8.
Well, the story just becoming now, when will Karma die? See if he can pick up the bombardment and camo by round 5.
It was funny, Formal had the exact same stat line in breakoff of game 2. Hover this streak. Watch how slow he's going to drop this down. Switch to Crimsix if you can immediately after this, Brian, because watch. Crim, bomb planted. That's the setup they want. They go for the outside plant. They hover the streak. He doesn't care if he kills anybody with that. The goal is just to get the objective down, and now Envy have to retake. There's only 35 seconds on the clock.
And you have a Scarab to work with in case there's any kind of pressure coming through Cave. That's going to delay anything. Now, again, it's all clock. So you're worried about the Scarab. It slows down that push. Slasher trying to hit on the other side won't have a coordinated pinch. His Apathy was slowed down. John, though, and Slasher find kills. They're now trying to make a play. They found everybody.
Okay.
There's all 4. What the hell was that?
I don't know what just happened.
And you stop Karma from getting the bombardment.
Wow. Okay, that is talk about game-saving moments. You just dropped the Trinity. You stop Karma from getting the bombardment. They use the Scarab as well. Optic get a 4v3 full setup where they know the only way Envy can retake the site is by 3-hitting Spiral. They do it and don't drop a single play.
Well, I thought the fact that you backed up Apathy there at a cave, like they were trying to hit from all 3, Spiral, Tank, and from the cave. You slow down 1. I thought they were going to slow down the push, but Slasher and John hit it, and it works out.
Mean, for all that we're commending Optic, they should never lose that round.
Oh, no.
Never.
Absolutely not. All right, let's see what Envy can now do on offense. They've yet to win around there. Slasher, maybe starting to pick things up. If this goes into a deep game, we'll get to that camo. He's just watching any kind of cross or
So the reason he's holding this is because last time, the reason why this setup didn't work for Envy is because Optic flooded 2 through cave. This time around, Optic, that is not the case. They want to muscle out through Spiral. Here it goes, smokes in. Camo now ready. Karma does not pop it. Apathy's there to shut him down. Down to a 3v3.
Nice movement.
Formal just gets turned on by JCap. 2v2. It's Crimsix and Scump up against Apathy and Slasher.
Little fadeaway off the wall. Nice shots, but we can win the 2v2. Weekends 1, not able to finish it. Now Apathy's got to go clutch. Know where he is. Can he turn into 1v1? I don't know why you don't hold the cover there. Maybe just unfortunate timing. Realized they were both going to flood him.
Optic should have 6-0'd. They should have 6-0'd this map.
Oh, yeah.
Karma now with reactive armor, or sorry, Scump with reactive armor, Karma with camo. Optic, they're going to look to close out this game right here, right now.
See if they can keep cruising here in search. This has been, on one side, impressive. On another side, terrifying if you're an Envy fan for this particular game mode. Karma does have the camo to work with. He will be the bomb carrier as well.
I can't believe this is a scenario we find ourselves in with Envy.
Yeah, it might be a, what, 12-2 for this
12-2 total round count. That's Elevate type numbers.
Yeah.
Bomb planted. Here we go, Envy. You've already done a 4v4 retake once with all the odds against it. You got to do it again here.
This time, though, you've got Camo and Optic Gaming. Camo will be popped. They know they're able to pick up 1. Karma with another kill, 8-2. Scump, 8-2. They have dominated this game 5.
Leave the reactive armor in the site. Let them make the plays happen. There's 1, there's 2. The 3rd has been spotted. GG. Search and Destroys win championships, and their Optic Gaming take both against Envy. Envy are undefeated in hardpoint, but leave day 1 0-4 or 0-3 in S&D. Not the scenario they want to find themselves in as OG and day 1 of the green group sitting at first.
I think both these teams are thrilled, though, overall with how day 1 went. If you're Optic, you start out 2-0. If you're Envy, you go 1-1, but you also take 2 maps off of Optic Gaming, which could be crucial down the stretch. We know how many, there have been 3-way ties, obviously, through multiple groups through stage 1 and stage 2. Envy frustrated, obviously, losing at Game 5 and being poor in Search, but I still think you feel fantastic after day 1.
Yeah, I think that you could make an argument for that. I think they would feel better if they weren't getting beat as bad as they are in S&D. I mean, the FaZe team that wasn't the best in Search and Destroy back in Stage 1 at least put up a fight. Envy get 2 total rounds in that series against Optic. Not a good look to have on day 1.
Well, I'd love to hear about their S&D success on stage. We've got Karma with Mr. X.
Thanks, Maeve, and that's the first thing I want to ask you about. You guys were fantastic in that series in Search and Destroy. What's worked in Infinite Warfare and Search and Destroy for you guys?
I mean, just playing together and just kind of getting information in Search and Destroy. I felt like that's the 2 things we didn't really do at Anaheim or Stage 1, and specifically Throwback, Search, and Breakout were like, they were just the ones that killed us. And we went back and looked at it, like when we lost to E6 the last map, like we had mid control. We played better than them. We just didn't do anything with it. So as you can see today on Throwback and on Breakout, you know, we're doing things once we get information, once we know where someone is, and we're taking them out and we're just getting numbers.
Well, you guys look great in Search, but the hard points, you lose 2 here to Envy. It did not look great. What's going wrong for you in hardpoint?
Honestly, I think we're playing hardpoint good right now. We're just not getting kills. And I'm not going to lie, the whole time I've been here, I've just felt like crap. So hopefully I go back and drink some emergency and I'll feel better, because I just felt like I wasn't getting a lot of kills and it was just hard. I don't know, it's so fast, and I tried. So hopefully we come out tomorrow and I'm feeling better, and I'm fully confident that we can win the hard points.
Yeah, well, tomorrow you have a game against Epsilon. Obviously, Epsilon did not have a great day today. You expect them to come out firing tomorrow. What do you guys got to do better to take out Epsilon?
Just come out and play how we did today. You know, Epsilon, MV, C9, everyone in this group has the potential to beat anyone. You know, like, yeah, we 3-0'd C9. They were kind of close. That series was kind of close. I think you're just going to see close games all weekend, and it's going to come down to whoever clutches up.
Yeah, I agree. This group is going to be very close all weekend long. To close out day number 1, let's go to Ben and the boys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Matt. Great, of course, to hear from Karma there on the main stage. Congratulations to Optic Gaming. Of course, they conclude day 1 at 2-0. But that last series, very, very close. We said it was going to be a good one, and it doesn't disappoint in the E-Classico, of course. Optic Gaming versus Team Envious goes all the way to a Game 5 before Optic Gaming close it out. But now we'll break down that series, of course, going all the way back to map number 1 to start from the beginning. 250 to 193 in favor of Envy. And it's interesting to hear Karma there say, yeah, I feel kind of like we've been playing hardpoint well, where in reality there was so many mistakes.
This series was a tale of 2 game types. One team that's very, fundamentally sound in hardpoint in Envy, and one that's very fundamentally sound in Search, which is Optic. The reason I completely disagree with Karma's sort of statement there of them playing correctly is I think the fundamentals are just completely gone from them in hardpoint. Joe and I, multiple times throughout both of these hardpoint maps, saw several situations on rotation and specifically where Optic is over-challenging 2-3 gunfights way outside of the next hardpoint when they should be backing up and really focusing tight on that tight setup on the next rotation. If you're, for example, on Commissary, trying to set up for next, why are you challenging those middle map gunfights so far out on the map? You're going to spawn out. You're going to make that gunfight even harder for the rest of your teammates trying to get the trade. Doesn't make any sense.
Definitely doesn't. Of course, there a quick look at your scoreboard. Apathy with a great game. But there was one key moment which, Merc, you got a little excited about when you saw it happen. Slasher with the streaks at the very, very end. Didn't just use the streaks to get kills. Yeah, it was actually very smart with how he used them.
Yeah, so they were able to clutch up on Cell Block. He pops camo. That payload's so powerful. They're able to clutch up those last 15 to 20 seconds. They have a solid lead. And he hits that wall run. He goes all the way towards Commissary, towards that back helipad, while his teammates, they sort of load out from Cell Block in Medbay. He pops that Trinity Rocket, picks up a kill. As soon as he gets that kill, that guy spawns out. They're allowed to collapse, and they basically pinch that hill. They break Graveyard, and that's basically the game. So it was a great play out of Slasher.
Yeah, really it was the perfect pinch for them. The streaks kind of came in as well. But right from the get-go, we heard on Hot Mic, if you guys saw it at home, Cap was talking about how he's been looking at John to kind of go off, and Aches was kind of, saying, we've been waiting all year for that. And straight away, map 1 against Optic Gaming is very, very tough. He starts off double digits. I think Cap at the point was like 1-6, 1-7. And again, it was kind of one player just carrying and dragging them through. But that momentum that they gathered from the initial start of that hard point is Breakout. It happens. You get those 50, 60-point leads. But again, just like Teep said, very fundamentally played very, very well by Envy. Optic, they've still got problems in hardpoint.
They have big problems in hardpoint. But when it comes to Search and Destroy, they're A-okay. And it's Team Envious on the flip side that have all the issues. 6-1 in favor of Optic. And Teep, this game was over so fast. This map, I should say. You blinked and you missed it.
You looked away for half a second, and next thing you know, Envy's already down 3-0. But overall, Optic Gaming, Karma said it there. They have a much more decisive game plan overall as soon as they get a certain area of the map that they want. They had multiple nades going out towards John, who was trying to use that sniper that ended up rendering him completely useless. So they made him switch up the entire style of play that he wanted to go with. Just overall, I love the way Optic Gaming is playing these rounds so darn decisive. When they get numbers, they do something with it, whether it's pushing, planting the bomb, whatever it is, doing a great job.
I mean, that map, I just got word, was 4 minutes and 11 seconds.
Wow.
So that just shows you the pace Optic Gaming is playing those Search and Destroys. That American, I mean, they're winning rounds easily.
That's really fast. I mean,
and they lost a round in there as well.
Yeah, you typically think like a minute and a half round, and we've seen them last that entire time, especially if there's bombs down. That already adds another 45 seconds. So just a ridiculous pace. And, you know, Optic, they're just so confident in their middle map control. Envy, again, we've seen it so many times. When you go down to Optic early on, slow the pace down, slow the game down, let it come to you. It just seems like they're trying to force themselves into those situations, not adjusting at all. Finally, they go towards that, you know, sort of barn bomb site, and they get a round win. So once they switch it up, they were able to put something together. But Optic, just easy reads, they control mid-map. A great game by them. Probably perfect.
It definitely was.
Yeah, it really shows as well just kind of how a team, I mean, on both sides of the scale can go from, you know, playing one game type on the same game, we're still playing Infinite Warfare, and then go into another and just being so good and, you know, so bad at one. And I just feel as well, Optic Gaming, hardpoint I think is much easier to iron out. And that's just from a personal aspect than the likes of Search and Destroy. If you're having problems, I just think that your hard point is where you are.
I love this. I love this.
No.
I love this. You're sat a no sandwich right there, Momo.
It's like I said, from a personal aspect, I think it's a hard, you know, from my experience. But I think hard point is easy. But
fair enough. Teep, you're
I'd love to hear the other side as well.
Just the logical approach to this is Search and Destroy. You're in how many rounds of scenarios? Way less. A hardpoint, you can focus on, you know, multiple rotations. You can go up to 3 rotations of hardpoints. Right. That's every single rotation scenario multiplied by the amount of gunfights you're in. I think it's exponentially more difficult to fix the amount of problems in hardpoint compared to Search and Destroy, just due to the amount of situations you're put in where you have to make a heads-up call. If you're pushing out and challenging a gunfight, that could be possibly bad in a hardpoint. In Search and Destroy, challenging a gunfight isn't really ever bad. You know what I mean? As long as you have to do so.
I was getting ready to say, well, Momo was never really in that many gunfights. Anyways, that probably explains that. But no, you were good.
I get his point. I think Optic, when you have that much talent on a roster, hardpoints and uplinks, I feel, you hear the common phrases, you're not going to take 3 respawns off Optic. Like, generally, their Slaying will just outperform you. You know, even in hardpoints, you know, the amount of times that we've seen Optic, for example, you know, maybe not rotate soon enough, and them just going, okay, brute force, we're back, okay, no problem. But they're not getting away with it anymore. No one has that fear factor of Optic Gaming, and that's where fundamentally right teams like LG are just like outplaying them. And
I'm going to interject again. I feel like everyone has that stigma of Optic from AW and Black Ops 3. You can play that face smash style in those types of games, especially when specialist abilities come into play.
Yeah.
Infinite Warfare hardpoint, you get punished for that face smashing sort of style. If you challenge out and die, you don't get that close spawn. You spawn out so far away, and you put your teammates in such a really tough scenario after that point on. So it kind of goes back to that Black Ops 2 hardpoint, where if you challenge a dumb gunfight, you spawn out so far, you put your team in a 3 versus 4 scenario, the other team gets closer spawns, you're screwed.
I think my point is Optic have had the same issues for a long time now. Their S&D has been great all year long. Well, on the flip side, you look at the best team in the world, Luminosity. What has been their glaring issue? It was Search and Destroy. For the longest time, they were winning their hard points. Maybe they drop an uplink to an Optic Gaming. They weren't winning their Search and Destroys. They were able to fix that. Even just winning one for them. Right now, Optic, they're not winning one hard point against the best teams in the world. That's an issue. It's a glaring issue that's been happening since Anaheim.
Very, very true. Moving on. Good discussion, by the way. Series tied at this point, 1-1. We head over to map 3, Uplink Precinct. And I mean, this was I used the word sloppy earlier on describing.
They were both bad at this point.
I mean, am I the only one that still plays horse when Uplink is around? I mean, it just missed ones. I think in the first half alone, there was 5 missed 1-point plays. And I just feel you can't let that happen. You really can't, T. But at this level of gameplay, you got to be securing those.
Yeah, there's just no way, and it's really tough to call whether or not which team should have been ahead at the halftime. Optic was fortunately able to put some good throws together. Karma hit a nice one over the building, and they really sort of solidified their style of play in the second half. But man, Envy could have been in that same sort of spot. When you have a lead going into the second half, especially on Precinct, you're going into the bad side of it, you can start rotating drone over towards that gas side, which Optic was able to do, really slow down the pace. So, man, that first half really told the tale, and then Optic Gaming kind of ran away with it.
And it was kind of a strange one as well, Moke, because you look at the final score, 7-4, but it felt like, realistically, at no point did Envy have good attacking opportunities, whereas Optic Gaming, on the other hand, had tons of them.
This could have been like 15-5, honestly, in favor of Optic Gaming. I think Optic, they controlled the pace of the map the entire time, while honestly, I believe either Slaying was in favor of Envy or at least equal, and you don't see that a lot on Precinct Uplink. And again, Optic, they just had so many opportunities. As soon as they got a few kills, they were moving that drone. Envy, on the other hand, I feel like they were just taking that drone way too quickly. They weren't doing sort of great teamwork, team pushes, but just Optic just controlled the entire time.
Yeah, just kind of touching on what Joe said there, there's certain steps you need to take, and I think this is something actually we all agree on. We shouldn't be seeing that from these two teams. These 8 players should not be missing that many one-point plays. And again, I can't remember which series it was, whether it was 1 or 2 today. There was just a lot of messy plays, a lot of kind of sloppiness.
Series 1.
It was just, it's a bit of a shame to see, because, you know, this is probably, you know, the pool of death. This is where you need to kind of step it up. But that uplink, again, it was kind of painful to watch so many plays kind of pan out. But yeah, obviously Optic,
they take it.
Yeah, they come out on top.
And that's all that matters at the end of the day. You've got to win that map, and of course they go 2-1 up. Then we go over to another hard point. And Optic Gaming's hard point woes continue, to be completely frank. 250 to 181. Envy takes it. And Envy just had some explosive slaying. I mean, they start off so well, Merc. They get themselves some streaks to play with as well. It's almost impossible, quote unquote, impossible to lose games like that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when your stars are performing well, especially a guy like John, again, touch on him. He had a great series. Just sort of streaks from Apathy and Slasher sort of bailed him out at times. But again, I felt like Optic, they were rotating the hard points, and then as soon as that hard point switched, they would push out and over-challenge gunfights for no reason. That gave Envy just the opportunity to break in a 4v3 situation. There's just no use for those gunfights whatsoever.
And without kind of beating the dead horse, there was one play in particular, Scump. Yep. And Blue pops his reactive as well, challenges basically 4 people, gets a little bit overexcited.
Right.
And you immediately, both of you went, watch where he's going to spawn.
Why is he there?
Point at the mini-map.
Why is he fighting?
You can talk about kills all day. Sure, if you got slain a hard point by 30, 40 kills, you're going to win it. But it's plays like that where that pads your KD by, what, 2 or 3 kills? Scump spawns out all the way towards Hangar, has to, you know, gives Envy the closest spawn towards Blue, which gives them access to bottom lab, which is what you need to break. Seth making that play, albeit, you know, he's a great slayer, don't get me wrong, but that was a bonehead play in that scenario. He spawns not only himself, but his teammate over towards Hangar, and it leaves the rest of his teammates in a 2v4 in the hill, ultimately costing them the game. Envy had streaks, so it probably wouldn't have mattered at the end of the day, but what if they didn't? They could have came back and won that game.
And on the other hand, if you listen to that sort of, if you go back, listen to Envious on that Astro listening, you know, I mean, Slasher, they rotate towards Hangar. Slasher, he just plays a sneaky spot in the back. Optic, they make a push. Slasher says, hey, help me out in the back. They do that. They clean up the anchor kills. Then they hold Hangar for a full 60, completely change the game. Because Optic, they're forced to challenge those front gunfights, which are impossible to break a team like Envious with all that talent. So just two different stories when it comes to Hardpoint. A team that they understand what they need to do. They understand that they need to lock down spawns, and where they can fight those without spawning out. Optic, on the other hand, they're just pushing out a little bit too far.
And you can just see how kind of punishable that playstyle is, right? A team like Envy, who, you know, coming into this weekend, a lot of us probably would have said, they might finish 4th. I mean, they're taking hard points off Optic Gaming and making it look relatively simple. So definitely room for improvement there for Optic Gaming in terms of their hard point play. But again, we go to a Game 5, Search and Destroy, and I mean, it was just kind of brutal to watch. You want to see a close game, obviously, as a neutral, but Envy just is not looking good, Team S&D.
Well, just look at the scores throughout this series. Both the hard points very, very close. 250 to 193 and a 250 to 181. And then both the searches are 6-1. So I think the glaring issues on both of these teams is so obvious that both of the, you know, 2 game types, very, very similar. But Optic, the problems that they have in hardpoint, it's really funny. In Search and Destroy, it's the opposite. They're grouping up so well in these scenarios where the gunfights mean so much and helping each other so much. In hardpoint, it's like they don't help each other at all.
Very, very strange to see.
No, I just agree with you. It seems in Hardpoint, they're afraid to fight from the hill. And as soon as they die outside of the hill, they spawn out. This game, you get punished hardcore. Obviously, looking at that scoreboard, 6-1 again. You know, Karma having a great game. I mean, Optic, they might be the best search and destroy team in the world right now. I mean, just everything seems to be on point. You heard Karma say it. They're so decisive, and you can just tell.
And as well, kind of Karma, it always seems to be kind of that factor when it goes to Game 5s, mainly, you know, those open events we see time and time again. Is Optic Gaming going to lose this Game 5? And it's just like 3-4 rounds just instantly, and whether it's Crim who's 7-0 on a Scorch or Karma's on 6, it's like, oh, you know, we all wanted that nail-biting round 11.
Right.
But to touch on it as well, Envy, the one map they did lose against Epsilon, that was their S&D as well. It's not just this series. If you guys missed it at home, this has been, you know, all day, you know, so far all weekend. I really hope that changes. You know, if Envy can't go on just losing S&Ds and hoping for respawns, because they play Optic again, and I don't know. I don't know if that kind of pans out the same way.
I don't think you're going to win the uplink in two hard points again. I mean, maybe you win the hard points, but that uplink, I mean, we saw a lot of mistakes coming in from Envy as well. I mean, obviously it depends on the map.
Yeah. In terms of a tiebreaker, you're in a good spot if you're Envy. You have to win now a 3-1 or a 3-0 to sort of have that advantage over Optic. So you put yourself in a solid spot.
Obviously, you talk about tiebreaker scenarios. We'll take a look now at our standings for the group after our first day of competition. Optic Gaming, of course, sitting pretty at the top, 2-0. Team Envious in second place, Cloud9 in third, and Epsilon 0-2. I think for me, that's the biggest surprise. Epsilon 0-2, obviously. Coming in, I really expected a little bit more. Did you as well?
I guess I would, but man, all four of these teams, they could beat each other at any given time. I wouldn't be surprised if we come into tomorrow and Epsilon gets the 2-0. So I think we're in for a hell of a group this weekend. Days 2 and 3 should be able to heat up as soon as these teams start matching up against each other, probably that second time around. Hopefully they can make some of these mistakes that we're talking about, you know, sort of fix them up a bit. So interesting to see if Epsilon can, you know, I think they just need to slay more, to be honest. It just seemed like that was the fundamental issue with them. It is the most simple one, just get more kills.
Yeah. just shoot your gun more at people and get the kill.
That's
you make it sound so easy.
Yeah, I know. It's a little tough against these squads. But.
Of course, we'll take a look now at tomorrow's schedule. You mentioned potentially Epsilon could have a good day. Well, Envy and Cloud9 kick off the action. Epsilon go up against Optic Gaming at 3:30 p.m. and Epsilon's actually back-to-back as they go up against Team Envy at 5. And to close out the day, Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. You guys are not going to want to miss any of that action, but that now concludes a great day 1 here at the final week of group play at Stage 2 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. A poor start for Europe's Epsilon puts them at 0-2, whilst Cloud9 and Team Envy sit middle of the table at 1-1. After day 1, top of the group at 2-0 is Optic Gaming. Still plenty to play for this weekend as our 4 teams fight to secure their spot at the Stage 2 playoff. Join us tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern as action commences with Team Envious taking on Cloud9.